Madness? No, this is Dota.
"38 root leagues, 6 world regions, $650,000 prize pool, Omega League."
Happiness resides not in artifacts and not in gold. Happiness dwells in the soul.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
The world has entered a critical state. It felt like time itself had frozen. In the wake of a new hero. But hopes had crumbled. The promised hero didn't lift Aegis above his head until the gods turned their gaze to the earth and sent people hope. The hope that the hero will claim immortality the other way. And people's hearts lit with cheer and their gasps froze in anticipation. Waiting for a miracle. Waiting for the hero. And they saw the Omega League.
Over 200 series of Dota, all built up to this very moment. Secret is waiting to see who they will play against. It's the reason we've all been here for over 30 days. But the question is, who is going to be playing against them? We're going to be jumping into that series very shortly and figure out what our grand final of the Omega League is going to be. My name is Rich. I get to be your host, and I'm joined on the desk by Lacoste and Kyle. And let's actually start to talk about what this series is going to look like. It's OG versus Nigma. Two teams that have looked absolutely incredible, but are they going to be able to take down Secret? Who even has the better chance in this series to take down Secret, in your opinion?
I don't know if anyone can, I'll be honest. After watching Secret play yesterday, they just pretty much dominated, with the exception of the one game OG had as close to a pocket strat as we've seen in this tournament.
Yep.
Pretty dope, to be honest. Like, get ready for a go-end game. Typically, OG has had Nigma's number going back all the way to the finals of TI9. They're both at the top of their game, but really, I think it'll just come down to who shows up, how much secret sauce will OG run with, and what'll Nigma pick for We.
I think this is going to be a close match, no matter what. The first one in the upper bracket, round one, it was a stomp, but I think Nigma managed to bounce back. They're the kings of lower bracket, and I think they're going to show us why. Not necessarily to win this series, but overall, some fun Dota. I think it's going to come down to that, like who has a carry that can be buffed up more. I think it comes down to that, the whole story of the tournament, and I think OG showed it in the one that game yesterday, where they had PA with Echo Saber, Deso, Beastmaster Aura, Solar Crest, Empower, you name it, Alacrity. It was just one overhyped carry, and I think it also comes down to that. about the hero pairings. This is something that I talked about during the tournament a lot, where you have like combination of the heroes, Vengeful Spirit plus, you name it, Arc Warden, Medusa, Drow Ranger, and you add one more hero to that, like a Slardar, maybe a Beastmaster who buys like Vlad's, Solar Crest, so you have an overfarmed carry. It's like having an extra hero coming out from these items.
Yeah. And OG, you look at the timings, because ultimately that's what this team, like if you look back to Seb's quotes, going back 3 years from before now, before they'd won TI, he talked about how the addition of the gold metric on the top of the screen ruined the understanding that both pros and fans had for the game. Because it doesn't matter if you're 10k gold ahead. That doesn't mean you're in the position to go win. It's what timing will you take to win? At what point does your draft have that optimal XP, gold, item timing to go take an objective, take the fight, do something? We saw that in that PA game. They were losing. And then one RP, one Roche, and suddenly they're marching down lanes.
They did not have a single kill that game for 17 minutes, I believe, and they were down 5,000 gold constantly. And if you look at the numbers, you're like, they can't even get a kill, but it's all about the timings. That's Satanic, and the play in the Roche pit. It's all it takes to turn the game around.
And compare that to Nigma, who kind of eked out a win, probably the closest match we've...
Biggest comeback in history, no doubt about it.
Just not giving up, but specifically just playing great Dota. You don't see the same focus on like a big power spike from Team Nigma, but they just play solid Dota and they never give up. And ultimately, you make a couple of mistakes against them, all of a sudden Miracle's overfarmed, you're in big trouble. And I'm really going to key in on the other two cores that we know Miracle's going to show up, but it's what will Weeha do? Will he be able to make the same plays, even if he's not on one of his core heroes? And also Mind Control, who is still the unsung hero of the squad.
Mind Control is, you know, the dude on the off lane still. He had some ups and downs, some downs lately. You know, people were not giving him enough credit. I still feel like he's one of the best off-laners in the world, especially if you give him a hero that he really shines on, something like a Nature's Prophet. But to go back to the way he played, like the game against the Alliance where he was playing Bloodseeker, I read the Reddit comments, you know, what is this build? Why is he doing this stupid stuff? Because people just don't understand that his job is not to carry, even though he was given a carry, somewhat of a carry role as a Bloodseeker. They also had an offlane Beastmaster. Yeah. He needs to build the items to just buff up the team. And his job is to rupture AM. That's his job. That's why he bought a Blink Dagger Veil as a starting item, you know, buff up the damage, and Aghanim Scepter, 2 ruptures, even use it twice on AM. They get rid of the rest of the team, and they focus AM last if needed, and that's it. That's his job.
Miracle is the closest thing we'll have to LeBron James, to Messi, right? And ultimately, you're going to format your team to let this guy shine. And ultimately, all the other pieces are going to be criticized because, well, they're not Messi. But that doesn't mean that they're bad by any means. And I think ultimately, this is going to be a matchup between 2 teams. And I think focusing on individual players would do a disservice to what these squads really can do. And also keep in mind, you know, Kuro will not be playing, but he is still very much involved in the draft and the strategy formulation. And it'll be really interesting to see what he helps them come up with.
Yeah, there's this one quote that I brought up earlier in the tournament. When it was originally said, it was said as an insult, but I find it as something that's like really important to think about anytime you have a team sport. The quote is, "Some people play the piano, some people move the piano." I know you know the quote. It's like a very random basketball quote, and it was like one of the most obnoxious things that the human being could have said at the time, right? But it's one of these things where you kind of have to look at like, what's the goal, right? If you're gonna play a concert, somebody needs to get the piano in place, set up everything, and then somebody sits down and plays the piano. They may make it look interesting, and it's great when they're playing the piano, but you have to think, okay, what actually led to the goal? And all of these top teams, and we said it when we were watching Divine, we said it when we were watching all these other matches, they weren't able to figure out those win conditions the same way.
Yeah, and honestly, yesterday we saw Alliance move the piano, and then Miracle sat down to play, because that really would not have been the same had they not made certain decisions. But we won't need to get into it.
Well, let's talk about the decisions that they are actually going to make. The draft is already started. Let's see how this first game is going to go in our series.
We're getting started quickly here. I hope you're all ready. This is what we've all been waiting for. It's these three teams. We saw it coming. Secret, Enigma, OG. And what better way to start off the day than with a TI rematch, right? I mean, this is a banner event. I couldn't have asked for a better panel to join me for it. Lizard and Fogged. Gentlemen, we already have some expectations for how this matchup is going to go. These teams have faced each other in this tournament very recently, and it did not look pretty. What has been learned since that last matchup, Fogged?
Less greed is what I would say, right? I think they got really punished with this Morphling, with their arc warding kind of strategy. I think that OG had a strategy versus it. They executed it at its finest. I think Enigma, they have to tone it down a notch on the greed and look for more just battling. And I think they're very capable of it. We know they are, right? So I think it's going to be a lot more like early game, a lot more just like low cooldowns, just going to be this constant battling.
Like the first game, what I'm looking for is to see if they'll pick Arc Warden or not.
Yeah.
Because I think this hero has been figured out not by OG but by Alliance. OG obviously did win against it, but the way Alliance played in that first game, in which they did lose in the end, that's true.
But barely by a technicality, really.
Yeah, by technicality, exactly. I think the way they played that game is the perfect example of how you should play against Arc Warden strategies. Get heroes that pressure the map early on, plus get heroes with high reach or high mobility. Your Storm Spirits, your Nature's Prophets.
He's advocating for Storm. Oh God.
Okay. I'm not for that 26% win rate hero with 40 plus games. I'm not advocating.
But conceptually,
of course, I know you're I was just messing.
Yeah, and especially after seeing how OG played against Secret, they are just as fast as ever before. That Phantom Assassin game indicated that they are doubling down on this early skirmish mentality, and Enigma are not really going to fall into the trap, at least not in the first phase. No Arc Warden quite yet. Phoenix and Viper for the first phase.
That's interesting. So, we're talking about their way that they're drafting and everything. It's like this buff up strategy. It's all about this huge 4 protect 1, right? I look at them opening up with a Viper. That's a hero that messes a lot with the 4 protect 1.
Yeah.
You break a lot of these heroes that are that 4 protect 1. Like let's say it's a PA, for example.
Like
you're broken.
Before.
Your ult doesn't work. Nothing works. If you get hit on another toxin, ulti as well is very efficient. I can see why they're opening with this Viper now.
I love it, but keep in mind that most teams have been banning out this Viper versus Team Enigma just because of this. It completely destroys 4 protect 1, and it activates Enigma on a different way. They want to be playing these heroes that destroy lanes. Like I've ever since I listened to some interview of FNG, the way he described Enigma and how it is to play against them, I've seen this pattern in every one of their games. They play this anti-game in which they try to just crush everything that you're doing. You see this Viper. It isn't like some strategy that they really want to play and that's going to be built around their core. It's a strategy that destroys OG and their potential to go for that PA or Spectre.
Yeah. They actually banned the PA anyway. Oh God, I gotta sneeze.
It's okay.
Absorbed. Okay, we're good.
That was close.
Wow, that was tough. And they also get the Phoenix too. So GH, he's played Phoenix and Rubik in majority of their games. He did have that one Elder Titan game, but yeah, they're already drafting around their very comfortable kind of style, and it works really well with Viper too.
It's how they opened up. They open up with Rubik, with Phoenix, or with... There's one more hero, Venge. That's like the 3 heroes that they open up with. And Phoenix on Team Enigma works in a little bit of a different way because of that Yule's Meteor Hammer build that he goes for all the time, and I love it. Like that build is so sick. It just creates... Like, usually when you think about Phoenix, it's your Veil Shivas, right? Maybe a Nern Vessel, but he just makes it work differently because you can pressure the towers as well.
I swear I see him land the most 3-man Meteor Hammers somehow as these Phoenix.
What do you think about the difference between that build, the Yule's Meteor Hammer, versus the Halberd Rush, which is what I believe we saw in the Secret OG series yesterday? It's strengths and weaknesses, obviously, seeing as how there's a Magnus on the side of OG, it's probably going to be some big one-position core that they're going to be buffing up. Would a disarm be more valuable, or is the control more valuable?
The things I did notice actually was the Meteor Hammer. It has that, we can call it like that meme potential. It has this cool kind of like dive plays that you can do, but it also just gives you good mana regen. It gives you a good amount of mana to be able to play. Because I actually was watching Yapsor, I think in 2 or 3 separate fights, because he went for this Halberd build, he would dive in, use all his spells, and then not have mana for egg. Yeah. So I think this enables you to be able to always have that mana, always be able to fight and just keep your impact on the map.
Yeah. Coming from a Phoenix like spammer, let's say, put it that way, the moment they nerfed the Fire Spirits 2 times in a row when it comes to mana, you just have to itemize differently. You need an old talisman at least, or a magic wand, or something that's going to allow you to constantly have mana in team fights. But that Halberd, like you mentioned, could be very, very good versus some of these heroes that are buffed up by Magnus, but so is Yules. Yules works just as well against that. And it's not affected by status resistance.
Yep. So. I'm mainly happy to see Weehaw on, like you said, a lane winner right off the bat, because it feels like more often than not, Weehaw's been in recovery mode for a lot of these Nigma matches. And as great as that looks for Miracle, because he's taking space and just taking a lot of abuse, it would be a welcome change of pace, especially versus a team like OG, to actually have an early and mid-game relevance.
Absolutely, and I see that, we didn't really talk too much about all these bans, but looking at the opening bans, right, you see that Void Spirit Invoker, like Thompson's specialty. Even though he's been definitely suffered a bit on the Invokers, his if you looked at his KDA yesterday, it was, he actually was like 11, 26, and like 14 or something. It was pretty underwhelming, but because he's playing this like supporting kind of style Invoker, they don't want to deal with it when there's a Magnus on the other side too, so...
You did mention that they like to win lanes with Wii, right? But the problem that I do see here already is that Wind Ranger does extremely well versus Viper in the lane.
Yep.
That's historically a really good matchup. Now the question is, will they put Thompson on that Wind Ranger? Because this, most of the time, is a Saxa hero. And if you have Saxa Wind Ranger plus offlane Magnus, that's really, really strong.
Okay, so they go the Shaker here. So that's a great way to always stop Sunray. I feel like a lot of the times I've been seeing these Phoenixes just sitting in the back, getting the Sunray off. Also helps out your lanes a lot because you can just, block. You can make easy rotations too. If it is a Wind Ranger mid, versus a Viper, the matchup is already kind of decent. Have a Fissure thrown in, you can change the tides of it.
It still can be a position 5 Magnus, remember, because when you're looking at Shaker plus Magnus, I don't feel like that's the strongest offlane combo. When I look at Magnus plus Wind Ranger, that's pretty sick. You can empower her, she can hit targets, she can wind run and just continuously harass. Shaker, he affects the lane in different ways. He's not really your harasser. Because of that, this lineup of OG is really strong, as it's very ambiguous in a way that Team Nigma can't predict completely where each one of these heroes is going to go.
Rubik's still in availability, but wow, actually Nigma going with the Disruptor. Now that's a throwback. Haven't seen this hero at all.
Yeah, look at Seb. Even Seb's reaction. He's whoa, like his eyebrows going. He's like, oh, okay.
Interesting.
Yeah. Besides Storm Spirit, Disruptor has a very low win rate in this tournament as well.
Yeah. So give me some justifications here. What are we looking at? Because I know maxing out the nuke kind of has some lane winning potential if that's what they're looking for. Obviously, Glimpse is the be-all, end-all. And if he manages to get a lot of farm, obviously the mute on the Aghanim Static Storm is great. But still, what is this hero offering in a Phoenix and Viper opening here?
Catch is what I'm looking at. Catch, and if they're expecting this Wind Ranger to be core, it just ruined. You're screwed. Right? You're relying so much on your Wind Run. You Wind Run away, you're going to get glimpsed into it. You're just completely shut down. So I think that's...
Because of that, it's pretty solid. You also have that kinetic field plus your ulti to follow up after Magnus RPs. If he RPs, you can use that everything there, so they can't follow up exactly in a way. But overall, the one thing that Team Nigma is missing heavily right now are stuns. Like, they do have some control. Maybe an Atos will be necessary on this Viper. I'm not sure if that's what we likes to build, but it's a possibility. You do have catch with that glimpse, but you don't have any reliable stuns.
Yeah, that's why I feel that part of the reason why Disruptor fell off is because Kunkka just kind of did his job, but better in a lot of circumstances. But now that you already have the Viper confirmed as the mid laner, and the Terrorblade for Miracle, you can't really go for a core like that, so you have to find a support with Catch instead.
Yeah, I think this last pick for Enigma is, I think it's very likely to be Beastmaster or Sanking. It's either they want some hard stun that comes from the Sanking, or they want some BKB Piercing Disable, perhaps.
And it's a really good call, because those are the two heroes that they really like as well. They play a lot of Sand King. Usually they combo it with Phoenix or with Phoenix Arc Warden. Here they don't have the Arc, but it still fits the job. It doesn't matter, really. Are you seeing the same thing? Is this now most likely a position 5 Magnus, right? And then you have Shaker, Nature's Prophet offlane, Wind Ranger mid?
Yeah, that's what it looks like right now, at least.
Okay.
Yeah, still an immense amount of flexibility left for OG, which is definitely what they showed in their secret draft, whereas versus Nigma, it seems pretty straightforward as they ban out the Beastmaster.
They're going to ban out.
I just want to say this. It looks very straightforward, but there's a real method to the way they're picking these heroes and what they're banning out. Fourth pick Terrorblade, then they ban out the Drow and the Troll. Now, what remains for OG? Perhaps a Sven that's really good with this Magnus, right? But do you really want to play it into the Viper and Phoenix and Terrorblade? You don't, right?
Look great.
And they're putting you in this rough spot when it comes to last picking a hero. Arc is still in the pool, right?
Not necessarily an Empower pairing, though. I feel like whenever they're going for the...
I'm not saying it is, but it's Incredible versus Viper versus Phoenix versus Terrorblade.
I think it had to be Sanking or Beastmaster for that last pick, like we were mentioning, but Beastmaster was banned. Sanking fits everything. It also works well with their draft. Gives them an actual stun to deal with these heroes. I like that last pick there.
And OG banning out the Slardar, I guess they're worried about that damage amplification.
Yeah. AM is pretty good versus SK, but do you really want to play it into TB and into the Viper? That's also a bit problematic.
How's the PA that they went for last time? I know it's banned, actually.
It's banned, and you, even if it's not, you're playing it into a Viper, which can be a bit problematic.
Not a lot of options. They're mostly all the big ones are banned out. The Jug, the PA, that Troll.
Void.
So it's like AM and
Sven.
They are going to do the Sven. There's a lot of control for him to deal with, but...
the way Nigma is drafting and the way they're banning, the succession of bans and picks leaves you this opening, allows you to pick Sven. They knew this was coming, like 90%. They knew it, because if we knew, they knew as well. Is this the right option for OG or not? Sven is extremely strong, but you are playing into Viper, into Terrorblade.
Yeah, it's interesting you mentioned that because, I mean, despite the amount of flex potential that OG had, it seems like Nigma kind of railroaded them into picking what you mentioned, like a Sven, anti-mage, some melee pairing for this Empower, and now, wow, very, very even odds here, 1.78 OG to 1.98 Nigma, and overall pretty even drafts as well, right, Fogged?
Yeah, definitely. I see OG probably looking to set a pace here with like the Nature's Prophet, but I do see Nigma with very strong ways to kind of respond here. I think it's going to be OG like with the big BKB timing that can come out for the Sven, but he still has to worry. Like this Viper can really mess up a lot of things here.
They were also very flexible. Probably not going to happen here, but I believe they played even a position 4 Sven in one of the games. I don't think that's happening at all here, but it's open. It's out there. Like you said, I really like the way they scale with the Sven, with the Magnus Empower if they get a couple of good RPs, but on the other side, you will have Break. Phoenix does not care too much about Sven because of the Fire Spirits, because of the egg that you can dodge that egg and then stun later on when it comes. And TB is arguably one of the better heroes versus him.
Yeah, and I really like the Sanking pick personally. I think it fits like everything they needed in their draft. I'm just a little worried about Disruptor. I don't know what this hero really does right now because he's been looking really weak in most of the games. But I mean, I think the drafts look pretty fair, and it is Miracle on Terrorblade, one of his really comfortable heroes. But he is versus a couple annoying things. Like Sherry's good versus Nature's Prophet, but there is always going to be RP.
It's all good for comfort.
That's good for comfort.
We want to see this showdown. We want to see everyone in their element. Let's pass it over to our casters, Capitalist and Jenkins.
OG. Team Nigma. To the battlefield.
That's right. Good morning, everybody, and we're going to start off with a hot clash here between OG and Nigma. A revival of the TI Finals. We get to see these two teams clash again. Since their loss to OG, however, Nigma has only managed to win a single series in this DPC season. In fact, it includes a loss here in this very tournament where they got 2-0'd by OG. So, Nigma coming into this with something to prove, Jenkins.
Yeah, that's all.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
I don't think they can keep him there is the problem, but still.
11 seconds. He's good. He's all right.
Either way, the fact that he has to use his TP scroll does mean OG kind of freely get whatever lane matchup they want now.
This is true, and I was thinking that Nigma in this game, they really need to get these lanes right. I was thinking there's going to be some lane shenanigans because there are some nice counters on Nigma to the OG heroes. If you can get Viper versus the Sven, it's pretty nice. If you get Sand King versus the Sven, it's pretty nice. Looks like they are actually choosing to put the TB into the Sven lane. What support do we have up here? I suppose it's a Magnus, so you know you're going to free farm.
Pull back here from the skewer. The meta's still up, but they're just going on to Miracle here, not allowing him to get in that good harassment damage. It looks like he may go down, pops the Fairy Fire, tries to get the last hit, and they do manage to do it. No Tail goes down first. Miracle's going to try and juke it out, but Mid-1 cuts down the tree to reveal him and claim Miracle's head.
That's meta cooldown, and also he has no TP.
Oh,
like
yeah.
That is just one of the worst things that can happen. You wouldn't expect a 5 Magnus to contribute so much at this point, but...
Locked in, mind control. Level 1 burrow strike here, blocked in by the tree, and that's why he has to use the burrow to get out. So, already, OG off to a flying start here in the laning phase. Or even the mid lane, you could see Weeha's getting quite low to Thompson's persistent harassment.
Yeah,
sure, that's going to be a fun matchup, just back and forth.
I think neither of them are going to be too happy in that lane.
Yeah.
You know, you got the physical damage to harass the Viper down, but you're going to take that magic damage straight back. Rough. What a struggle it is up here. No Tail just trying to pull people into that tower. Miracle doesn't have that meta to work with.
He keeps doing it time and time again.
So annoying.
Every single time, gets a hit in, threatens them to back away with the skewer. And Mid-1 is getting some, feels like some pretty free CS at this point, even though it is a double melee matchup. The skewer back into the tower. Just beautiful from No Tail, man.
You know what? Oh, Thompson, be careful, man. Look, 3. Okay, he's got the Fairy Fire. He's good to go.
Oh, blocked in. Saksa tried to keep GH at bay, but he does go down. GH used both of his abilities, but it's not like Seb can stick around and really finish him off anyway. Oh, Thompson really daring him here. He's still got the win run and the power shot with a Fairy Fire on top. That is going to be enough for his bottle to start flying out, but this is going to be a very key wave that comes in where he can't really feel too good about playing forward here until he's actually got the bottle regen in.
Yeah, that's a slow courier, man. You could see he went for the second point in the wind run just to deal with this situation. He'll have enough levels to eventually max out that power shot, so it's no big deal, but he has to do this because you know Wee's going to play up like this.
Yep. Thompson leading him into the side here. The courier doesn't go down, gets the bottle, starts harping in those stat items. Nice play by Wee the Hot there to be able to cut down one of those bottle charges a little bit.
I'm kind of thinking, just looking at this No Tail Magnus, maybe it wasn't the PA that was so great in that game versus Secret. Maybe it was the No Tail Magnus. Like this has been amazing so far, what he's done with this here. And we saw that like the 4 or 5 man RP that he did in that game as well.
Yeah, and if you're able to pull off, like, I imagine the biggest downside of a 5 Magnus has got to be its laning phase. It's a melee hero, but if he can manage to cobble together really good situations like this, looks like another skewer back, pull back in with the shockwave here. Mid-1 looks to finish him off. They're going to battle back and forth, but the wand charge is going to make the difference. Mid-1 will survive, and if anything, RMN, he may still be in trouble. It's going to pop the Mango. Go for it here. The Thunder Strike. Is that going to finish him off? The Fairy Fire goes off. One more hit, and he does die, claiming the killing streak, but still missing out on all that experience. Meanwhile, Seb going down in the bottom lane. This Phoenix Sand King lane is getting a little rough now.
It's a lot of magic damage to put onto the Nature's Prophet. It's not easy to trade with these heroes that can just burst you down, but with regards to this top lane, honestly, if you're mid-1, you want to die there. If you trade your life for the kill, nobody's alive to get that experience, and you just come back with more levels, more gold, and full resources. This top lane, I think they need to rotate out of this pretty soon on Nigma.
Yeah, this does seem like it's getting a little rough here. And I'm not sure if like pulling the Phoenix over would make things different, or if they just need to fully swap lanes. Weeha really trying to pressure into Thompson here. These two mid laners, man, going up against each other, they're just both so goddamn aggressive.
I'm surprised neither of them have died here.
Yeah, seriously.
They're just sitting out low HP and constantly sending out regen.
Both of them have like Fairy Fires, or here with Weeha, Magic Wand charges that can turn things around if you dive in too deep. Tops is going to go for it now, but now he's extended a little bit too deep as RMN should manage to pick up the kill with the Thunder Strike. GH is also there. Saksa, he's going to try and finish off Weeha here with the Enchant Totem hit, but he's not able to do so. Weeha stays alive in this one. In this first game anyway, Weeha walks away with the early victory.
So difficult to kill a Viper. No Tail.
Is he gonna kill him?
Can you really
Is he gonna get him?
Can you really do this?
Look at this build from No Tail too. Ring of Regen, 2 healing cells.
Yeah, he's just trying to heal up mid-1, playing the ultimate support. I can't believe Mag Sven somehow is just dumpstering this top lane.
Yeah, seriously.
Look at this, and he's just infesting this triangle all by himself. Are you kidding
He's gonna
me?
chill here. He's got the skewer. Pulls Miracle out of position somewhere Miracle doesn't really want to be. Invis Rune. That's going to be found in top lane, so the refill and Rune for Thompson.
I'm gonna be honest, I can't believe NoTail kept a straight face in his cam while doing that. You'd think that he's just laughing hysterically, but he's full on finals mode. He's serious
dude,
mode.
he's a killer right now. It looks like he's got the same face after that loss to Secret, you know, where they just look unhappy and mean.
Yeah, he wants to win.
You don't normally think of OG of all teams to be like that, since we've seen them with so happy with so much success in the last two True Science. Mid one's going to come in, pops the God Strength. They're going to turn on a Miracle here, a level 4 Terrorblade versus the level 6 Fen, and they might actually be able to walk away with a victory here as mid one. No! The skewer back, but eventually they do get the kill on a mid one. Meanwhile, mid lane, a focus fire and a dance away from Thompson. He actually gets the kill, and for now is getting out. And here goes one of those healing salves from Seb, it looks like, was passed over. He's going to TP out.
This is a crazy game. You just have this like epic battle between the carries that probably shouldn't be fighting on the top lane. They're just like, well, I think I trade better than you. They both just fight to the death. And then mid lane, you have 4 other people fighting simultaneously. Bot lane, nobody's even down there. You know, somebody could be getting all this CS. It's so funny when you see these top teams clash with each other. The mind games that go on.
Pull back in. They're going to have to go into tower range for this one. NoTail. Okay, they don't really need the skewer so much. He's going to pop it here to make sure Armament does die. They're going to be stuck here, taking a little bit of tower hits, but Seb, he is going to try and use this opportunity to push down the tower nice and early. GH is going to be there to respond. One of the better heroes to do so.
Yeah, clear up that wave with the spirits. You can see that that's why the Treants have been microed away. They're just going to die. You'd like to protect the catapult, but you can't against the Phoenix.
He's got the Burrow Strike, but he's got a haste, so I'm not sure if you can actually do that much to him. Thompson gets a bit low, but ultimately he is fine.
If they could have gotten a Viper Strike off there, maybe that would result in a kill with that Burrow, but unfortunate haste timing. Or fortunate, depending on who you're a fan of.
I feel like this is going to be hard for Nigma to be able to keep up, just because they are matched up against a core Furion. If we are seeing such heavy rotations and so much fighting, then I have to assume naturally the Nature's Prophet is going to give OG the edge.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, you look at this mid hero that they have too. They have a Viper, right? This is a slow hero. He just kind of runs his face at towers, and if you run away from him, there's not much that he can do. Whereas this Wind Ranger, like this hero, she's got a mobility ability. It's very easy for her to be around the map and being active. So I think in the mid matchup as well, OG definitely takes the edge here. And then they have a farming Sven with the Magnus in power.
Which is where Enigma have to be really careful with their rotations, whether it's with TPs or just walking across the map. They do not want to be outmaneuvered by OG, and this is currently a dead even game here. This Miracle's actually farming up the bottom lane right now. So he started off in the off lane and then rotated in the safe lane, which normally we see the opposite.
It's very, very strange lane setup so far, but once again, when you see these top teams, there's so many plays and counterplays and mind games that are happening that it can kind of look like a Herald pub, but it's just some crazy shenanigans going on.
Thompson going to be Burrow struck up here. Trapped inside the kinetic field. They're going to turn around. The Fire Spirits are still up for GH, so he can pop the Supernova. Feeling okay, but oh no. Saksa and NoTail both came in from the side to be able to finish him up. Mid one super low. Mind control. He's going to have that last Burrow Strike to finish him off. Turn back around. Oh, the Viper put up on the high ground by NoTail, but he does have the TP, and ultimately Enigma do walk away with the win. Around that Supernova, they trade 1 for 3.
So this is exactly what you're mentioning. Like I think in order to fix the fact that you don't have these super fast-paced heroes, you have to play very aggressive. You can see they're playing into OG's triangle. They're going for that particular bounty rune as opposed to the more defensive ones, even with the TB. I imagine we'll probably see Miracle show up to some pushes this game. He's done it on Arc Warden, so I imagine he'll do it on TB, who's obviously much better at pushing. And I think that's exactly what they need to do. They need to start closing in the map on OG, or else they're going to possibly get outpaced.
Yeah. Close, but not quite. says Weehaw as Thompson's power shot. Slightly misses him. That one hits, though. And you could see Thompson's just trying to like bring down the wave and get the Viper a little bit low because this is a Siege Wagon push. Mid one's going to come in. Actually, okay, that
nice
Stormhammer. Nice Shackle does manage to latch onto Weehaw, so even if the Stormhammer missed, now pull back in here, RMN. Static Storm doing a good amount of damage here to mid one. RMN eventually going to die here, and this is looking like a fight that is going to be won in turn for OG. This time a 2-0.
Really nice fissure there, too, from Soxa, just splitting up that fight. Nobody could get in. You could see Mind Control was there, and burrow into Epicenter could be quite devastating. I mean, mid one was sitting at 20%, 30% HP, so just splitting up that fight with the fissure, it's hard to be useful on Earthshaker at this point in the game without a blink. You start feeling like you really need that item. But in that situation, the fissure was very critical.
Nice read. It was very smart by Soxa. He knew where the Terrorblade was going to be, too, but fortunately, just there, a second too late. Miracle does do a good job of like keeping some of the pressure off that safe lane tower, cleans up one creep wave, but ultimately he's got to retreat. OG are making a heavy commitment here to take down this tier 1. Nigma in turn are going to try and force down this mid tower, but here comes Soxa already with the two-man Fissure. Thompson pushing them back with a power shot as well. Nigma, I think we're hoping to be able to get a nice trade out of that, but OG split just well enough.
Yeah, this is something that they're quite good at doing. We've seen Team Secret, they did this, and then coming into the next day, OG started kind of taking a page out of their book, splitting up their combo so that they can take an objective, defend an objective. Not easy to do, but once again, when you have... I think they need to blink on Sand King, on Nigma. Yeah. I think that's one way that you can make this... Actually, went for the travels. I think that's one way that you can make this defense from Thompson very punishable. You can just, Epi into blink burrow him, and then he dies, and then all of a sudden you take that mid tower, maybe more.
So the fact that he did go the Boots of Travel first does mean that they may have missed out on an opportunity there, but the idea behind this Boots of Travel, I assume, is just to kind of match the mobility of OG, right? He needs to get in front of all these tower pushes when possible, when it feels safe enough to do so.
Right, yeah, I think that's fair. You have this Nature's Prophet running around, taking towers of treants. You get the Boots of Travel, you just show up to wherever he is and defend it. Sand King's possibly the best tower defender in Dota currently, so.
He flew at his Blink Dagger into the mid-tier 2, TP'd there, picks it up, smoke play.
And Thompson's gonna die.
This is gonna be pretty fast. Mind Control's gonna show up immediately. Burrow Strike onto Thompson here. Thompson's gonna be held inside the kinetic field, so can't really use that win run to his advantage. And Miracle will also sweep in with the meta ready to go. I love how fast that was, right? Didn't wait for the Blink Dagger to fly out to the top lane, right?
Nope.
Delivered it to mid-tier 2. Fast smoke play into mid. Miracle was already making the rotation there as well.
Yeah, literally, like, you could do that about 0.5 seconds faster, hypothetically. Like, that was as crisp as it gets.
Yeah.
Nigma has it turned on this game, for sure.
And as a result, they are netted with a nice kill on the mid-tier 1 tower, slightly evening things up. Mind Control still has to deal with these pesky pushes in the bottom lane. Meanwhile, though, the Sven was taking some time to farm and completed an Echo Saber.
Thompson. We here, but
does manage to get the shackle there, latched onto the side lane trees. The focus fire is out. Weehaw, he already had a decent amount of health there from the charges. There goes the Burrow Strike as well. The last bit of focus fire plus the damage comes in from the Sven to be able to finish him off. But the Sven is now in a kind of nasty position here behind this tier 1 tower, dropping a little bit low. RMN trying to back away into the trees, into the safety of the Sandstorm. GH drops a meteor. Oh, it misses on Soxa. Soxa hits the Echo Slam. They just need a little bit more damage to finish off RMN. They actually use the RP, but that's not going to be enough. With the 2-man Burrow Strike, they're going to drop the Supernova. And now the supports, No Tail, a smart TP away, gets him away from that situation. He actually managed to make the read. Glimpses on cooldown, Burrow Strike on cooldown. He can get the free escape.
Yeah, very nice. Good defense from Nigma. It's not the most important tower to defend, but you have the Sand King. Like, you know that you're going to win these fights. You could even see mid one in that fight playing so careful not to hard commit to it because he knew that the Sand King blink was coming out. Like, he was going to get blink burrowed, and if it's a 2-man burrow, I think it's quite devastating for OG. So good read on for OG there, getting out of that. That could have been a lot worse, I think, with how crazy that dive was.
Why does the TB's talents, why is it a higher number for evasion than movement speed?
That's a Great question.
I feel like just 1-to-1 evasion might be a little bit more value.
Because nobody was going that talent, and then it got buffed 7 patches in a row.
Uh-huh.
That definitely helps.
And here we are at 16%.
Very annoying to play against, honestly. As if this hero didn't have enough effective HP against physical damage.
Yeah, currently sitting at 32 armor.
And that actually is a big problem for OG to address, is that they're all physical damage currently against this Terrorblade.
Yeah, sure.
Who has got so much effective HP. We saw the trading in the laning phase, mid one versus TB.
See if they can chain stun GH down here, prevent him from getting off the Icarus dive, and they do. Mid dive. Mid one does manage to get that kill. TP out from RMN, but there's a Fissure to be able to catch him. 2 kills. 2 pickoffs here for OG. Very nice. Both the supports dying.
So, it's a couple of kills, frees up this top area. This lets them make moves on the map, but it's not going to result in any objectives. That mid tower, we is still sitting in front of it. You're not going to get that.
Yeah.
Just kind of a stalling couple of kills there. Stopping the pressure from Nigma, which, if you're OG, you're okay with this. You have a Magnus. You're going to win the late game if you keep farming. Nice stacks.
Yeah, big time stacks. And I'm guessing the next timing for OG is going to be around this BKB of this Sven.
Yeah,
and
this
they're
is
just going to try and go ham.
This is very likely. I mean, every one of these heroes on Nigma, basically, you have all this magic burst damage. The Viper ult does go through, which is a bit unfortunate. Obviously, the Terrorblade doesn't care that much about a BKB, but you can at least disengage if you have the BKB. There's nothing currently that is going to stop a BKB TP, so it basically makes you immortal in this game if you play it well enough.
And thanks to the assistance of No Tail, the stacks, our Sven is currently sitting 2,000 net worth above the Terrorblade, though it is a very even game still. As, the big difference is GH and Saksa. GH has gotten a lot more farm out of his Phoenix, while Saksa was struggling to complete his Blink Dagger not so long ago, though I think he may have it now. Mind Control, they're going to go for him first. There's the Static Storm to help Mind Control get out of here. The RP goes down onto the Terrorblade here, trying to catch him in the Phoenix, but it looks like, okay, that's just going to be No Tail dead. Not a whole lot he could do with that. Is that a TV illusion? I swear to God, I saw a TV. Mind Control. Okay, they have the reflection, but mid one still has a haste druid, so he's going to take the time to farm up the Ancients right in front of them.
So funny.
He's out, and they're all good.
Like, he knows they're going to take the triangles, so he's like, you're not taking these Ancients. These are mine. Snags those up there. I mean, that was really nice mag play by No Tail there. Like, he had, the RP into Shockwave, into pulling 3 people together with the Skewer, but there wasn't anything to follow up. Earthshaker was dead, and mid one wasn't there on Sven, so you've got none of this AoE stun for a really nice play like that. And RMN with a really nice Static Storm there, catching the Earthshaker. They need him to teamfight currently.
Okay. Just a couple of tier 2 items still left out there, but OG, it's time for them to make a move. They're going to move to this bottom lane, make use of the Orchid here to try and finish off GH, but they do have a little bit of helping hand there in the Eul Scepter. Mind Control's got to get out of here. Blink Dagger up in a second. Is he going to be able to get off just before the Stormhammer hits him? Mind Control escapes, and that's all important. If they kill Mind Control, then tower pushes become a real possibility for OG.
Yeah, 100%. GH is going to be alive soon. It's not the biggest deal to lose him. Like, this game is being played so fast by both teams. There's such little downtime between kill and objective, and you respawn and immediately OG swarms this bot lane and Nigma has to leave. Like, it's resulted in such a, okay, burrow in.
Okay, the Orchid,
Careful.
There's no Sandstorm out here. Mind Control. He's going to use the Eul Scepter and try and get off the Sandstorm, but they're probably very likely going to have some vision to see him. Yeah, and that's behind the towers, actually. They've got a Ward Sentry combo that allows them to be able to take this mid tower in one fell swoop. Now they're looking for a little bit more. Mid one still has this BKB to be able to operate off of. Meteor Hammer coming down, Static Storm, they're both going to miss here. Okay, the Skewer back in. The Viper is a much more feasible target for mid one to be able to go on to, but he's taking a lot of damage now with the Supernova going out. Going to pop the Sunder for just a little bit of helping hand in the HP, but mid one looks to be able to finish him off, and an Echo Saber hit. Does manage to get that kill. Mid one reads it quite well there. GH kind of diving through, but while people are low, it's not low enough for a support to do the job to finish him off. The Skewer back, the Focus Fire, okay. Just a little bit more damage here. And that is 4 dead. All they lost was Seb. OG. Are they going to be able to... Nah, they're just backing up to Roche, right? They're not actually going to do Roche? No.
It's a hard Roche to take with the respawn timers being so short. Man, I'm impressed. Well, I mean, it's OG. I mean, this is a two-time TI winning team, obviously, so they're very capable of doing this. But it's such an impressive call to make, to commit to an unkillable egg on the low ground that nobody can hit, and just press BKB and focus a TB in his own triangle. Like, to make that call, to do that on the high ground, it is so risky.
Mind Control gets the initiation. Soxa tries to respond in turn with the Aggro Slam. Kind of whiffs there as he took a little bit of damage and wasn't able to get the jump he was looking for. As a result, both he and Thompson will go down. Seb, Glimpse, Burrow Strike. That'll be what stops the teleport in. And just as quickly as you thought OG had the advantage in team fights, Nigma strike back.
I don't know if he was trying to echo to stop the dive. I feel like he was trying, or maybe he took some damage or something like that. It looked like it could have been both. It's kind of an ambiguous situation, but very unfortunate to have him use that there, because Nigma, like if they see that, they're obviously going to take a fight, and now
they're going to be the ones.
Too. Even if he respawns, 11, he doesn't have Echo Slam.
Yeah.
How do you fight this?
They don't have meta, but they do have some stuns, and they put 5 heroes in here. The Fire Spirits do a lot when it comes to not taking too much damage from Roshan. And, they have a medallion, actually. Who has that medallion? Because none of their heroes really naturally pick it up, but I actually missed it.
No, it's at least right in.
They have that nice egg there out on top. They're going to be trying to pull him back in, but the glimpse doesn't happen fast enough. Mid one turns around with his BKB. Sunder, the Sunder actually trying to help out Mind Control, but now Miracle's exposed. He can't get out of here. That's going to be his first life. It could be his second life as well. Nope, OG, they're going to back up. They see GH. They say that's a much easier target. No need to try and force things too much here. Let's get this kill on the support, play on our high ground, and Nigma do not feel comfortable going into that high ground just yet, or maybe they will. Mind Control's going to jump in, manage to get the Burrow Strike with mid one. No longer having the BKB, a 2-man Stormhammer stun. They're getting in some damage here with the Orchid onto Weehaw as well. He may be taken out here. They just need a little bit more. Sox is trying to finish him off. He turns around. No, that Fisher doesn't go off in time. Miracle's quite low as well. Surely Thompson's going to be there to finish him off, and they will. Epicenter slowing down Thompson as much as possible. They see Seb's quite low, but he TP's out successfully. Thompson trying to chase after him. They get the Burrow Strike, but Mind Control sees No Tail here, and he's like, this is not good at all. He's been shackled, shotted up. No Tail skewers him over to Weehaw, and they're going to bring back in Seb. They see the focus fire onto Weehaw. Does enough damage? It barely does. Mind Control misses the Burrow Strike onto Thompson. Thompson survives through it all, but Mind Control equally will retreat. Will go back in, or is he going to hide and just TP out? What's going on here? TP away.
I did pull through the trees. He saw him. Yeah, he's like, oh. Didn't trust myself there. Man, the constant fighting in this. I feel like both sides need a pipe. Am I crazy that they don't? I don't think they have any pipes. I think they have mech on Seb, which is definitely helping out a lot. No, just Greaves on Wii. Of course, that's going to help. You're asking about the medallion. That's also on Wii, so he's building to...
Very utility build to just try and buff up Miracle as much as possible. Yeah. This seems to be a bit of a trend towards the end of the tournament.
Yeah, which is exactly what we've seen from Nigma as well. Just Wii is almost always going for this utility build.
Yep. Vlad's going to be completed soon for Mind Control. Everything they can to try and make this Terrorblade stronger than the Sven, and in turn, OG trying to do something similar here. Good catch on Asaxa.
He's just chilling in the trees, trying to set up like a good support, staying in the trees.
Almost 2 kills a minute here is the pace of the game as we approach the 25-minute bounty runes. And surprisingly, Nigma are not going to go out and try and fight for it. They just take the 2 atop. Okay, nope, they are going to do at least a little bit of engagement here. Burrow Strike into the Old Scepter, into the Static Storm, but no. Thompson, he gets outside of that, but he also pops his BKB. So, if anything, Nigma are probably going to be pretty happy with
the creep's giving vision of him. He could maybe get glimpsed here. No, they're good. It's hard to commit into that high ground. You don't know what the heck is up there. Like, No Tail could be there, sitting with the blink, ready to go. Thompson just went for a Javelin into BKB rush, which I think it makes a lot of sense. Ooh, Seb, he's caught here.
Yeah, Mind control. He just, like, he's got a Yule Scepter, so he knows he just can stay on top of Zeb. And eventually his team will catch up to him. All he has to do is make sure that Zeb can't TP out. Now he uses the Burrow Strike because he thinks that the rest of the damage is going to be here, but he actually did not manage to get off the epicenter in time. Yes, the rest of his team is here, but so is OG. Most importantly, Mid-Wan is here. And
they just saw the weak TP'd out.
Oh, Burrow Strike over to the side. They have the Stormhammer. They know whoever they got here, they actually do have still some heroes around. They're going to be able to pop it as Miracle comes forward with the meta. RP comes out, managed to grab the 2 cores with the Sven on top, cleaving through Weehaw nice and quick, but he does manage to get off his Guardian Greaves. Mid-Wan needs a little bit more damage, goes in the back line with a Shackle Shot onto 3. This cleave damage doing too much, but Miracle's still pumping out the damage onto Mid-Wan right now, and Thompson can't possibly threaten that much armor. Ultra kill for Miracle. They had so many good AoE stuns set up, but poor old Mid-Wan could not get the damage out fast enough. Ultimately, it's going to be a rampage for Miracle.
Man, this Viper dies in the fight, but he's actually doing so much work, as well as the Fire Spirits. Like, Mid-Wan can't get a single hit off.
Yeah.
He's trying to trade with Miracle, and like we saw 4 people grouped up. That was a beautiful RP, but it doesn't matter when you're playing into all of this slow and disable.
Imagine what a difference it would have been, that fight, if they actually killed the Viper off of that RP.
Yeah, exactly.
Because he gets off the Guardian Greaves,
exactly
all of a sudden you have to go for more hits.
There's been this almost greed from OG to try to go for Miracle Terrorblade. They see the RP and it's like, okay, I believe that Thompson is going to finish off the Viper. Yeah. I'm going to go for this TB. Oh no, the Viper's alive. He pops the Greaves. He's still slowing this entire time. You have 4 heroes stacked up together, but there's no cleave happening because he's attacking once per 3 seconds on the Sven. And sure, he's got the Echo Saber, but he doesn't have the attack speed to deal with this.
And if a majority of the heroes on Nigma are still alive and your BKB is down, you're in trouble as that Sven. You're no longer going to be getting a whole lot of hits off.
Yeah, it's looking...
Dire are scanning.
It's looking bleak. I mean, that was a really nice RP. They need to burst somebody. That's the bottom line here. They need to take the Viper out. They need to take GH out. Like, they need to focus fire. I don't think... After watching that fight, you can't just focus 2 heroes at the same time. You don't have enough damage.
They had vision of Seb's Furion, so they know he's up here, so they smoke to him rather than smoking to the other side where Seb can TP in. So they're just going to try and take him down real quickly. Okay, force out his BKB. That's still a small win. Roshan. They're going to play around this Roshan pit as much as possible. It is not up for another 2 minutes, though.
Dire's middle tower.
It's one of those situations where Seb TP's out there where it's like, okay, I'm an Atrus Prophet, I have a BKB. Like, I'm supposed to be this hero that's playing in the dangerous place where I can just BKB TP out. Like, that's my job, you know? Yeah. But then if you're Enigma, you're like, okay, well, now we have, 70 seconds to take a fight where there's no BKB on the Natures.
Jump in real quickly. Burrow Strike into the Meteor Hammer. Oh,
nice
okay,
dodge.
That was cute. Storm Hammer to be able to dodge that stun. Mid-Wan still taking so much. He doesn't want to be forced into BKB, but finally he is just before the Burrow Strike came out from Mind Control. Ooh, man. He almost missed that timing because of the level 20 talent. Mind Control got the -2 seconds on Burrow Strike cooldown.
Yeah, that was very close. Very close to being devastating. Even there, you can see that the BKB, it wore off just before the TP ended, so if Mind Control was, AI mode, he maybe could have
the Glimpse, the Yule Scepter, there's a lot of potential things that could have done something there.
But also, it shows a bit of respect, too, to Mid-Wan that he's going to TP with the BKB lasting the duration of the TP.
Yeah.
Because I think, if you're playing against good players, you expect it to be like that. But in that situation, it just couldn't be like that because he was running away.
Burrow Strike. And this is not a place that Seb can just BKB and teleport out of. No. He knows it, too. Instead of popping BKB, he gets off the Wrath of Nature. He does not have buyback.
Man, OG's just going to fight anyway. These guys are nuts.
Yeah, they see the Phoenix in the mid lane. If they catch somebody out of control, they might just be able to burst him down nice and quick, and that is going to be Mid-Wan. Now the RP onto the Viper. Where's the follow-up? This Fisher's kind of blocking things out, but finally the Stormhammer's there with a Shackle Shot as well. That is going to be a nice kill onto the 2 position. Immediately a buyback, though, from Mind Control. He sees Mid-Wan retreating, and they know as long as they catch heroes, Miracle might be able to finish him off. But look at that. Mid-Wan turns around with the last Stormhammer to be able to quickly kill RMN. He knows the Glimpse is going to be too much of a problem for him, so he tries to deal with that, but now he's going to be stuck. A nice Stormhammer stunning up the 2 of them, but he ultimately does die, and it's only going to be...
Oh, so close. Mind Control, man. He's so close this game. to just ending the game.
Yeah, pretty much.
Soxa, man, he was waiting there. He had an Echo Slam.
Yeah.
He wasn't quite close enough because he was getting zoned by Nigma, but man, if he could have double echoed there, I think mid one can maybe just kill the two heroes. Possibly even Miracle.
That is one man who's been a little quiet in the server today, right? We have not seen like that really fight-winning Echo Slam from Soxa just yet. That says a bit about Nigma, who's putting so much pressure on him, but he's got to find a way to be able to open up his game. And GH,
he's stuck.
Yeah, he's already dove. He's got a Yule Scepter and Shivas to try and protect himself. The rest of his team, Shackle shot. That's not good. Miracle's in a bit of trouble here. They want to play around to the Sunder, though. Don't get too close. He's finally going to Sunder his own illusion here. Thompson's going to burn out from the Sunray with the Supernova. They need a little bit more damage. Sox is a bit shy on the Blink Dagger. Won't be able to catch Miracle. And now they come back in as Mind Control sees his opportunity to grab Zeb here with the Yule Scepter. Burrow Strike is going to follow up soon. Okay, nice pullback there of the Glimpse, catching Soxa. And with this Earthshaker down, a lot of possibilities are out there for Nigma.
At first, you think like, oh man, GH is making this crazy play, like he's getting caught out, but then you realize that Nigma, like they're all running to this triangle right now. He's not making this play out of greed or anything. Like mid one is dead, right? He was dead for that entire fight. So even with Thompson hitting that Shackle and catching Miracle out there, it's not enough damage. They need mid one to actually win these fights. And they need everybody.
He was supposed to be the great high ground defender. That's where his game would be a little bit easier, and maybe he'd finally find that initiation. But with him dying for over 30 seconds, Nigma see that opportunity just to be able to take the tier 2 and a full lane of barracks at bottom.
Yeah, OG doesn't even bother defending it. They know that it's a really easy place to throw the game, and this is Dota in 7.27D. You know, the racks don't matter anywhere near as much as they used to.
Yeah. What matters maybe more is this Roshan right here.
Big boy definitely matters. What do we got on the Rosh? Is this the third Rosh, or is this the second? There's been so much fighting, actually.
Yeah, I think it's only the second Roshan because we were not able to take it early with just the back and forth game that was happening.
Right. They backed off and they didn't go directly into Rosh because they were too low because there's so much fighting in this game.
Oh, jeez, RMN, he's just going to pick up a value plate mail for now. And presumably that will turn into a Lotus Orb, which is super good against Fen.
Yes, absolutely. It's one of the only things that actually works against it. Just reflect the stun right in his face. Blink Daggers work as well, which they have a couple of these.
34-26, Nigma currently leading by 8,000 net worth. There's not a whole lot of extra gold left on the side of OG. So this fight around Roshan could be the final hurrah for them, or it could be their way back into the game after what's been a pretty rough last few minutes. Thompson here. Okay, start off with that Yule Scepter. Now he no longer has it to protect himself. OG, they call GH's bluff. They say, we think you're alone here. Oh, RMN. Ghost Scepter protecting him for now. Throws out the Static Storm, but that is not going to be good enough. 2 pickoffs, one of which is already buying back as they've caught Soxa. Mind Control, trying to keep him locked down with the help of Weehaw here. Slowing him down to a crawl. They're going to make sure this team fighter is out of the game. He does have a buyback as well. Right next to GH. Yule Scepter into the Meteor Hammer. Immediately a BKB goes out from Thompson. He knows it's all important. What a Shackle shot into the Storm Hammer. They're right on top of him with the Orchid as well. The RP, they need a little bit more. They've got him. Miracle goes down, a Supernova explodes though, and so much damage turned back into OG. Thompson, oh, that Storm Hammer, it whopped its way in and does manage to bring down Weehaw and finish off GH as well. And now Miracle's just gonna be kited as they look to be able to get that last control hero. That's a dieback. Oh my goodness, Nigma. They had OG on the ropes, and all of a sudden it's up to Miracle to try and hold out this game. He still has a Sunder. Can they chain summon here a little bit more? But the Storm Hammer makes sure there's going to be no Sunder here. A double die back there, and they've got nobody left. OG, they could just go straight for the throne.
Man, they choose to sack a Rax and then immediately run down mid, kill the entirety of Nigma, and now they're going to throw. Surely
they do
they're
it
thrown
right on Nigma's side of the map. That is all about the OG, where they go for the knockout punch. They always look for these team fights, and they are not gonna go for throne here. The tier 2s are up on either side, so they can only go for throne from here.
Yeah, this is
and
it.
I think this is totally free.
I don't know. There's nothing you can do. You have 13 seconds. We is alive.
Yeah. but it's going to be a 4-man of OG.
I think these are the two worst heroes to be alive for defending this.
Yeah.
I don't think we and our men can even defend this if they're alive.
I think in some ways OG were thinking like, of course they're going to have buybacks here, and they're like, okay, let's force it. All of a sudden, look at that. We've got ourselves a victory here in game 1 as Weehaw futilely tries to hold on, but man, what a swing. Nigma, they look like they were just one fight from being able to take down OG, but little did we know it was actually one prolonged fight. That was all OG needed to be able to take victory.
Cap, I would say that entire game was a prolonged fight.
That is very, very true, man. It was constantly action-packed. We had, I think, an average of 2 kills a minute there, and that's just the kind of Dota that we expect to see from the 2 TI finalists.
I think today's going to be a good day.
I think so.
That was awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, you love to see it.
Man, look at the OG faces, man. They're not celebrating this game 1 victory. They know it's still a full best of 3 against Nigma. You cannot let go of the pressure. You just got to keep up that straight face and start planning for game 2, because in some ways you're going to be thinking to yourself like, okay, we were in a rough position.
That exact position they were in the last series that they played against Secret. There's a 50k gold deficit, and they still kept it up. They still kept like playing in the face of Secret, and they just did it there with less of a gold deficit, and they immediately just thrown. Like, OG is just balls to the wall, man.
Yep, that's the beauty of watching some OG Dota. They take away the victory here in game 1 away from Nigma, but can they close out the series? For that, we're going to turn to our panel to discuss.
What a way to start off the day and also that series. Let's talk about how that actually happened, because obviously there are parallels, like our casters did mention, in some of the other games that we did see from OG. OG always in a position where even if they are behind, they know when to take the fights. And I think something that we've heard from a lot of the analysts, Lacoste, is this idea of not waiting for the perfect timing, not necessarily waiting for the perfect moment, but just knowing it's not getting better than this. It's time to go.
When you're playing against OG, you don't know when they're gonna strike. Like, if you look at the item timings, yeah, you know, Sven gets a BKB, this is their time. They lose a couple of fights to a TB, and they still manage to bounce back, take a fight, get 2 big pickoffs and 2 supports, force buybacks, and just end the game. Like, all it takes when you're playing against OG is to lose 1 fight, and the game's just over.
Yeah, it's interesting as well, though, because you talk about some of those crazy moments that happened in this tournament. I mean, you even look back to yesterday, the tables turned a little bit. Looks like you're going to lose a game, and all of a sudden something crazy happens. Is this one of those victories that gives you a lot of momentum to start off?
Oh, I mean, I don't think OG need momentum. Let's be honest. Like, they won 2 TIs.
More the opposite side. Yeah, I mean, 3-year reigning champs. If you go off of everything that happened this year, it's kind of a fluke to be a 3-year reigning champ. But we'll give it to them.
Look, OG, I think what stands out to me, first off, you look at their faces, I'm so happy everyone's turned on webcams for today. OG is not messing around. Like, there are no tail looks like just a straight-up hired assassin. He's going and pushing his team to take throne, just staring forwards, like, no mercy, let's win this game now. But I love you can see the trust they have in each other. You can see why they won TI, because it's not about the perfect moment. The perfect moment is when you go as 5 and make the decision, we're ready to go win this game. A Miracle had a rampage. 5 minutes later, OG have won the game. That's crazy.
Yeah, it was like one of those moments too, you know, everybody backstage where everybody's watching, everybody's like, yeah, Nigma's gonna take it, and then everybody's just like, what the heck just happened? It really was one of those crazy moments. So let's look at this first game. Let's talk about how Nigma was able to establish their lead, and then let's see what OG did to turn it around. Kyle, what were the key moments in this first game?
I mean, GH, like, I had all my talking points ready to praise Team Nigma. I thought GH played out of his mind.
Well, I think in a lot of ways they still deserve that praise, right?
They do. Like, this was a solid game of 2. Keep in mind, in that upper bracket, they got kind of worked. It was not a very competitive series. We're hyping this up like TI Finals. We were a little concerned that maybe Nigma would just get schooled here by OG. And I know OG take first game, but this is very much an even matchup. And again, credit to GH. When they go push bottom in a couple clips, he's actually 2nd place in net worth. Miracle Terrorblade was nuts.
He was insanely farmed. Found the Philosopher's Stone, setting up so many kills with the Meteor and Yule's combo. Having good, like, I ate my bowl of rice, and after that, suddenly he has a full Shiva's guard, and I'm a pretty fast eater, so that's kind of surprising.
Kind of makes you feel like, man, what am I doing with my life? Just letting it all slip by, one bowl of rice after another, and then you look at the accomplishment that these men are able to take down on stream.
Yeah. Hey, 4 or 5K gold lead. That push bottom, I was, maybe this is the real difference between these teams, right? Because this was very much an even game. It's just that OG made that move first. Nigma maybe had a couple opportunities to push for an engagement, and they instead backed off. I think it's the next clip as they go for the bottom Rax engagement. Shout out to Thompson. This is the fight that really decides the game. And notice, 6K gold lead for Team Nigma, but it's a 5-on-4. OG recognized we have a numbers advantage, and they've just got so many stuns. They blow Echo, they blow RP, Thompson with the 6 Shackle. They just 100-0 Miracle. And by the time he buys back, look how hard OG have committed. No Tail dies, immediately buy back. There's no hesitation whatsoever. And I guarantee if Seb, by some miracle, he were to die, he's buying back immediately too. We all know this. And that's it.
It's just the chaos that this team creates. You don't expect them to play this aggressive and take a fight. I think Nigma had a false sense of security going into the later stages of the game, where they have TB, who's almost 6-slotted. Scotty against the Sven is just gonna destroy him. And I think maybe they were not too cautious about how strong OG is, and they did not expect them to strike at that time.
Yeah, I mean, you can even look at just so many of the engagements, even before the tide was really turned. It's like, wow, really, you're going to take this and just step 2 to the TB, completely ignoring the Phoenix at a few moments. It was really fantastic to watch, but do you think that this is something that they're going to be able to repeat as we get into game number 2?
I think so. I mean, based on how just flat out cold-blooded they looked, right? I think that OG, you've seen a little bit of the back and forth on Twitter. Shout out to Secret's Twitter guy for just doing his part to keep the game interesting, because that man has got memes on lock. OG, Seb was talking a little bit in some interviews, calling Secret an arrogant team. Then they kind of got
you're already talking about the grand final, Kyle.
No, I'm talking about OG's killer instinct.
Okay. I'm just saying. I thought you were already saying you're thinking that they're going to get to the grand final.
No. But I will say, OG are playing like it's TI. Maybe the prize pool isn't the same, but this is the first time outside of a TI I've seen the team play with this tenacity. There's no memes here. These are their A-level drafts. Yeah. Like they're here to win the tournament.
I think that's really one of the big things to look at with this team too. It's like, how do you? Yes, they're incredible at making that chaos. What's the other thing that they really thrive in? Being at a LAN, that energy, and that's when we see them at TI looking like just an absolute force. How do you repeat that in tournaments that have a different environment? And I think that this has already shown that they can do that.
Well, for sure. I mean, there's no TI this year. This is what we have instead of it. So I think everyone who's playing here is taking it 100% serious. And I got to praise No Tail to what he did on that mag. Position 5, no blink. Throughout the early and mid game, he was setting up so many good skewers. Like, you don't expect people to pick this hero. They already played it once, but still, what he does without a blink dagger is just insane. He was landing 2-3 man RP, skewering them back with the shockwave, especially in the laning stage. Shockwave into skewer back onto the tower, got him so many kills and set the tempo for the game,
Yeah, very, very important to keep in mind. Is there anything that you want to see change at all from what we saw these two teams do in game number 1? Say that again?
Our host.
Oh, okay, yeah, we can make that.
Write that down.
Okay.
Yeah, I was wondering, speaking of like a different environment, I left yesterday to like finally get some sleep before the NA finals. How'd those go?
Oh, they were great. We saw 3-0 come out. It was awesome. It's always great when we do get to put our attention on NA, region that doesn't get enough love.
So, did you watch?
No, I went to bed. I was kind of exhausted. Just wanted to get some sleep. So what happened?
Long day. Yesterday was actually crazy because you had 2 grand finals, and then we actually got to look at everything with Immortal to set the stage for today, to get here to this matchup, and then ultimately to the grand final.
Production says they've got some clip that they want us to look at.
Oh, it's probably the 3-0.
The 3-0? Quincy crew looked dominant, yeah?
Yeah.
Do we have the clip?
I don't know, Kyle. This is you hijacking the entire show.
And OG
one
prefer
of the
this
top
hero.
picks,
What are you laughing
just like
at?
we're the top frat on campus.
Omega Kappa Kappa.
Bro. Yes, that's a North American tradition.
Uh-huh. So you know how yesterday we learned why you never say GG?
Yeah.
Miracle proving you can always defend the throne? This is why you always get fired. 37 days this tournament, Rich. 37 days. The one day I'm not here to supervise you.
NA has many long-standing traditions, and it's important that we celebrate them. Just like it's important that we celebrate the things that are actually important, the games in front of us right now, which is what we're paying attention to as we are about to dive into game number 2. We've already talked about how Nigma was able to strike a very early lead in that first game. OG, though, still always taking the fights when they do need to, creating that chaos and ultimately turning this game around where not many other teams could.
They're taking the fights when they don't need to, and I think that's the key of OG, and you don't have enough time to actually respond. They're always somehow managing to be as 5. You have this Nature's Prophet, so that's one of the guys that can be globally anywhere, but still you don't expect them to be this aggressive, especially if you have a feeling that you're 6 to 10k gold ahead of them. You kind of expect them to be pushed against the wall. You're the one who's controlling the game, but against OG it's not happening.
I feel like one of the biggest comments you'll hear, and Kyle says this all the time when we actually do talk about Nigma, like this is a team where you can be ahead, and the second that you make a mistake, they're going to be able to snowball, and that's how they just win game after game. How do they manage to capitalize on some of the mistakes that OG potentially makes, take away that ability to let OG have the man advantage?
The trouble is OG's mistakes, when I was a Dota player, I made a lot of mistakes. We'll call unforced errors. Yep. Okay. The thing about playing against OG is you're gonna have to force their errors, because when they take a bad fight. It's only bad because you outplay them, because you're set up, because you have a vision advantage. You're already 5. You have the buyback. They're not going to just give something away, and really neither does Team Nigma. This was very much a one mistake affair where the first squad to make that critical maneuver that backfired, you just lose the game. This is what top tier Dota should be. If you watch our tier 2 matches, a lot of the time you'll see mistakes made back and forth. And a team will get wiped and they'll lose a tier 2 tower. It's a different level of Dota 2. You can get the throne to 47 HP. You mess up, you're still going to lose the game.
Yeah, I think that's a really important thing to look at. And that was one of the things that was so nice about getting to watch so many different games of Dota, right? I mean, it was so many days of Dota, and we got to look at the tier 2 teams. We got to look at different regions. We got to ultimately look at Immortal. And I feel like there were so many times where you looked at a game, and there was I forget which game it actually was, but you were so mad. The team still ended up winning, but it was this idea of, wait, you could have closed it out here. And I forget which game it actually was. Yeah, and I feel like that was something that we saw in tier 2 quite a lot.
I'm pretty sure it was Na'Vi versus Cyber Legacy. There were 4 heroes dead. 3 of them definitely didn't have buybacks, and instead of getting thrown, we saw a team take 2 Rex, then go to Roche.
Yeah, it's just that fear, though, right? Because you talk about no hesitation, which is what we're going to see OG have every single time that they go in. It's like you make the call, all right, we're going in, no hesitation at all. But then you look on the other side, and you look at a team that might have a little bit less experience, a team that might not be of the same caliber, and what do they see? The thing that they're looking at the entire time is what could go wrong. They don't see that you can't close it out. It's just like, wait, this could happen, and all of a sudden that completely changes your game plan.
I think for both of these teams and Team Secret, it does not matter what happened a few minutes ago, what kind of mistake they made. It feels like they completely just reset, and they exactly know what the next move is going to be and what's it going to look like.
Yeah, they have that flow chart of the game. They just instantly update it, right? They're like, okay, if we do this, this happens. If we do that, this happens. If they do this, this happens. And,
dude, we were talking about this in the green room. Dota is an excellent metaphor for life. You think things are going well, you make a mistake, suddenly you're in a new situation. You've still got to adapt, you've still got to try to do your best, win the game, take it home. And these 2 teams, it almost at times looks like they're not actual people with emotions playing. And I know they do. They've got so much passion for the game. But to come back, most teams, you get rampaged by enemy carry, you don't regroup and go fight again and force for a GG. You look at the match they had against Secret, the 1 game Secret's dropped so far in this tournament, outside of the one against Liquid. They took bot racks, got Rapier on mid one, and just won the game. They're playing to win the game, and ultimately that's what we hope for as fans. Put on a show.
Yeah, definitely. I think this is some of the best Dota that we've gotten to watch so far. Definitely excited to see what the grand final is going to look like as well. Keep in mind, this is a best of 3. Once we do get back to the grand final, it will be a best of 5 again, but that puts us in a position where OG can actually close it out here and move to that grand final to play against Secret. But I want to talk about the draft a little bit. Obviously, we have our draft panel getting ready for game number 2, but I want to hear what you guys actually did think about the draft in particular. How did you feel about the lineups that both of these teams did bring, so we can start to think about what we might actually see in game 2?
I felt like, Shaker and Mag as position 4 and 5 does not really work out well at the early stages of the game, but they managed to work it. So many good back skewers to the tower bar, position 5 Magnus, and I thought if this game goes late, post 45, 50-minute mark, that it's a guaranteed victory for Nigma, where they have a better carry matchup, and just OG did not allow this to happen.
Yeah, I look at the heroes that Wee is playing as well, and he's been getting a lot of grief from the community, but I think the chances that Wee fluked his way to 2 TI finals on 2 different teams over a 3-year period is just, the idea that he fluked it is just as crazy as people saying OG fluked 2 TIs. And ultimately, he's just not a person I want to see playing Viper. You look at Thompson. Do you ever see a game OG plays where he looks like uncomfortable? Maybe it's a bad hero. Maybe it'll be a bad matchup. He'll be feeding, whatever. But he's playing something he loves. Invoker, Wind Ranger,
Holy
Ember.
Spirit, yeah.
Like, he's on his heroes. Viper is not what I think of when I think of Wee. And I'd much rather, if they're going to move him to like some more niche hero, something we haven't seen before, give him the opportunity to tinker, to play Meepo, bring out his Invoker, let him make plays like he's born to do,
So you want to see him on something that can make plays. Let's see if that's something that we will actually see, because we are ready to jump into the draft of game number 2, which can decide this series and can decide the grand final.
The previous panel was starting to give you the theory, but this is where the actual crafting begins. Game number 2, OG versus Nigma, and it was a nail-biter for game number 1. Back and forth to the very end, and ultimately, Nigma just couldn't beat out OG's mental fortitude, it seemed, and that Sven came out on top, Giannis.
Yeah, I actually, I think most of us were like, wow, Nigma's got this one in the bag after these last few fights, then some consecutive kind of 1-by-1 feeds. OG took advantage of it, and that's very OG style, right? Make the enemy team make these mistakes because you're putting them in these weird kind of positions, so... Yeah, it was a really good game. Hopefully we have something very similar, because that one, it really did feel like it could go either way at any moment.
Did you have any holes that you wanted to poke in either of the drafts, or were you pretty satisfied even after seeing the end result? It just ultimately came down to who had buybacks, some initiation, vision kind of things. It wasn't really the hero's fault.
No, I mean, it didn't really feel entirely because of the heroes. I feel, I actually agree with a lot what Lacoste was saying. I think it was tough for OG to make that early game work with their Shaker and Magnus supports, but they did make it work, and they ended up, taking some really big heads-up fights because of them making that early game actually enabled Sven, because I thought the Sven was actually going to be below the Terrorblade on net worth, but he was visibly ahead of him throughout the entirety of the game.
It's also because of the Terrorblade versus Sven lane, right?
Yes.
TB was forced to use a meta to be able to trade, but he would die every single time he would use that meta. In any case, for me it seems like Nigma, they won versus Alliance in that Arc Warden game, and this is a little bit of karma hitting them back, man, with OG taking this game away from a rampaging Terrorblade. Like that doesn't happen often. But things have changed. OG with the Phoenix and Nigma with the Magnus Venge.
And they give up the Tiny. The OG actually takes the Tiny this time because it was left in the pool. Similar kind of bans, right? Nigma did the Void Spirit Invoker, and this is something they really rely on a lot of the times. They're very, very strong with it, especially when Thompson is playing it.
Yeah, Thompson Tiny. He was actually playing Tiny versus Team Nigma in the first series 3 days ago, in which he was versus Wee's Wind Ranger. And he dominated. That was pretty sick. Like you said, good combo with Phoenix. What I do like about Team Nigma is these buffs, man. Empower, Vengeful Wave of Terror, Vengeful Aura, Vengeful Swap. You're already setting the stage up for a miracle God carry. Like this is
it a ranged carry or a melee carry though? Because both Venge and Magnus seem to be like on opposite ends of the buffing spectrum here. You want to give bonus range or you want to give the cleave?
I think it's still the damage that you can provide. I think you'd likely see the Medusa as probably the biggest ban that they're going to take out, because it's also very strong versus the Tiny versus Phoenix. Like, you don't care, you hold your ground, right? If you get, the only thing the Tiny can do is like toss you out of position, which is pretty big. But for the most part, these two heroes don't frustrate you too much. So I would be pretty surprised if OG doesn't at least take out the Medusa. Arc Warden, I think that's something they probably can deal with, because we've seen teams just run at it, but might be something they also want to consider taking out.
I think Arc Warden still is a really good hero, really good pick, but it might not be first phase as it used to be. It's been figured out when it comes to how you play against it. Medusa and Vengeful, however, I don't think that combo... I don't think you can figure that out even. I don't think you can draft so well to win against it, because it's an extremely good combination of heroes right now.
Interesting.
OG playing it straight here, banning out the Queen of Pain instead.
Yeah.
Now, for what it's worth, if they do ban out those ranged carries, I mean, Miracle will be more than happy to play something like a Juggernaut, which is also very good against the Phoenix Egg, in theory. So, no matter which pairing there's going to be with these buffs, they are going to be able to answer the problem of the Supernova.
Remember OG's faces after that game. They were not satisfied. They were not happy. And they switched things up when it comes to the bans. If you look at it, now they moved back into that last series versus Nigma, and the bans are the same. Just ban out Batrider, Queen of Pain, Viper, and obviously Wisp.
Yeah, they want Thompson to have a good lane. That's really what it feels like. And that's why I'm thinking this Tiny is 100% mid, looking at those bans, right? The Viper, the Quap. You'd imagine that they're trying to give Thompson that matchup that he can just explode on, get ahead, and just start making super aggressive plays. So I think they can definitely save for some type of super carry still in this game onto mid one, because Thompson is playing that Tiny for space making.
Nigma's bans, on the other hand, Bloodseeker, which OG didn't have the biggest success with, but still, clearly it was originated from Seb, and the Beastmaster as well, so targeting the off lane here.
And it would be a pretty sick combo, right? When you have Phoenix, Bloodright isn't that great. But when you have Tiny, Phoenix, and Bloodseeker, that becomes scary, because from the mid lane you get this disabling hero that's able to prevent anyone from hitting the egg, while there's just a Bloodseeker blood raging everyone, using that Bloodright for what, 450 pure damage later on with Veil. It's really strong, and there's a reason why it's valued so much.
The other thing I look at too is a Bloodseeker. For me, when I look at it, is like he's this obnoxious hero when you're trying to run 4 Protect 1, that he just ruptures your carry, and it makes it really difficult, right? You're struggling to actually be able to get out there, because he's always going to target your hard carry, and he's that kind of preventative hero. So
we did see it yesterday as well versus AM, right? So it was very similar. Monkey King, though, I'm not the biggest fan. Obviously, the hero has been buffed just a little bit about the strike stun duration, but yesterday we saw it didn't do too well, unless RNG was completely on his side.
That Troll Warlord matchup,
yeah.
And this means that most likely Tiny will be position 4, right?
Yeah.
Or how are we seeing this? This monkey should be mid, but played by Thompson, or are they just OGing us all? And
maybe
that's what we've been leaving the opening for, that kind of flex potential, but it always ends up being Thompson, even if it's not that great of a matchup, even if it's not melee versus melee. He seems to always fall back on the Monkey King.
I feel like they're setting up for that Arc Warden. I see this in Rubik, I see this Venge, right? They ran these aggro tri-lanes with Venge, Rubik, and Arc Warden several times in this one. So let's see how OG does respond. Oh my god, okay, is that a Seb Treant?
I would guess so.
And then they have Phoenix as their 5, Tiny as their 4.
They don't really roll Phoenix as 3 that much like some other teams, right? So, but they do have this amazing combo. This team fight is really strong. You have obviously Wukong's Command, you have Treant Overgrowth, you have Phoenix Egg, all followed up by some Burst or Initiation by Tiny. The team fight on the side of OG is really strong.
Yeah. Man, I'm still feeling like it's just Medusa or Arc Warden still look pretty strong overall.
Yeah, and they just keep picking more and more melee heroes. The Monkey King and the Treant Protector not necessarily good at dealing with either of those ranged carries that would theoretically come out.
Yeah, Monkey King can. I think that's the one thing where they pick it, because you can get on top of these heroes. Like the Medusa and Arc Warden, you just leap on them from the trees. And even in the mid matchup, I've seen the Monkey King versus, if it is, let's say it's a Medusa mid or something like that, I've seen the Monkey Kings beat the Medusa majority of the times.
Yeah, I have as well.
Even though it's been changed, I think maybe now even for the better, because you have more armor in the laning phase too, because that was the other change that got Monkey King. He's up to 6 armor at level 1, which is actually quite high. Let's see which one they opt for. Or if they just go for one of their other heroes, one of the other lanes, at least in particular, from my control.
Not something like a Terrorblade to get for him. No, they go with the
Weehaw hero. Okay.
So is this Timbersaw just gonna follow around this what is likely a core Treant Protector, or are you just gonna park him mid no matter what?
I think you want to lane it versus you want it on the side lane.
Okay.
I think at least because whatever you put, unless Monkey is on the side lane, you're playing versus 2 strength heroes. When you look at them, right? You have Treant, you have Phoenix, you have Tiny. You will have that very solid laning stage, and Timber can just demolish a Treant Protector in the lane. So.
But it's got to be Weehaw though, right? Like they always play it on Weehaw.
Yeah,
it'll be Weehaw, but I mean he'll.
if he goes
Weehaw
okay.
just the side lane. Yeah. Then they can last pick the miracle hero for the mid lane.
Seems like Nigma are still suspecting that a Seb hero may be on the horizon. They ban out the Necrophos.
They want to be able to get this Timbersaw in a good lane. He doesn't want a lane versus that. Because then that always gives you kill threat in the mid game.
What about Tiny mid and position 1 Monkey? Is that doable? What do you think? Is it possible even?
I guess it's possible, but then they just put the Timber mid, right? And then Tiny just suffers so hard. I saw this matchup so many times at this tournament.
I'm just trying to think about their thought process before the Timber pick, right? Before that, Timber does change things up a little bit. It's one of those. This is what I mean when I say that they force you to react with their Vipers, with their Bats, with their Timber Saws. We bring so much to the team. He suffers a lot. He dies a lot. He feeds a lot sometimes, yeah. But he forces the team the enemy team to react to his picks.
They don't have damage. Like they really don't have damage for this Timber right now early on, though. The combo from the Tiny is pretty much that's it, and then a Sunray. So
Sunray is kind of fine, but
in the mid game though, in the laning, right? Like he's gonna be able to take over pretty early on if he does get a good matchup.
Back when it was, when it wasn't magical, I think it was a bit stronger. But now, like,
this is a lot of protection for a Timbersaw. They now ban out the Zeus. They really want to make sure that Weehaw pops off this game, which is fine. I guess they must be confident that whichever hero Miracle picks, which will end up being the Slark, so a melee laner.
Yeah.
Takes advantage of the Empower.
Yeah, didn't opt to go for their Deuce or Arc Warden because they wanted to go for something that can play around the Overgrowth, something that can always break the disables and get on top of that egg.
If it is,
and he's got the double buffs too, so.
If it is the Treant on the offlane with the Phoenix or with the Tiny, I think this is a really solid lane for a Slark. Like, you like to get those essence shifts away from them, so you don't really care that much they're tanky because you just chew right through them.
Yeah, the 3 strength, right? The Phoenix, the Tiny, and this Treant. They have a lot of stat steal. At least I look at Timbersaw plus Slark. They just can really beat on these heroes and bring them down pretty effectively.
Yeah. When you look at the team fights, now you have Darkpack to get out of that, so it's kind of it's also pretty good for them. But the last time I've seen Slark do well is V-Tune, right? Like in the Divine Division. And he made it work, but the hero doesn't look on the same level like your TBs, your Svens.
It's fast though, and this is what OG prides themselves on, is beating people faster than they can bring their carries online. Slark's going to come online much sooner, especially when you got the cleave to farm with from the Magnus.
It's tricky because we're not. I'm just not certain where the matchups are going to go.
I'm just watching the webcams now. Mid one,
mid one. He doesn't know what's happening as well.
He's like, wait, what am I playing?
Seb's like, I don't know yet. We're gonna figure it out.
There we go. That's the smile.
He's got the. They're big brain. They're trying to think of something here.
They are 1 game up as well, and there you go. Your favorite.
Hell yeah! Give me a carry ET.
Is that realistic?
I think it's probably a Seb ET.
Seb ET.
Yeah.
Monkey King safe lane.
Okay.
Tiny mid.
As we see the odds 1.91 to 1.85. Who needs to dodge who? Here's the better question. This Timbersaw seems to be the one who's going to dictate where everyone else goes, right?
Slark wants to dodge ET.
Okay, Slark wants to dodge ET. Monkey King, is he okay with Timber?
Yeah, Monkey is okay, but everyone else isn't.
So Monkey wants to find the other strength heroes?
Yeah.
I think the main was really just Slark wants to be avoiding the CT. Because that's going to be Seb playing it. I'm pretty positive of it. Works really well if it is a Tiny mid. and then the Monkey King safe lane. So yeah, I think mid one's going to be playing this Monkey King, yeah.
I think lanes will decide quite a lot how they manage to set them up on both sides, and then the team fights later on are sick again. You have the Treant, you have the ET, you have the Phoenix, Wukong's command for OG.
Yeah.
On the other hand, I don't think it's as strong. You have the RP, and you do have the Rubik, but that's pretty much it. So Team Nigma, they need to focus on these small skirmishes, pickoffs. You can't just... unless their lanes go extremely well. If they don't, they really need to get these pickoffs in the mid game.
I love this ET pick.
Of course. You just love ET, man.
There's multiple reasons I'll say why. It's a combo breaker versus Magnus. I've seen it a lot of times when you are playing versus these big heroes, and it's really good versus Slark for like the whole game. You're able to always just trade with him.
Not so much versus the Timbersaw, though.
Not so much versus Timber, yeah. I think that's the matchup that they're probably going to be looking to put that... Timber's going to try to lane either versus ET or versus the Tiny, which should be pretty good for Team Nigma.
Well, let's see if Kuro had to sacrifice his arm to change the outcome of TI9, or is this just a filler arc before OG faces off against the final boss of Secret? Tune in now for game number 2.
You know what I think it's really cool is when you see picks like jump from top tier team to top tier team. So Puppy going into this tournament was actually spamming a lot of Treant Protector in his pubs. Next thing you know, we've got Nigma versus OG, the matchup they had before where, yeah, OG did manage to 2-0 them pretty easily. Nigma were the ones to draft the Treant Protector, and now in the lower bracket final, game 2, OG is going to pick up Treant Protector for the first time in this tournament.
And it is going to be a position 5. We've seen it in the 3 position. It definitely helps that it's this flexible pick. ET as well. Seb playing this hero makes it a lot easier to work it into a draft. Oh, the old tree cut tactic.
Cutting through the trees together. A Quelling Blade for Armin, a Quelling Blade for Miracle, and GH lurking on the side here. They are going to be playing the... the other Titan's going to making his way across the map here. Is that a Saksa?
It looks like it. I think they're going to swap the lanes. They're going to have
no,
they're going to have No Tail go bot.
Yeah. I was about to say, I was like, that's a little weird. Surely it's a core Elder Titan, as we've seen.
Wait, Seb is up here.
We've seen, yeah. So
begins.
aren't they swapping lanes like you were talking about?
But No Tail's staying up here. So I was thinking it was No Tail swapping because the trees have been cut, but... Now they want the ET versus Slark matchup, but they're also swapping on Nigma.
Yep.
It looks like, okay, they're just making sure they want to see... Mind Control is mid on Magnus. Okay, this is a wild game already.
I mean, this is the part that, like, they have to leave a support in lane when they were doing this musical chair shenanigans.
Absolutely.
Right? Like, you have to make sure somebody's there to collect the experience. That's why Sox is currently bottom lane.
GH TP'd bot, too.
He's one of the best heroes to do so, and look at this snipe of the courier. Mid one. All right, if we're going to go round and round and round, I might as well make good use of this, this time. Snipe out a courier.
It's always funny to see how people use this running back and forth between the lanes. So, okay, Seb, mid one's up here as well as Seb. This is a 2-core lane.
You're going to try and run down RMN here. The magic missile gives him a little bit of time. Mid one shows up. All of a sudden, okay, hold up. This is where the Timbersaw wants to be anymore. Almost getting that kill. What are they going to do about Weehaw, though?
The problem here, though, is that mid one, he leveled up the jump, so he doesn't have his Jingu to deal with the Timber.
And they need to actually give him some space to get that experience, but right now they're stacking up as 3. So things are definitely a little bit awkward right now.
Still 2 cores in the top lane. I love when teams do this. Their solution to the lane shenanigans is just, all right, I'm a support now. Like it's he's just supporting.
Yeah.
They're trying to get mid one that level too, just like you mentioned. It's cool that he's staying here though as a core to do this.
Yep.
Like these top teams, they just don't really care about farm distribution in the game.
Yeah, it's not like it's that bad to give your Phoenix early levels.
Yeah, of course. We've seen.
And Weehaw is actually maybe gonna get run down here. Oh, damn. Okay. First blood for No Tail. I did not think that was going to be enough damage, to be honest.
Neither did I. I mean, you're 2 strength heroes versus a Timber, right? Like, this is what he prefers to be against.
Gets out the Fire Spirits. Is that enough for the dive? It is. They don't get the last 2 hits off required to get the kill. And now, finally, We're going to have Seb rotate. Now, the TPs... Oh, never mind. They killed the Timbersaw and he TP'd up to top lane, so never mind. We're all good.
Yes, this is exactly why you leave Seb in the lane like that. That's the ideal thing that can happen when you're doing these lane shenanigans, is you force that death into TP.
Soxa, he's going to be spotted here. They only need a couple of hits for the Fate Bolt to get the kill here. Jump forward, Weehaw gets eliminated there real quick. As the Monkey King begins to amp up a little bit.
Second death on him too, so he has no TP for getting back to the lane. For a little while.
Equally so, I feel like this bottom lane, like Elder Titan versus the Slark, that's a matchup you want to have if you're OG, but I could see how just a bit of an experience lead and a free bit of gold, like, you know, Seb kind of like was hurting his own game by being top the entire time.
Yeah,
I could see how the Slark wins the lane pretty heavily now if he has an advantage.
Nice
What a dive forward, and they should be able to get the kill. Oh my god, there it goes. He dies. Soxa, he'll die to the tower, but right as I say, I could see maybe the... Oh, he actually gets off the healing salve. He's not left with a ton of regen, and GH is still trying to hunt him down with the boots here. Soxa, a little bit of game of ring around the rosy. Blocks out one side, needs to go back in, though. Cut down that tree. Blocked out by your own branch. Oh, no, Seb. Oh, they need this kill. They need this kill really, really badly. Because just like they did to Weehaw, if they kill Seb here, he cannot TP out to lane, otherwise they do the switcheroo again.
I honestly feel like he's just going to respawn and then walk to lane.
I think so too.
Just because, whatever at this point. Like, you can just split farm with your Phoenix and basically just run 2 3.5s. That's totally okay between these two heroes, so you don't really need to TP to a lane.
Okay, TP'd up to top, and we're going to have
He's supporting. Just kidding. No, they're gonna... okay, so they're just gonna go for the... Hope that he doesn't just TP back up top on Timber.
Well, I think his TP is still on cooldown, if I had to guess, for another 25 seconds. Probably similar to Miracle here. They probably swapped at the same time. So there's going to be a small window where they get the matchups that they want, and then maybe we're going to just keep going again. 5-minute bounty runes are coming up. That makes things even messier as GH is going to be run down mid one. Apparently not afraid of skipping out on the lane just to secure a big kill. In fact, that's a level 5 Rubik, so that's actually a really nice kill to get on top of securing your bounty runes.
Yeah, with the lane shenanigans going on right now, that's a huge kill.
There's only so many trees there! And he will be caught. Can he get the Roshan suicide? He cannot.
That hero's attack animation is so slow, and you have to walk up and hit Roche, or walk through him. It's a hard deny to get. He's just jungling. Oh, man. Yeah. His game has been pretty hurt by this top stuff that's going on in the top lane. I think giving mid one that solo XP on the first few waves was extremely smart from OG. He can just completely dumpster this Timbersaw.
Yeah, Nigma's lineup looks really awkward if the Timbersaw doesn't have that confidence to be able to man fight against OG, right? Because they are so reliant on Timbersaw kind of being unkillable and just in fights all the time. Mind Control looks to be able to chase him down with a skewer. Toss back there from Thompson. Picks up the double damage rune in his bottle, so gets a refill there as well. That was really nice.
A 1v2 as well.
Miracle. Punch him in the face. Gets his spirit back. And Miracle, you don't want to trade with this Elder Titan, man. This is why they want the ET versus Slark matchup. One of the few melee heroes that can go and man mode up against Miracle, but now the spear damage is gone, and it's a tri-lane now. So, Seb, he dies, and GH immediately teleporting to the mid lane where they're going for the dive right now, trying to get the kill onto GH. Thompson, does he have his combo left? Yeah, he does. He does, and he gets that kill as a result. But Thompson will take a lot of damage on his way out here. The Whirling Death, first one's not enough, but the second one, if he hits him, it's going to be close, but he gets the Fairy Fire. He's okay for now. A Timber Chain. There's a tree right there. Oh, he cuts it with the Quelling Blade. Thompson read his moves exactly, and Weehaw will have to give up on the chase. What a sick move.
I can't believe it. He had no expression on his face when he did that. He just knew that was going to work.
Yeah.
He wasn't even afraid.
Oh, the avalanche. That's always a problem for the Timbersaw. Constant stuns make the Timber Chain a little worse. We see back into that when they were going on Mind Control and then dove the Rubik afterwards. This is that first kill. And just get that back. We're going to have a lot of that. Flashing back and forth between kills missed and kills currently happening because just something about OG Enigma, man. There's kills all over the map.
Mid1's actually rushing an Aghanim Scepter.
Really? Okay.
That is fascinating. Huh. I've not seen this build ever.
No, why do you think that is? I mean, isn't Echo Saber still like a pretty value item right now?
I don't know. I think the Silver Edge is good in the late game, just on most melee heroes, but... Okay, gets the...
Nice. Catches him as he tries to jump into the trees. Doesn't result in a kill, but still cool.
Yeah, that was cool. They're just trying to defend the tower here. That's all Enigma's trying to do.
Yeah, if they finish off this creep, then the Siege Wagon will start getting banged on by the tower. And they will keep that safe lane tower alive, though. Still, though, on the side of OG, they are still holding that top 2 net worth position. Seb may be a little bit underfarmed because of half the supporting work he's been doing, but it certainly has paid out dividends with 2 very, very farmed cores. So Thompson's going to be able to go in and get the kill on My Control again.
Man.
Mid1 was even cutting in to make sure they actually, man, the freedom with which OG moves around on the map, you know?
It is something to behold. Let's just say that. They do not care about roles. Roles do not matter when you are OG.
Miracle just needs a little bit more experience. Just please, sir. Just give me 2 creeps. That's all I want. All I want is my level 6. And all GH wants is goddamn.
Wait.
Yeah, the tree got cut down, and Miracle almost dying there. Back over to the skewer play that does manage to kill Mid1. The tree got cut down.
Yeah, that was interesting. I don't know if that was the lift that did that, or some very weird interactions happening with this Monkey King jump right now. And then Miracle dies on the top lane. I think this is the more important kill that we've seen happen. Like, he's kind of the saving grace for Enigma right now.
It's so funny because now, like, it's pushing in, right? You've got your level 6 that's pushing in, but the reason he died in the first place is he was just trying to hold that experience range, trying to stay close enough to get his ultimate so he can heal back up. He's got it now, though. 10-minute power runes, that's what we're going to be playing here. Thompson does manage to pick up the arcane rune, turns around, tosses onto the 3. Really good damage. GH is already level 6, does manage to get the steal on the avalanche here. No-Tail, he's going to be dying. Supernova inside of the pit. RMN trying to back away from Seb, who's going to be pulled back in by the Shockwave. And a secondary kill here for Enigma. Timber Chain, okay, a little awkward here. He's going to try and get to the other side of this Roshan pit if he can, but the toss is going to keep him inside. So another round of Timber Chains up in a second here, but then there goes the Avalanche. Thompson. Every single move that Weehaw tries to make is just immediately countered. Miracle is going to try and play inside of this one. They have the telekinesis. He does manage to get off the stick charges and gets off the kill onto RMN. It does up him to an unstoppable kill streak, which is what Miracle claimed there for 450 gold.
Thompson's a maniac, man, just walking up that high ground. You know he smells blood in the water.
Trying to catch him. The stolen avalanche kind of interrupts Saksa, and they will manage to get that kill even if the Rubik dies here, but No-Tail stuck in a corner. What an Earth Splitter, though. It's going to be able to nail a couple of heroes here. Brings Mind Control really low, and I think Seb's just going to be able to man up and kill him. Unless the Magic Missile, they get the counter double kill from Mind Control as he stays alive. Uh-oh. Is he going to stay alive? Ooh, no Boundless Strike.
Yeah, I don't think there's any vision there for Mid1, but...
Yeah, you're not as strong as you think you are, my friend. These rotations are constantly coming, and he still only has 2 levels of the reactive armor.
I remember really early on into the tournament, this just does not end.
No, it really doesn't, but GH can defend himself. Telekinesis and Boundless Strike. Diving this man may be a bad idea. But Thompson's still going to try, or at least he's going to see if GH walks up into the high ground to him.
Almost have to blink on Thompson. That's going to be huge this game. He's so high level and high net worth that his combo does an insane amount of damage. Like, he can one-hit all of these heroes on Enigma if they're not careful.
They see him. They see Mid1. We've got the Slark on the high ground here. Seb, you got to be careful of this guy. He is kind of scary to fight into right now. Miracle just gets a couple hits before he jumps away. The Boundless Strike, these long-range disables beginning to catch, but the counter Boundless Strike stops Thompson from being able to get off the combo.
Just to give you an idea of how fast OG are playing in this game, Thompson is like 100 gold away from his blink. I think he's probably sending it out on the courier right now. And they still chose to smoke there. Like, he's 50 gold, right? And they could have just, all right, guys, let me hit neutrals for just a few seconds. No, they want to just immediately smoke and run into the high ground, baiting mid one there. Like, there is no downtime with this team. These guys are on fire right now.
They really are, just moving so fast. If the time is right to fight, then the time is right. Doesn't matter about the items. That seems to be a constant OG philosophy is Seb. He's going to be swapped back into the Magic Missile stun. That wasn't quite enough to get the kill, but RMN, oh, the Spirit is going to run him down! Spirit on Spirit action. And Seb walks away with the kill on RMN after they attempted to gank him.
I think Thompson should have his blink now. Makes these a lot more, these fights a lot easier to actually get somebody.
They smoke and just run back in. Killing GH, now Thompson. Okay, they're staying on top of the Overgrowth with the Supernova. This is going to be a really nice combo. Miracle tries to get what little damage he can. He gets off the RP at the last second, but the Supernova explodes. They still hold this area, no matter how many spells are cast from the side of Nigma. And they still manage to get the Blink Dagger, jump on Miracle, so he dies as well. Thompson with the triple. He just does not stop. This man is a monster.
And man, the thing with OG as a team is that when they are at a disadvantage, we see them playing fast like this. And with the 4K gold lead, man, I'm scared for Nigma. I don't know.
They want to be able to hold this tower. They're willing to do everything they can to be able to keep it out. That Nature Scraps is out, slowing down No Tail. But everyone of OG is still, well, most of them are still playing around this area. And in fact, we're going to see him cut in soon. Weeha's been taking a little time to recover his game. Is now going to be joining in this fight, and they do. Thompson jump in for mid one, though. Nails a really good Boundless Strike. They immediately skewer him outside of his ultimate, though. The Wukong's command is out, but Thompson's going to have a fresh combo pretty soon. He's got the toss up. The Avalanche coming up a second. He sees Weeha's a little bit low. Looks to be able to finish him off. Blinks ahead of him. You could see he was trying to get the extra kill by blinking onto Mind Control and tossing him back. Doesn't quite get it. Still, though, OG, 6,000 net worth lead.
Dude, No Tail looks like... This looks like TI No Tail.
Yeah,
the
dude.
face, like just the killer instinct face.
He's so serious.
I'm legitimately terrified. I'm very afraid right now, just seeing him. Please, don't put that on there again. Frightening.
12 to 22. Total 34 kills in 15 minutes. You know, I expected this pace, but it is exceeding my expectations now at this point. Like, game one was like, okay, yeah, maybe that's what we expect, but this is getting a little too real here. And this is kind of what we were talking about with Weeha having a rough start to the game, is he just cannot get back into it, right?
They're not giving any space on OG. Well, This is the brief moment. This is literally the first time in 15 minutes where there's any space, but there are TPs coming down to the bot lane.
No Tail, is he actually going to be able to survive? No, the Whirling Death. But so many heroes cutting in fast, and Weeha, he needs the Timber Chain out before Disable comes through. No Boundless Strike. Sox is still in the hunt, though. Looks to be able to chase him down. They're Timber Chain and TP out because they know OG has an awful lot of chase. Miracle, meanwhile, okay, they spotted him. Can they do anything about that, though? Miracle slides away, so instead they're going for RMN, who also TPs out. Really nice, clean escape there from Nigma after getting that kill on the Treant Protector.
That is the first breath of fresh air that OG is allowing Nigma to have in this game.
Yeah.
They have not been playing the side lanes at all. They have not hit a single neutral camp. And the reason that happened is because they split up to get the bounties. Like, there are these objectives you need to take on the map. I mean, Thompson, he's the only one that still has his foot on the gas. He's playing in the enemy damn triangle by himself, which is, you know, typical
and
Thompson
it's double
play.
warded, too.
Yeah.
Like, Nigma are like, OG is constantly invading this. They double ward their own triangle just to try and put a stop to this.
That's so funny, and he's still there. Thompson doesn't give a fuck, man. This guy.
It's gonna be the first time we get a breather, Jenkins.
Yeah.
Man, No Tail's so close. He's right next to Mind Control, who's a little bit deeper here.
Somebody's in the trees there.
So,
who's that up there?
We've got a Scotty Beam built by the Monkey King. That's Mind Control up there.
Oh, he's chilling.
Yeah, he's chilling on the Magnus. The
Goodness.
Have you thought about this Aghanim Scepter anymore in the Monkey King?
I don't know what to make of this.
Yeah.
You mentioned Scotty. Seems like he could potentially be going for this. Great against a Slark, great against the Timber Saw, obviously.
Yeah.
I don't even think you need to deal with the Timber, though. Like, the Timber's, his game is just nullified. I don't think he's ever going to come back. This hero doesn't play from behind. But, yes, no farming item, nothing. Like, it's just straight Aghanims. It's kind of crazy, but I mean, this is OG. Like, you look at the things they're doing, you're like, this is nuts, and then they're just stomping Nigma with it. It's like, okay, well, this is nuts, but obviously the right thing to do. I need to figure out why they're doing this. I was thinking maybe he'd go like, if you're going to go Ags, like Maelstrom into Ags or something like that, but he looks like he's just going full-on, like, greed, tanky stats. Like, if he feels like he can survive. I suppose it's a little similar to, like, the Faceless Void that people are playing right now.
Sure.
Where instead of playing, like, this damage dealer in the Chrono, the build was like the Heaven's Halberd into Aghanim Scepter, where you're basically just playing to stay on top of people and take these long fights, kind of like you're almost like a Necrophos, where you want to take these long engagements and drag them out, Bristleback.
Sure.
Similar, except for these like old traditional carries.
And that is interesting that he has that idea specifically against a Slark, you know, which I feel like is not the traditional idea against this lineup, but obviously it's got to be more oriented towards the pace of the game and maybe the rest of the Enigma heroes.
Sure. I mean, if you stay on top of a Slark, he doesn't want to take long fights. I guess that's one thing. Like, if you play right around these Enigma heroes, they don't want to take long fights. I mean, particularly because of the Magnus, I would say. Like, this hero is one and done. I think a lot of the Enigma team fight really relies on mind control, pressing the right spells.
Yeah.
Just like we saw No Tail last game, winning the fights with the skewers and you know, great RPs. I think you need that to come from Nigma, because what other form of control do they have? They have Rubik for like these solo picks. They have Venged for maybe some sort of swap play, either defensively or aggressively. But this is all single target. Like the AoE really is Magnus. So if you can just stay on top.
Oh, mind control! They did find him, and they will stop that TP. I don't know how exactly they knew he was there. They have a ward up there.
There's a high ground ward, but I think he just placed it.
He just placed it, for sure.
He was going over there to place it because when you have this crazy 8k gold lead at 17 minutes, you know that Nigma is going to play this extremely split-pushy game. People are going to be sitting in trees constantly, so he's going to set that up, and luckily, he was hit the nail right on the head. He was getting prepared to split-push in the exact spot that No Tail warded.
Just another great read by OG.
And Miracle's going for BKB next. This is... You would have really loved to be just buying stat items on this hero, you know, building into the non-BKB items, but in this game it feels like he can't be greedy. Yeah. He needs something to take off this tree root. Manta would work too, but you don't really like going Manta on Slark. It feels really awkward. You'd love to be able to get by with just like a Sanjin Yasha, Satanic, but I think the game might end before then if he doesn't go for the nuclear option, which is the BKB.
A really big scary part of this game to me feels like, yeah, OG's up by a pretty significant net worth, but the map control is going to get really bad here. They're going to utilize that lead and start pressuring down towers, and they're not going to lose any towers in return because that's the specialty of a Treant Protector.
This is true. This is true.
They do not have fast damage on towers whatsoever. It's not like, oh, we're going to take this in one push.
Yeah, when Slark is your best tower damage dealer, you've got some issues. We walking in.
That is really interesting. What could be happening with this? So many opportunities here. The rest of Nigma are not going to get here very quickly. They got the sentry. They're going to be turning around on a Weehaw. Tries to get away. The Timber Chain is just not fast enough. No Tail says, oh, mind control. Can he get it? Oh no, mid one man to pick up the Aegis, and he's committed, so he's done for as well.
That's right before his blink too. He's not going to have that. That is rough. He would love to have had the blink for that fight. The timings from OG, man, they just aren't giving any space to Nigma in this game. It's so sad watching Miracle just chomp away at a stacked medium. He can't even kill it.
He can't even get it because mid one's now there.
Oh man, poor Miracle. Don't do this to the boy.
I wonder how they knew. It was just like a sentry just to make sure they didn't have a ward outside the pit, or if maybe somebody bumped into him, you know?
Yeah, I think I think generally it's pretty good practice to just drop a sentry before Roche falls. I know a lot of people have made that a habit just over the years. Too many Roche steals, snatches, you know, you get tired of it. Nice D-ward, really nice D-ward. Heads up sentry there.
Yeah.
Usually you put it on the high ground. 10k gold lead though, it's very difficult even with that nice D-ward. doesn't do much. I don't even think OG needs wards at this point.
Monkey King swinging through the trees, jumps down, gets his statue right there next to the tier 2, and kind of just plants his ground and says, okay, this is now my area. Okay, managing to steal living armor. That is interesting, because they definitely need something to hold right now against OG. With all their aggression, they're just going to keep going here. The Glyph is going to go out, dodging the Meteor Hammer. Pull back in with the telekinesis, swap back in as well. They keep him inside of the base, but they don't really have enough damage to really threaten mid-1. Oh, and RP doesn't go out in time. Thompson stops him with the toss up in the air. They know No-Tail somewhere around here. They're going to try and cut down all the trees, but No-Tail's pulling him farther and farther away from the barracks. All the trees are gone now, and No-Tail will die, but look how far away they are from this tier 3. Meteor Hammer's gonna come in. This tower's almost done. They gotta keep it alive though. With that living armor, it can heal back up to full, but they just can't do it. A jump in from Thompson. Immediately gets 2 heroes stacked on top of each other for the Wukong's command to go out. Miracle and Weehaw both able to make their way out pretty easily. Mind Control still ready to go with the RP, but they have to get out of here. Mid-1, okay, he wasn't able to get that kill. Swap back out. Miracle will survive now, playing around these statues as much as possible. Mind Control gets a little bit close. 2-man RP. He can kill one of these heroes surely as they pull him back into the tier 4 area. Thompson's quite low. Magic Missile does manage to finish him off, and they take down the Aegis of the Monkey King as well. He's immediately going to be pounced up. He's going to be stuck underneath this tier 4. The question is, can he actually kill anybody for it? Weehaw actually is the one to go down. Mid-1, can he get out? The tier 4s are hitting him, but they're running out of damage. The statues are blocking that path. They can't get through the Scotty statues. Mid-1 gets away. Weehaw's not gonna lit up just yet though. He is chasing, so is Miracle. They get on top of No-Tail, trying to steal some of those stats. Mid-1 almost gets the Jingu stacks up, but he's 1 shy, so he doesn't have that opportunity to regen back up. Mind Control missing the skewer back, going for Seb here. Weehaw should be able to cut him down, and it looks like OG are gonna call it quits.
Oh, he runs away.
Yes.
He kind of juked himself on Wee.
Okay, they do manage to get him finally. Mid-1, they're still here. They're still here, and they're still dead. Oh no, they could have gotten out for free, but instead OG, once again, always looking for that team fight, always looking for the opportunity to turn things around. This time it was a misread though.
It's expensive though, lots of buybacks from Nigma there. I think if you're OG, if you're No-Tail in particular, you're probably bonking yourself on the head. It's like, I shouldn't have given the living armor. I probably shouldn't have walked into the base, into the fountain. That definitely hurt the whole.
Oh, Miracle gets off the BKB before the combo can go off, and Thompson, this is gonna be a dieback for him, right? Or maybe not, I can't remember. 50 seconds, he's dead. For swap back to be able to stop the TP there from Saksa. And OG, their relentless aggression may have just bit them in the ass now. A toss on through, dive, trying to finish off GH. He's got the stolen living armor though. He keeps himself alive with that one.
I gotta say, dude, the MVP of that fight is honestly the living armor. Like on both sides, just saving these heroes, keeping them alive.
Yeah.
Keeping the tower alive, making that such a difficult push and delaying. I think if you're No-Tail after that, you think, like, I gotta be really careful about giving this ability away, because this is the one thing that Nigma can actually use to delay the game, to let Miracle build up these stacks and possibly come back into this game.
And this is exactly how, yeah, you're right. Like, how does Nigma get back into this game? It's entirely around going late game with a Slark against a lineup that will not threaten him very much as time goes on, right? He has been terrorized by Thompson over and over again, but eventually that combo no longer sticks.
Yes, especially when he's going for these strength-heavy items. You know,
yeah.
Drums, Echo Saber, BKB, these are all HP items. He's going for the Scotty next. You can't combo him down with the tiny combo. Where's the disable other than that? There isn't any. Not that can deal with the Slark.
OG is still up by 9,000 net worth at 24 minutes in. It is still very early into this game, and I think we have an Aghanim Scepter almost done for Seb. Mid-1's going to be building into a Satanic, so just, again, trying to survive longer and longer in these team fights. It's a very interesting build. It just seems entirely predicated around, like, living for a long time and getting statues out.
Yeah, it's a It's a weird one, but this is not a particularly popular hero right now. It's basically only OG picking it, and usually it's Thompson playing it when they do pick it. So it seems like this is just the build that they think works in the current patch. You know, sometimes you have to spice it up a bit to make a hero work.
Sure. 25-minute bounties. And OG, for maybe one of the first times this game, they're going to take a breather here and farm up their next round of items. They say, okay, we have to give respect to Nigma. And we may have been running them over for the last 25 minutes, but if we do not get a little bit of control here of this game, we may end up throwing just like Nigma. Well, I wouldn't even say throwing at this high level, right? But just like we may stumble into the wrong fight.
Yeah.
Right?
And he's still got living armor. That is so annoying for how OG is playing this game. They're playing fast, and this is the one spell that makes it so that you cannot play fast around these objectives, which are exactly what OG need to be playing towards right now. They're not playing for kills, they're playing for objectives. They've already got the kills. They've already got the gold.
If they can take this tower, it'd be really nice for the side of Nigma, because then they could take that outpost and have a little bit better control of Roshan, because that is going to be very likely the next big objective, as we do still have another 45 seconds until it's up. So I highly doubt OG is going to be pressuring past these tier 2s until then.
Yeah, 100%. This is exactly why they've slowed down. They don't want to just feed away one kill on Thompson, or maybe somebody that doesn't have buyback right before Roche. All of a sudden that Roche fight is difficult, and that's where things can get iffy. That's when you can lose the game.
4-man smoke up, pushing into the triangle. No Tail leading the way here. A blink back. But they do catch Weehaw. Uh-oh, Weehaw swapped out by RMN. Gonna give up his life to protect his core. He's dead for 40 seconds.
It's a pretty good kill. I mean, I think how does he still have living armor? What's happening here? Did he steal it again?
He had to have, yeah. 100%.
Oh no, that was just the last little tick of it.
Was it? Oh, wow.
He might have gotten it a second time, but it did just run out. That was such a pain. And I think there's a reason that he kept it for so long. He knows how important the spell is if he can get it.
And he was playing very safe in all these team fights that were happening. Got to be careful of this Aghanim Scepter here from Thompson.
Well, we talked about how do you deal with the Slark. I think this tiny Aghanim Scepter is something that definitely solves that hero a little bit. If he presses his ult at low HP, you can't just survive. It's ground targeted damage.
Okay, so gone into the potential Roshan spawning time. It's actually going to be a late one with 2 minutes.
I think that top ward is between 2 sentries. Oh no, they ping it on we. Yeah, it's dewarded.
Crystallis Thompson is really racking up the damage, almost has his level 18 as well. And this Scotty has just been kind of delayed for Miracle, who right now is playing inside of the river.
Oh, they wanted a double damage. You know they wanted a DD or an Arcane. They gave him the bottle too, preemptively.
See if they can catch mid one. Yule Scepter first. Okay, that's going to lead into the pounce. They're going to try and quickly burst him down. He does not have a BKB, so all this control is going out, but it looks like the status is the RP back in, but he got off the Supernova first inside of the Wukong's command. This is looking like a disaster for Nigmas. They can't even finish off the mid laner of OG. They all end on him. Okay, Weehaw does collect him on his way out, but he is kind of stuck. Timber Chain, TP out. Is he away? He's out. Okay, that's may have just saved Nigma's game just a bit, just a tad.
They do have Tiny though. I mean, this hero does quite a bit of building damage when you build a right click like this. You can still push high ground right now and possibly get a Rax. Doesn't look like they want to do that. Thompson's just pushing out the wave. It's a little dangerous with the low respawn timers and Slark and Timber still being alive. Particularly Miracle being alive is a problem. They're pinging him. They know he's there.
Yeah, they know he's around. Miracle is trying to catch him somewhere here, but with this build, you have to actually land that pounce directly. There's no diffusal blade to help you chase or anything like that. Weehaw finally does spot him here with Yule Scepter. trying to slow him down with the Chakram, but this is very rapidly becoming a long chase, which Thompson is more than willing to turn around. The Magic Missile from long range catches him, but with the retreat here from Weehaw, I'm not sure how brave Miracle could be here. Let's look at Seb. Uh-oh, be careful that Aghanim, Scepter, be careful!
Oh, if there's one more tree there, he's dead.
Ooh,
he literally,
man.
He ran out of trees.
He ran out of trees.
That was not the duration, he ran out of trees.
One Ironwood branch plant, and that would have been the death of Miracle.
100%.
Now he knows, though, and now he knows he's got to be a lot more careful of that situation. Thompson's going to throw out his Aghanim Scepter, and they do manage to hit him with the Magic Missile, but not fast enough, though. Immediately, a buyback comes out from Mind Control. Saksa jumping forward, trying to force any fight at this point in time. His mid one doesn't manage to connect with RMN. They can catch Weehaw as well as he's stuck inside the trees. Yule Scepters himself, but how do you get out of here? He cuts through the trees, gets a long timber chain out. Can he get another one? Can he actually buy the time? Thompson laying in the damage? No, he can't get across the river. Again and again and again. Nigma just keep on getting picked off. Cannot find the opportunity for an actual team fight.
I like that they gave Miracle the bottle. You can see that the way that they're trying to come back into this game is a pretty creative one where you just give the bottle to the carry and he tries to pick up one of these late game Arcane or DD runes, which, you know, you need something to turn the fight at this point, right? And it's not going to come in items because OG is controlling the entire map. So that's how they're trying to do it, but he's getting these terrible runes. He first got the regen and now he's got an illusion rune. Very unfortunate. If we see Miracle with the double damage, I think that one of these fights can definitely turn.
Sure.
So creative solutions coming out from them on Nigma, but unfortunately not working out their way.
I'm not convinced that another item is actually going to change Miracle's game that much. He's looking at a Butterfly that still doesn't handle all the AoE damage that's out there. I think it simply comes down to the fact that he's got to, in many ways, 1v5, and now he's been spotted. Now they're just going to stay on top of him. He still has that BKB, turns around, tries to draw a little bit of damage. Stomp goes out, and he does manage to get off Shadow Dance, BKB, TP's out, Bound the Strike is there, but of course Miracle made sure, 100%, that he was going to get out.
Oh, No-Tail had his ult. That's interesting. Choosing to hold it for the next team fight, I suppose. That's a very interesting choice.
Jumping around. Jumping straight in. Mid one. It's a boundless strike. The brave man that he is just goes straight into the tier 3. And he's fine. He's got the heals behind him, the Sunray.
With the stat build and the Sunray, you can actually do this. I love how he's playing. This is exactly like how people are playing the Faceless one.
Look at Thompson just chucking in the damage at GH, and he forces yet another buyback. The touch of death that Thompson brings. Swap back in. Miracle immediately going to try and bring down. Okay, they do manage to take down No-Tail at least. Saksa still has that opportunity, though, to get off the Supernova, even out without the overgrowth, especially with RMN now dead. A little bit of damage going out where Miracle has to be able to bounce away from it. They always have to play scared of Thompson whenever he's got all these tree tosses ready to go.
This entire game, GH has just been getting one hit by Thompson, and because he's gone for this non-magic damage build, he's still going to keep getting one hit. Like, you have to play so far back as a support in this game because Thompson is so farmed. Look at that damage, man. 1,000 crits.
Can't even feel comfortable about killing that creep wave. Telekinesis sees an opportunity, jump on a mid one here, get a little bit of damage, but do not give him those Jingu stacks. He still has an Aegis, so mid one hasn't even had to expend that just yet. Saksa covers his ground, but Thompson actually going in immediately, gets off a combination there. Miracle sees a good opportunity to rack up some stacks. He's taking so much damage, though. The Sunray's even still burning through him. Fortunately, that's because he's got the BKB, turns around, goes for Thompson, does manage to bring him down. No buyback there, and mid one stunned up for a time being. If they can actually somehow keep him here, the Shockwave pulls him back. Skewer back on in. They're not going to let him go. They're not going to be that easy. Mid one, they throw out the Wukong's command, but they take him out, so he doesn't get even damage there. Fortunately, the Supernova with the overgrowth, the RP goes down in return. If they can open up a space for Miracle to get out, it'd be massive, but the Sunray tracks him down. He's going to be forced into a buyback now. Weehaw looks to be able to get back and reset things a little bit more. They couldn't keep OG from retreating, or if they did, they lose the fight that follows.
Similar to the first fight that we saw on the racks, it's, you know, you get a couple of kills, but it's at such a high cost. At this point, you beg the question, like, what item can they get? can they get a rapier? Does a satanic make the difference? Does a sheep make the difference? It's usually one of these big late game luxury items that you can pick up and it changes the game. Maybe a Bloodthorn. It doesn't feel like there's anything right now. They don't have a rapier carrier. They already have the satanic, I believe.
Yeah. Again, it's like that next item isn't actually going to save Miracle that much. His team is too underfarmed to be able to help him out. I mean, we just got a 35-minute Heaven's Halberd. That's from Weehaw.
And, you know, there's no ranged heroes on OG, so it's not...
Nice pick off. They can get it, and they should be able to. Yeah. No opportunity to be able to dive away. Mid-1 immediately jumps in on this. Thompson does manage to get the toss up in the air into Miracle. Miracle got to be careful, though. Oh, man. Stays away from all those tree tosses. RMN doesn't actually die just yet, but eventually they'll hunt him down. Miracle, though, no longer having his ultimate, no longer having the Dark Path. Gets tossed up in the air. Thompson brings him down. A dive back there from Miracle. And OG... They lose somebody, but somehow the fight that immediately follows, they're still able to get themselves a potential win here. I don't know how they fight without Miracle. They have just been all in on getting him the only farm that's been available to Nigma. Now he's dead for 90 seconds.
You need to skewer into Fountain. This is really OG's game to throw at this point.
Yeah, Thompson, he just goes in immediately for GH. The first thing every single time. Mind Control, Consight the Overgrowth right next to Weehaw here, who, despite the reactive armors, cannot put up with the damage being put out by Mid-1. That is going to be all 5 down. And we're looking at the end of Nigma's run through Omega League here. Last man left to stand in, the coach, RMN, before Miracle calls GG. That is it, OG. They get their chance for a rematch against Secret. They are heading to the grand finals.
In that last fight, we saw Mind Control jump in and try to hit just an RP just to kind of...
Hey, there it is. There's the no-tail smile we're waiting for.
What a stark difference.
Yeah.
There he is, the legend himself.
Victory.
Zeb, who has been smiles for most of the game. He seems to be like that guy who's always trying to amp his teammates up.
And this is about right for Thompson.
There he is, the Grim Reaper himself. Pale Horse, wherever he goes, death follows. Whether it's the enemies or his, you never know which, but by God, somebody's going down. And to this series, he pulls it out to great effect against Nigma.
After watching the first game, I did not expect the second game to go anywhere near like that. And this is just the typical OG storyline. You know, they get this momentum, they just are feeling themselves, and they crush a team and make them look like a bunch of heralds when it's, you know, literally one of the top 3 teams on the entire planet. Depending on the day, maybe the top team. It's really crazy. It's every single time I watch OG play, it's like, all right, like sports, esports psychology, this is a real thing.
Yeah.
Like this, we actually have to give a shit about this.
There is something very, very special about OG. There's a reason why they are 2-time TI winners.
Yes.
And there's a reason they're going to be heading to the grand finals against Secret, the boss to end all bosses. They await in the grand finals, and we are going to have some time to be able to prepare for that. But first, we got to break down this series with the panel.
Talk about all that psychology mattering. What do you think the psychology actually is like when there's a team that has just been that final boss waiting in the grand final? It's definitely spooky stuff. We're going to be talking about what we think OG is going to be able to do in this rematch, if they're going to be able to take down the grand final. But let's talk about what they were actually able to do against Nigma, because this was very different than the first game that we did see in this series. I mean, ultimately, Nigma was ahead in that first game. OG just kept the chaos coming, kept creating situations where they could really thrive, and all of a sudden, a mistake happens, they're able to take over the game. This time, it did look just a little bit different. I think it was really Jenkins who was talking about how Nigma's trying to get creative. They're trying to find things to maybe do around getting a good rune. They don't get lucky there. They find like an illusion rune, a regen rune, but still, like they have to find something creative. They're pulling out all the stops to try to figure a way to back it.
All the stops, it just didn't matter. OG looked dominant, like a tier above, honestly. And I think that we 100% can guarantee, we've got the 2 best teams in Dota in our grand finals. Nigma put on a show. I'm so happy to see the way they played yesterday, coming today, but OG just unstoppable.
I think it was, 37 days of Dota, over 200 series.
No one would have seen this coming.
I mean, hey, look, I don't think that there's any doubt that we had the 3 best teams here today, right? And Nigma looked fantastic, and also they did it in, the most trademark way for their style, just that deep lower bracket run to ultimately get here. And also, like, I think that you got to say they did look good in this series as well.
They did look good. They also played with the standing. I'm not trying to take anything away from Roman or RMN because he had some extremely good games on his Disruptor, on his Warlock, and still I feel like they need Karaoke. In one of the interviews they talked about how Miracle is the one who's calling the shots, he's talking a lot, but they also feel they need Karaoke's voice to actually win the games. Well, the games that matter, they got the 3rd place, still big achievement, but if they want to be paired up against OG, against Team Secret, they need Karaoke.
Yeah, ultimately I think OG just have a great read. Like, they have found their niche. If you look at this lineup they've got, all 5 heroes have a stun. All 5 heroes have some way of either providing healing and sustain or some sort of damage mitigation or amplification. It's just such a clean lineup. You've got BKB piercing table. They check all the boxes. They set up for really strong lanes, and they even had that typical OG tweak with the core ET, the Monkey King rushing and Aghanims, and it gets to this point where it's 10 minutes in and you just feel like it's hopeless already. Like, this is just straight up outplayed, outthought, and ultimately I'm just so hyped. I'm so hyped now for this grand final.
For sure. I feel like they just swapped the lanes way too much, and the Timber is not the one who want to be swapping the lanes. He did not get anything out of that, except a few deaths, which is something that you do not want to have on the Timber Saw. There were a couple of some sick plays coming out from tops and cutting the trees, outmaneuvering, outsmarting the Timber Saw, so he could not use the Timber Chain on it, and then actually killing him a few seconds after that. He did it actually 2 times, one time in the Roche Pit, one time at the bottom rune.
Kyle, you said you really did want to see the Timber, by the way. That was like the exact call that you were kind of asking for in the draft. I mean, obviously, this game went the way of OG, but were you happy to see that come out?
Hard to say. I feel like if you look at the lineups, OG, we were having some fun yesterday comparing drafting to being a chef in a kitchen. OG,
this again, Kyle.
OG, it's just delicious, start to finish. Nigma, I like the idea. You've got a lot of damage amplification, but the Venge and the Magnus, we talked a lot about this Venge with the range carry. We talk about like Magnus with a troll, with a jug, but ultimately this isn't as clean as what OG's got. It's good heroes, but it doesn't mesh together optimally like we would have hoped for.
This is something that I talked about a lot over the last 30 days, where
37.
I came a bit late, but Vengeful Spirit, if she's not paired up with any heroes that benefit from the aura, actually, that increases the range, I just feel like it's very underwhelming compared to other position 5s, what they do.
Just an opportunity cost thing, right? And I think that was one of the ways that you cracked open the day as well. You were like, hey, look, we got to be looking at how these pairings are going to work as we move forward in the draft.
Yeah.
They might have been thinking about getting Arc Warden in that game, but looking at all the heroes that can close the gap, Tiny, Phoenix, MK, maybe they were preparing for it. Fogged also said it looks like they're doing it. I think they could have just said, fuck it, man, we're not doing it. We have too many counters.
I just, like, honestly, Rich, it's good you're here, because a lot of times it feels like OG min-max better than most World of Warcraft teams. You look at the way they itemize, the way they set up the drafts, not just yesterday, where they put about 18 buffs on their PA, but look at how they find ways to eke out a little bit of advantage from all heroes. We saw a Holy Lock-in on Phoenix, just for the healing amp on the Sunray. No-Tail has a Blink for the BKB root, and then the Vlads for Aura. You have a Halberd on Seb after and then 2 Ags, but one on MK, one on ET, because this gives these heroes just extra ability, extra damage that, like, it's just the most value. And then you look at Thompson's items. Raw damage output. His job, burst combo somebody, Ags them from the back. Like, this is finding a way, not just in the laning phase, not the mid game, but how do we make our team play their roles to the best of our ability and find ways to just straight up kill enemies, like, no problem. Like, it's just beautiful.
Aghanims on Tiny gives him ability to scale as a hero, something that he kind of needed the upgrade. I mean, it was implemented a longer time ago, but still, you also want to have some AoE damage that goes through Slark's ulti, which is kind of a big deal because they did not have any if Tiny uses his combo.
Yeah, I think perfectly said. Now the main thing is when you talk. Go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say, now that we've meshed with, we've put that game. Lagos is smiling because There's been some trash talking back and forth between Seb, between Team Secret Twitter guy. OG's playing with some ferocity. They're saying, I mean, I know we're in September, but August is very much OG's month. Secret have won the last 6 events, lost count. Hasn't even been challenged. OG, if any team could topple them, it's going to be them. Right. Well, not right now. You get it.
In a little bit. But how would they actually be able to do it? I mean, what are you looking for? What are those key things? Because you talk about the chaos they're able to create. You talk about all of these things that they're able to do. Secret has just looked like an unkillable deity throughout the entirety of this league.
I would say that they need to adjust their lanes against Team Secret. You can't afford to be like 5k gold lead down 10 minutes in, even though they still managed to win one of those games with the buffed PA with everything they had. Just throw it on her. Good timing on that Satanic, getting a Rapier. But if you're playing a best of 5, I think you need to make adjustments. Otherwise, Team Secret might just ran you over.
That should scare you, honestly, as an OG fan, because like they crushed the lanes here, right? Yesterday, that game 3, they were down 5k in like 12 minutes. Nahaz, a big student of the laning phase, considers OG the second best laning team in Dota. They went up against the number 1 best laning team, and they were pretty far behind. And keep in mind, like there is a lot of pride on the line here. Secret are trying to prove we're the best team. The idea that we can't perform at TI is bullshit. We're gonna win this tournament, even against OG at top form, who are trying to prove that we are the top dogs if we're trying.
Well, luckily right now, we get to talk to one of the top dogs. We get to talk to Mid1. And Mid1, thank you so much for taking the time before we actually do get into the grand final to talk to us. You get a little bit of a break right now, but I want to go all the way back to the first game in this series and just ask, how are you guys able to come back in a game like that?
I don't know. I mean, we knew we fucked up some fights, but we just don't care. We think we're still strong, so we just go take fights anyway. Don't care.
Got it. What's the preparation been like for you guys? Because we were just talking about it for 20 minutes, but it seems like you found your gear. You are try-harding like crazy. What's inspired this in OG? And I mean, are you ready for this final?
I mean, we are definitely ready for the final. We want to put up some fights. Last time in group stage, we lost like 2-0 instantly. It was so one-sided, and we felt really bad. Like, yeah, I was a bit depressed, but took some time to reset. And yeah, I think we are ready for everything right now. Figured out some stuff, and we are good to go.
We saw you guys on camera. You were not smiling during the fights until the end. Like, what's going on? This is not the OG that we know, you know, just a lot of smiley faces. Everyone's having fun. What happened? Are you taking it this seriously?
I don't know, actually. Maybe there was some point, like, we feel like we would lose, but not really. At the same time, like, we can still win easily. I didn't smile, I think, because like the game should have been over, and then we had some mistakes. So I mean, it's not like you can avoid it. It's a mistake. It always happens. Nothing you can do about it.
I have one more question for you. I know you're, talking to Ice Frog a lot whenever something's broken in the game, and I love your tweets. Like, what would you tweet him right now?
Ice Frog? I would tweet him. I would tweet him, they're fucking faceless void first. Like, I think it's not cool to have a first belt. That's basically we were ultimate, honestly. I'm so tilted every time. And the bash, I think it's really not cool. It's like a double damage every time he bash.
Gotcha.
I don't know what is he thinking. Like, his brain got problem. I can say that. Dilation is not a cool spell either. So, I think Ice Frog is a retard. Whatever. I won't flip him. I hate it.
Okay. Well, my final question, real quick, man, if you got time. I got a text from Puppy right after that game. He said, "Tell Agent M, great job. We're proud of you. Prepare for activation." Do you know what he means by that?
I don't know what they're trying to say. Like, they gotta be ready for the final. I don't know what is this Agent M about. Don't let me see the Twitter guy, man. I really want to punch him.
Oh my God!
God, it's apparently he's turned rogue. We've lost control of the asset.
The splinter cell is splintering. Midone, thank you so much for the interview. Make sure that you take that time to get ready, and it's going to be really exciting to see what you guys can do. Congratulations again on making it to that grand final.
Yep. Thank you.
What a beast.
What an absolute legend. What a that attitude right there, man. This is very... I have a good friend who often says, fuck him, dude. And that's very much the attitude that he's got here. And I think that's an important thing to have when they actually do go head-to-head with Secret very shortly.
The thing about TI that's always made Dota special is the way it works in incentivizing our player base. At the end of the day, it was always just about the game. People played for love. And going into this tournament, the money's huge, but it's not necessarily, it doesn't matter if it's 10 million or 50 million. The idea is, at this tournament, the team that plays the best Dota wins. The goal is to win TI, because then you can say, I was the best, right? Like, you can see how much that means to players. And these two squads, without that tournament this year, this is what we've got. And they're approaching it the same way. Like, I can't wait. I know that there's some people probably expecting, Secret will just 3-0. There is no way one of these teams 3-0s. I mean, it's possible, I guess, but it's not going to happen.
Man, he backpedaled real quick there. What do you think, Lacoste? Do you think that there's a chance that we have a 3-0?
Possibly. I definitely would not be happy to see it. I want to see some fun games in terms of, comebacks. We've seen some hell of a games yesterday.
Thompson cut the tree during the timber chain.
This is what I want to see. I really don't care who wins. I'm just here for some great Dota, and I think everyone just wants to be entertained. This is the stuff, this is the best game that ever existed. And
37 days. 37 days. I haven't been anywhere but here or home since July. I'm ready.
Well, also you talk about being entertained. We're going to be getting, the players need a little bit of time to get ready for that grand final. OG obviously just had to take down that series, so we're going to have the Omega show coming up very soon.
Ooh.
I have no idea what it has in store this time, but that's going to be coming up very shortly. Before we actually do jump into the Omega show, we're going to get to watch an episode of Busted Dota. But the best teams in the world, no matter what's going on in the world, they always find a way to play against each other. We started with the 3 best teams in the world. Now we're down to just 2. After we get to watch the Omega show, we're going to be jumping into the grand final. Folks, don't go anywhere. All that and more coming up right after this.
Busted Dota.
Hey guys, my name is Kyle.
Lizards here, and this is Busted Dota.
Show where we break down some of the common myths of the Dota 2 world.
Do not try this at home.
Anti-Mage has always been an outspoken hater of Magic. But is he your really best counter to Magic-based heroes? This brings us to our next myth.
You need Anti-Mage to deal with Magic.
To test his magical endurance, we selected some of the best wizards in the game for him to face.
Magic shall not prevail.
I am the Enigma.
Orbs light my path.
Wanna play with fire?
Demon Witch.
I've always had a soft spot for a good anime.
And I've always had a soft spot for a good game of Dota, which brings us to our next myth.
Players with anime avatars in their profile pictures have a better win rate than those who don't.
So you ask me what is Dota for me, right?
Dota to me is an exciting adventure every time I play, and it's all about enjoying the moment. Just like what I do when I watch my favorite animes. Anyway, I like to play in adventures, and I'm always out in a positive way and having a great attitude. Like my favorite anime protagonist, Loren Lagan.
Sometimes I can't play Dota for like 7 days. Sometimes I have to play it every single day of the month. It's the drafting part. It's the unique experience in every single match, designing the strategy that makes you feel like you completed the game
It's just pure joy and unique experience every single time.
Oh yeah, right that way. Here we go. Boom, baby!
Guys, I need help at Rosh. Go Rosh right now, Rosh!
I hate myself.
Dire's ancient is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's courier has been killed. Dire's ancient is under attack.
I kill him a nightmare!
この番組はご覧のスポンサーの提供でお送りします。
And that's your daily portion of myth breaking.
Stay tuned for more busted stuff coming your way.
Busted Dota.
Push me, and then just touch me, so I can get my nature's attendance. Nature's attendance.
When something like after a loss in a tournament, it's like, why did you lose?
Anything about my hair, it kinda like slightly triggers me.
How are you feeling? That one I don't like, after a loss or after a win. Are you happy right now? Those kind of questions that require just an obvious answer.
How do you feel after losing TI? That's the most annoying one, I guess.
Going from Alliance to Liquid, or like something like Alliance Liquid related.
I guess going to an interview in China at some point, they asked us like to rate your teammates, and that's just very awkward to rate your teammates in front of them. It's like, or to rate them ever. Yeah, that's, I guess, just very weird.
What are your expectations for the games? You always expect to win. You're playing to f***ing win. What else do you expect?
I don't know. There's like 99% of them.
I would tell myself to not stray from the path and believe in myself.
80-year-old me? Keep playing baseball and have at it, have fun.
I shouldn't go into conflicts that easily. Like, I should be more patient. I think that's the main, like, the most important advice I would give myself, probably.
Hakuna Matata.
Even more time playing Dota and even less time doing school.
Play more games and less school. Probably to be nicer to my family. I think I was a little shit kid. I think, no.
Don't play Dota? Nah, that's a bad advice.
Listen more to elders than I did back then. I didn't listen back then, but now I realize that it's important.
Just keep playing. That's all.
Cringe to me, I means when people talk in Twitch emotes in real life.
When all these like 40-year-olds jump, or like older, jump onto this internet trend like way too late and do some like cringy music cover.
I mean, my coach is baller, you know that. Probably Gabe coming up with the sandals on for TI, like when I was in place, you know.
I've seen some cringe moments even on tournaments. You can look at Slacks. He's there all the time. Just kidding, I love Slacks.
Really like cringe. So cringe is part of Scandinavian humor. We have this show in Denmark that is all about the mega cringe. Some of the first times I talked to a girl or something, like in 3rd or 4th grade, yeah, you still wake up at night, you're like, fuck, did I actually do that? Why did I act like that?
One time I was maybe 7 years old. I had my birthday party, and people wanted to eat cake and not open the presents for me, and I wanted to open them right away. So what I did, I took the presents and I locked one door and went to open them by myself, while the others were eating the cake at my birthday party.
I don't know. I tend to delete these memories when they happen. Depends on the cringe, because there is a good cringe that's just uncomfortable bad humor, which can be good in some occasions, and there are just things that are eating me up. That's the bad cringe. For example, watching TikTok videos. Jesus Christ! When I was young, I was making videos on YouTube, and they were aimed to be cringy, and that's why they're funny.
I went back in time once. Told myself when I was 8 years old to never answer any annoying questions. And I think now I remember that guy. Now that I'm here, and it's pretty cringy what I'm doing right now. He gave this advice to me a long time ago. It was myself, and I actually just walked right in here. It was terrible.
Not only time can heal the wounds of a fallen gladiator. Buyback, boys. Farm buyback.
It's in the bag.
He's stuck there for a little bit. Oh, it's pretty... Oh, he dodges it again. He dodges both the arrow and the fissure. So... Well, at least he gets out of there. If he had been scouting arrow, hits him again! Darkness. That has gotta be the biggest fail I've seen.
Life is short.
went down. It's causing real trouble right now. RTW is going to get caught up by the Reaper's side, but the Weaver's going to save him, but he's already dead. Nick's going to go down as well, though. RTW and Nick's both taking out the fight, and the Death Marker getting so low as well, but helped out jumping away. It's actually...
Not bad, not bad. Now you.
127, 9, and 29 now 30, 30, 31. Down to the bill, 1, 2. Get that way to fulfill is 2, 2, now 3.
Not bad, not bad. Now you.
Will they find somebody down in the bottom lane? We got 4 people down in the bottom lane. Now I'm going to do an OD pixel cast. Here comes the Rap God himself, and they're going to find somebody, and they're going to attack him. Nice.
The only true knowledge is the knowledge that you know nothing. Until you put your scope into something. Duh.
Busted Dota.
Hey guys, my name is Kyle.
Lizard's here, and this is Busted Dota.
Show where we break down some of the common myths of the Dota 2 world.
Do not try this at home.
The first myth we're about to look into is...
You can't launch Dota 2 on a weak laptop after 7.7.
For the sake of legitimacy for the experiment, we asked our Action Slacks to give us a hand on this one.
Okay, old girl, this is it. One more for Daddy, okay? All right, come on. Chug along there, you got it. Oh, shit. It's getting hot, come on, come on! Oh, it's okay, come on. You've got it, one more in you. One more before you join Steve Jobs in heaven, okay, sweet pig? Come on. Oh, there we go, there we go! Yeah, baby! Yeah, hell yeah! She's in. No problem. We're good.
Myth number 2. You can't get on the same team with good players on NA servers.
Prepare for battle.
It is time for the third myth. Windranger is not a real hero. It is well known that Sir Action Slacks is not a fan of Windranger. That's why he is the perfect candidate to find out if this myth is busted.
Prove to you guys that it's not just me who believes that Windranger is not a hero. I've gone and asked 6 of the smartest Dota 2 talent in the world what they think of this very interesting question. We're here with Sheever. She's getting her makeup done right now, so she can't actually talk to us, but she's going to record her audio afterwards when we dub it in. So, Sheever, do you believe that Windranger is a real hero?
I'm a
Wind Ranger. I think it's dumb hero for dumb people. My name is Sheever, and I think Wind Ranger's stupid too. Don't believe the lies. Lizard, a question for you. You must simply answer yes or no, and if you answer correctly, you get 1 nuggie. Now listen closely and look into my eyes. Is Wind Ranger a good hero?
No.
Good boy. Tasty for Lizard. Here with Jenkins. Jenkins, answer truthfully, is Wind Ranger a real hero?
What do you mean?
Not a character, but a true hero.
No, of course not.
Didn't think so. Here with Tsunami. Tsunami, please answer this question very simply with a yes or no. And your honest, do you think that Wind Ranger a good hero, or do you think it might be bad?
Yes.
Obviously.
No.
Yes, no. He does not think Wind Ranger's a good hero. Thank you, Tsunami. Very good. We'll slow it down in post. Boom. All right. Is Dark Willow an intelligence here?
Yeah.
Is the Radiant and Dire on the Dota 2 game?
Yeah.
Do you know the lore to Sand King?
No.
Do you think that League of Legends is a good game?
No.
Is Wind Ranger a good hero?
No. Yes.
Ah! It's too late! You said no! He said no! I said no! And now for the most intelligent analyst in the building. This $1 8-ball. Is Wind Ranger an actual hero? Focus and ask again. What the f***'s wrong with this thing? Is Wind Ranger an actual hero? What? Does it have no? It's like 17 yes. Cannot foretell for now. Even the gods don't know the true answer. And with that, it should be completely apparent that Wind Ranger is in fact not a hero. She's a creep. A range creep. That I hope you deny in all of your games.
And that's your daily portion of myth breaking.
Stay tuned for more busted stuff coming your way.
Busted Dota.
No, Dave Cheever, and no, I won't.
Oh, Mega Show.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Mega Show! Yes, that's right. We've got to fill some time while our teams get ready for your grand final. And we're going to do it right here. We've got some new content, we've got some great guests, and we've got some things to keep you around, baby. I'm Sir Action Slacks, your host here today. Now, you might remember, last time when we started the Omega Show, we had a beautiful musical performance. Well, don't you worry, ladies and gents at home. We have another one here for you today. Except it's less beautiful and more gangsta. That's what the paper said. I didn't want to say that, but they made me. All right, maybe you guys should just watch it. Maybe.
Techies. I'm gonna go mid, first pick, squeeze, speed, spoon, wait, what do you mean, end quick? Trust me, it's real sick, never lost a game, well I have, well I don't know, cause my brain is a brick, yeah I'm thick. But give me a chance, cause I'ma make them dance to my minds that I'm placing, place faster than my rhymes that I'm making, shaking, darts quaking, now they're breaking. You can see that the focus is already flaking, looks like the win is what we'll be taking. Better double down, yes, go and put a stake in, Techies in the mid, nothing short of partaking. And I know that we're winning, first blood on the rune, and it's just the beginning, and I know it's just one kill, but I'm already grinning. I think I need help, cause it feels like I'm sinning, but I love it when they die to the traps in the lane. Just give it 2 seconds and the rage quit the game. When you hit up the report, remember the name. Or I'll see you next match and bring more of the same. Throne is falling, I'm appalling, but I finally found my calling. When it comes to games of Dota 2, you know that I'll be stalling. After every single pushback to your base, you will be crawling. Now I'm living in your head all through the night until the morning. Watch, I don't explode your mind if you're not careful with your snoring.
Gentlemen, I have had to watch so many pieces of content and pretend like it wasn't cringy. That was the first time where it actually wasn't a cringy movie. That was amazing. Here we have the cast of the film and their producer. Gentlemen and ladies at home, the rap god himself, the Banana Man, and what was your name, sir?
Deep T.
Deep T?
No.
Very concerning. Gentlemen, talk to me about, oh, and you're actually a rap god. You were legitimately, how long did it take to make something like that?
Well, I mean, you see all these other esports, you know, big production, months in the making. Lads at WePlay were like, hey, do you want to make a track? And I was like, sure. Last night, wrote the lyrics. Next day, we're out there in the parking lot shooting the film, and we had it done in 24 hours.
Oh, my goodness gracious. That's fantastic. And we didn't even need to, shout out to a sponsor that was desperately trying to get us to make something relevant to sell their shitty cars. Anyway, Banana Man. Why exactly were you in the video?
I don't know if you heard, but I said at least 10 words during that whole thing, and I really accentuated his talent. You know, I'm tired of being the carry. I'm here to support my boy and ride his coattails to success.
It's very important to find the right kind of person that's able to comfortably accentuate your talent, and Brian fits that very nicely.
What were those 10 words?
You just have to listen to it again.
You have no idea.
And again.
Do you, Brian?
I did say GG. That's like 2 words right there.
Thank you so much. Deep Tease.
Yeah.
What other what new albums are you dropping soon? Do you have any projects in the mix, Deep T?
Listen, any pop star, any rap star, any musician that you've listened to, I've had my hand in it, all right? I participate in all. I'm triple platinum, quadruple platinum. This one is just another in a long line of my work.
Wow, incredible. First song, of course, about techies for your new album. Do we have a name for the album, by the way?
I think that's going to be up to my lead producer here. I leave him with all sort of the smart stuff. I just turn up and talk fast and get paid.
I see.
I choreograph and whip out the sick dance moves.
We'll do a bit of a market research. I mean, we're appealing for a North American crowd. We hear that they're feeling a little bit slighted recently, so we'll get something for them out there.
All right. Okay, guys. Well, we actually have a treat for you. We have some back scene footage of that video, and they'll be able to hear us laughing about it. So let's go take a look. This is how you make a Dota rap. Yeah, wow. Tupac is actually in the recording studio.
Inspiration.
That is inspirational.
Always look to the greats.
Oh my goodness.
I remember that take.
You don't have to be a character the whole time. You can break it if you want, but it's fine. Wow. Banana.
Look at that form. Look at that banana.
What was it like running down downtown Ukraine in a giant banana suit at it looks like 2 in the morning? Was it comfortable?
Yeah, no, there were a few women on the sidewalk that were trying to take a photo for what looked like Instagram or something like that, and they were definitely not expecting in the background to see a random banana running behind them, so definitely spiced up some people's Friday night.
Damn, who's vaping? That's pretty
We should have had him in the video.
That was pretty
he had some
sick,
moves.
honestly. What time was it when you guys filmed this?
It was pretty late.
Yeah, got done at like 1 or 2 a.m.
Into the evening, yeah, into the morning.
Have you ever used one of those before, Owen?
No.
That's
not
pretty
the
goddamn
standard
interesting.
bit of a kit that you would just happen to use.
Either a Requiem for a Dream or a meme video for WePlay. That's the type of caliber we're at.
Yeah, as you can see here, Requiem for a Dream level left.
For a supermarket, there were like 20 people there laughing their asses off at me.
A bug jelly and a baseball bat, another one of my greats, so you could see the inspiration here. E-Bomb's World, rest in peace.
Jesus Christ. Extremely disturbing, gentlemen. But so, with that behind us, for now, maybe never to be forgotten, tournament's almost over, boys. It's the last day. You know, we don't usually get time to decompress and talk about how much fun we've had. Now that your careers have been ruined by that video, I guess before you head to Reddit and see the fallout, maybe talk about how much you've enjoyed yourself. Anything stick out before this finals, guys?
I mean, everything. Honestly, just to be serious, I've had a great time here. It's been amazing that WePlay's put on such a large-scale event. You know, considering the circumstances we're having to do it under, and I just really hope that everybody who's been watching at home is just having a good time. You know, that's what we're here. We're all entertainers, and we just want to make sure that we've had a great product that people have been able to enjoy all over the world.
It's the storyline for the whole thing. You get to see the teams develop. Some of the teams rise to the occasion. Some teams tend to fall off towards the end. You also get to see the meta shift and also just the fun stuff we've had in the back as we're, theory crafting little spiels. We're all getting to work with different people, getting to bounce ideas off each other inside and outside of the game. That's the funnest part for me.
Absolutely.
I don't want to go home.
Oh, no, he broke character. Poor guy. Oh, no.
It's been so much fun.
Oh, don't worry, Tsunami. Wow, what an actor. I would actually believe it, but I don't have good emotions. So, yes, much like gamers, I've never seen them before. Brian, before I let you go, the fuck are you doing, man? NA Dota, let's talk about the controversy right now. Spill it out. Do you hate North American Dota? What's the deal, man? Let's get into it.
I don't hate my own region. It's called disappointment, I think.
Damn, Brian, this was your chance.
Yeah.
To apologize.
I am sorry for maybe, being a little bit too hard on them, but at the same time, I got that same treatment from outsiders, and I also realized I was a part of it. So I'm not necessarily embarrassed or anything to be from NA. I'm embarrassed to be associated with the culture that people aren't exactly looking at highly from the outside.
I thought we were going to end on a high positive note.
Hey, man, you whipped out some drama.
But we didn't. So we have a new episode of Busted Dota coming right up, and you guys can get the hell out of here. Thank you so much. We'll see you in a sec.
Hey guys, my name is Kyle.
Lizard's here, and this is Busted Dota,
Show where we break down some of the common myths of the Dota 2 world.
Do not try this at home. Since the first episode, I had a strong suspicion that there's something wrong with Kyle. Excuse me, that Kyle is always wrong. Kyle is always wrong. As for our final myth, we wanted to break something truly groundbreaking.
Make a deep dive into the science.
Newton's third law states,
for every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction.
So can this law be applied to YouTube videos? Let's find out.
Can you react to a video which is also a reaction video? Let's find...
No.
Is he moving? I can't tell. It looks like it. As you would expect, he is so fucking aroused by my voice that he gets up out of bed with a raging hard erection, walks into the kitchen where there's a girl doing the dishes, and they begin to have sex. They leave the...
And that's your daily portion of myth breaking.
Stay tuned for more busted stuff coming your way.
There we have it, our own Mythbusters getting down to the bottom of Dota 2 secrets. And it's no secret that we have a new panel here today. Gentlemen, welcome. Fog, everyone say hello.
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 As we rehearsed perfectly. Thank you, gentlemen. Well done. We like to keep it concise. Boys, we've been talking about nonsense. Maybe we should talk about the Dota games throughout the day. What are you guys thinking about the entirety of the event? What were some of your favorite moments?
Elder Titan beating the shit out of people. You know, Zai just briefcasing people. It's my highlight.
I mean, we saw a lot of that was secret.
Yep.
Almost every single time. So, happy day for you. T-Gov, you've been here the longest of us all.
Yeah, I've been in Ukraine for many, many months now. Get me out, no joke.
No.
Help.
Favorite moments from the tournament?
I think so far it's just the development of OG, because they played so much with the ping issues and stuff, and then
the development of the two-time winning team.
All right, be serious, right?
No, I'm serious.
Yeah, like they played with ping, and like they weren't like the flair, the shine, but now they're back in their true form. We're seeing the top tier Dota, so happy to see them, and maybe a rival to Secret. We might not get a 3-0 final for once. I mean, maybe.
Have you watched the last two Secret OG games?
I tried. 2-1 though.
Let's lie and hype it up. I'm sure it's going to be fine. Woo!
It's a good step. It's a good step.
Jenkins.
I liked mid one diving fountains twice in a row.
That was
feeding.
A good one. Yeah.
Definitely the devastating loss. I believe it was yesterday that we saw that. That was definitely something memorable. Depending on which team you're a fan of, that could...
Anything past last night, though, Jenkins? Do you have any memories past last night?
No, just the Alliance game. Nothing past that point is very relevant.
I remember some stuff going on last night, though.
I don't recall.
Bizarre. Oh, okay.
What? No.
Maybe he doesn't remember it.
I think everybody was sleeping.
That never happened, guys.
Yo,
please.
Real talk. It was a different time zone, so the guy in the audience has literally no idea what you're talking about.
That's actually true.
If you were up at 4 a.m. watching our panels last night, audience that's here right now, you were in for a real treat. Go watch the VODs. Jenkins was great. My favorite moment throughout the entire event was Khan, baby, the greatest team that ever existed. Gilger God coming up, losing, but Khan's games were hype as hell. Me no care Secret or OG. Me love Khan.
Well, it might be the last time you see them, so I hope you enjoyed them.
you can't say things like that. There's no way. There's no way. But some of my favorite moments, of course, were for the Divine Division. But yeah, those little guys, those little growing players. Were there any players that you didn't know about before this tournament that you actually know now?
Well, Gilger, that's one of them. We you know, as much of he gets memed in Twitch chat because he's a Bulldog friend. He had great plays.
Mine was Aramis, I think, for me at least.
Spirit Breaker.
Spirit Breaker.
Yeah,
He was just blasting people. It was super fun.
Doesn't even like playing it.
No, but he played it like a lot of games.
Yeah.
So
That's a hard one for you, T-Gov, because you're an actual expert of the Tier 2 scene, legitimately. So was there anyone that you didn't know of?
No, I just know them all. No, I think I'll give props to Cheshire Cat because he's like the consistent guy who's trying to compete, and this type of tournament allows him to still prove he's giving it his all, because normally he doesn't really make it through because all these good teams just swap them away.
He owned.
He did.
He did great stuff.
Yeah,
He was making a lot of space.
You know what I just realized? Last time we did this show at the end of the tournament, this time we're filling. If people are coming into the Twitch stream, they actually might think that the game was already over. So we could just lie the entire show.
Congratulations to OG.
Who would have thought Khan came out of... They replaced OG and shit on Secret. No.
EG1.
EG1. All right, guys. Well, speaking of favorite games and favorite moments, we actually have another compilation of a segment that we like to call Slackin' a Fool, where we collect all of the fails that we've saw since the last Omega show and gave it to our cheapest intern to put memes over. So we're going to go ahead and watch that now. Let's take a look. They can hear your audio, by the way, so feel free to talk the entire time. Slackin' a Fool, that's techies. This one is Crystallize on the Alchemist.
Cyber Legacy.
Oh, I think I remember that.
Oh, I legitimately remember this. He is in the middle of nowhere and is murdered without any help from his entire team.
Yeah. They just ditched him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you're a meme. So why was that? Look at you.
That's me.
It's gone.
Oh man.
We needed the player count.
Did they
We
win
could
this?
actually get Crystallized's actual reaction.
Did they go on to win that?
That actually looked...
Oh, I remember this one too. And he clicks. Oh, I think this is when.
Don't
he clicks.
spoil.
Okay, I'm not spoiling.
Okay, here we go. On top of the
Oh, yeah, that was sad.
He clicks the Agimorph.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, player perspective.
I want to see it again.
Put him in the bin.
Player perspective.
Okay.
I remember he was playing so well this game, too.
Oh,
no.
What the hell was that? Whoa! Watch the table! Watch the goddamn table!
Oh, the
All right.
tip as well.
He overlaid the tip.
Era on your clockwork.
Probably missed a hook or something, maybe.
No way, that's...
Oh.
Oh, this.
Oh,
Oh,
yes.
yeah. This was sad. Was this just Iceberg being sick, though?
No, wait, hold on. No, wait, what? Isn't there meant to be more to this? I hope.
No, that's it.
He just walks in and dies.
He got like a triple kill after that.
Yeah,
He did.
exactly.
Right.
Yeah. Oh.
Boxy. Oh, dude,
Oh,
there's so
this
many
one.
clips of Boxy doing this.
He was actually in the middle of nowhere. This is...
Oh, never mind. This is the one where he died, right? This is Fails, isn't it? Oh, no. Did he survive?
I think this is the other side of fails, right? This is where they chase him forever. and
Yeah,
get
yeah,
him.
exactly. Yeah. Radiant
They-
phase.
they-
I don't remember.
Well, let's fast forward quickly.
Spending your entire time trying to spoil the clip as much as possible, gentlemen. Thank you.
Trying.
Yeah, do you have a
Trying.
We're trying to figure
Does
out
he
which one
live?
it
Does he
is.
survive?
Nice.
Thank you. I wish my voice was that deep. Oh, the unpaid intern really went ham on this one, guys. Oh.
At least you get to see it.
Wow. Wonderful.
I think I've seen that cat video one time. I've seen that one.
The events that are unfolding currently.
It was nice.
Beautiful. Alright, just literally fly to moon. Oh yeah, just
Oh,
this.
yeah.
Oh, no.
The worst thing is, though, they won the Divine playoffs, so technically they come full circle.
What the?
Oh, they also lost their courier when they did that to the tower.
They did. They would have crushed that series if they didn't lose that
What'd you do
career.
with it? What'd you do with it?
Right, Gov?
What the hell was
Didn't
the
hear you,
meme
Jenkins.
about?
I don't have any
Jesus.
idea.
Oh,
Oh,
no, you
Come
can't.
Oh, please.
Oh.
Wow,
dude,
editor
this
really
sucks.
went ham. Instantly. Oh, this is hard. Oh, yeah, show it again.
Show the HP.
I need to
Oh,
see that
God.
Sweet 45, boys.
Oh, I don't want to see it.
Oh, yes, you do, Jenkins.
Oh, I don't.
You do.
Sickos.
Am I the only one here that empathizes with
No.
losers? I just
No,
lose
yes.
so much that I feel like I'm just on the losing team. You know what I was saying? You could zip through and hit it, right? But I think he was trying.
He's trying. He did try a couple times.
This is where we need to, do you know when you used to be able to reload replays, that weird mechanic? Imagine being able to reload the replay at this moment to attempt to see
yeah.
like the lines, you know?
How many times could they hold?
Exactly, yeah.
You know, I gotta say, that's probably the least effective that we would use that during the tournament, the getting into the replays.
Yes, there
That
were
would've been
several.
That would have been very convenient,
So
actually.
we needed this feature.
Oh, hold on. Here comes
Crazy.
the team, please.
Okay.
You're stuck out there tonight.
Is this loader?
Yeah, that was loader.
That guy looks
That's
like Brian.
Brian.
That looks like
yeah.
Brian.
Oh, wow.
Oh my god.
Baby driver, guys.
Well, thank you. No,
That's
don't
you.
include This. I don't think people
That's a
like
boring
this very much. So give me a good one. How about a Star Wars Cantina? Oh, thank you, guys.
You are too talented, sir.
Can we vote for that one?
Yeah.
No, you can't vote for this. This isn't a player fail. This is a career
And you
fail.
think it's over?
Yeah,
All right.
it was fun.
Oh, thank you so much, guys. Don't forget to vote in the chat. Number 1 through 5. There is no prize. Just vote. Vote or die. We do have your IPs.
What does
if you're
extra
logged
level
in.
mean? What is that?
I don't know what extra level is. but-
It said it at the end there. I don't know.
I wouldn't put that in.
That's number 6 for
Oh, that's the
Slax's
extra
trumpet.
one.
Is that the
Very
cantina?
smart.
Just
As
count-
always, Mr.
count
T.
up.
Well, gentlemen, those were some pretty big fails. Did we have any fails as talent throughout the event?
Did you have any fails? I think I
Me?
I think I read
I think.
I might have had a few low moments during this event.
It's not Kuroki's fault or anything.
No. Well, I went through some hell. I ate the meat sticks again. Found out I was eating 72 grams of salt for 2 weeks in a row.
We warned you at Dream League, I believe, several years ago when you ate
Said-
that last time. You don't learn your lesson.
I would just like to clarify that this isn't a bit. This was actually real. He was eating 25 times the recommended daily intake for a man to eat salt.
But it was his finest work during the salt overload.
Should we tell the Valerie story?
Yes.
Yeah,
People don't know this.
go.
I think you should definitely tell the Valerie story.
So,
It's pretty
real
lovely.
talk. I don't know if we have time for this, but we will. I was working very late at night doing studying for the event. It was 2 o'clock in the morning, and I was getting through because I had to host the next day. I was talking to my wife on WhatsApp. Her name on my phone is Love of My Life, and I sent her some text messages saying, "Hey, sweetie, I got really busy with the show. It's 2 a.m. Sorry I didn't message you. Sorry I didn't call. Love you." And I sent it to her. Next morning, I wake up on my wife sends me a very angry message. And says, "Why didn't you text me last night?" And I was like, "What the fuck?" And I look at my phone. We have the sweetest female talent manager named Valerie. I asked her for a hamburger before I texted my wife, and I fucked it up. So at 2 a.m., our sweet, innocent talent manager gets a text message which says, "Hey, lovely, sorry I forgot to message you. Very busy. Just want you to know I think about you. Love you." You know what she sent back? Happy face, okay. Now, the way that Valerie says it, she was partying with her friends. She had a bunch of her girlfriends. She said she looked at it, laughed, and all of her girlfriends laughed. I had never felt so stupid in my life. The next day, I went up and I'm like, "I am so sorry." And then she said, "I understand. Anyway, it was funny," which, not great for me. But at any rate, that was the stupidest I have ever felt. I have a lot of cringe moments. That was bad.
And now we all call her lovely. You know? Just to make it worse for you.
We don't. Hey, lovely.
Hey,
What
lovely.
the fuck? So embarrassing.
Silly.
But did you guys have any bad moments throughout the tourney?
I actually was reading your WhatsApp saying that you did this while I was on the phone with my girlfriend. And I just burst out laughing. I think she was talking about something very serious, and I just started hysterically laughing. She's like, "What the fuck is wrong with you?" I was like, "I think Slacks just professed his love to our talent manager."
No! That is
You ruined your relationship, the talent manager, and all of our relationship, and my relationship as well.
Thank you.
In one swift move.
All right.
I shared the story as well with my lady. She found it very amusing.
Wonderful. Well, while we're here, we have another fan favorite game. We played this last time. We'll see if we can play it again. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Morph or Dwarf.
No shit.
Yet again.
Here we go.
Mirror's Image. Just kidding. Morph or Dwarf is coming later. That was your fault. All right. Let's go ahead and watch Mirror's Image.
Mirror image.
Okay.
It is. Oh, jeez. Techies.
Faceless Void. Begin.
Oh crap! We don't have enough purple for this.
Well. I am done.
How's it going, Brian? What are you starting off with?
I'm doing from the ground up again, man. Hopefully, I get to the top half this time.
Interesting strategy.
Are you gonna send this to your mom?
No. she'll be disappointed.
Look, Mom, I'm following in your footsteps.
Look, Mom, I'm an artist too. All right, buddy. I think I got this one in the bag. This is easy one for me. Don't fall over, you bastard. Another.
The guy wants to fall over.
Okay. Stop falling.
Owen is gonna lose the challenge. He's working much too slow.
Now I'm really done.
Which one is that supposed to be?
It's just a creep.
It's just a creep?
It's just a creep.
Wow. I think you
Not
got.
bad.
Thank you. Thank you.
You see, you didn't even try to build him up.
What are you talking
That's
about?
cheating.
Mine is a picture. Now,
that's cheating.
Here's a picture of Faceless Void with his mace running in the river, and he's yelling at Crystal Maiden because she put the ward. Right. He took her wards and he beat her, and now she's crying over there. That's the picture.
I did always have a talent for this, dating back to my time in the first grade. I'm not surprised that.
I must say, I'm really appreciative of the spirits because it's better than what I decided.
The tentacles that come out from Io.
I didn't have enough purple for the arms, man.
He doesn't even have his facial lines.
I mean,
what is that? It's
he has
Gumby.
no face. Like, you can't give him a face.
The true
Yours looks like
character-
yours has a mustache.
It's not. That's him
That
grimacing, looking at Crystal Maiden.
That definitely looks like a mustache.
That's him grimacing.
Please zoom in on the mustache.
Don't
That is
zoom in on the mustache. That's a
mustache.
grimace, and he just slapped the Crystal Maiden.
I tried to go for a little more of the 3D sculpture on a bit of a micro level, but we do have the 3 different members of the techies group, a few minds behind as well, but with the wagon and the little dude in the barrel and the dude pushing the dude along in the cart. Well, we'll let you decide.
Why is your eye not circular?
Yeah, it's mostly circular. All right, it's much like the Earth, Io is not a perfect circle.
That's true.
That's in the lore, Shiva.
It's ever changing. Okay, you can look at these two things. You can say, does this look more physically like Void? Yes, probably. Despite the blue and the red.
I had to work with colors I had,
Well, I'm
man.
sorry, Brian. But
Limited
that's just not
resources.
accurate. Or you could say, is this the real Faceless Void that you see? A man who berates you, sits in the river and dies, and is all purple. So make your choice. Wow. That was terrible, Cap. I gotta admit, welcome back to the panel here. We have Shiver, Lacoste, and Capitalist. Cap, explain what the hell that was with Clay. Have you ever seen the heroes before, Capitalist?
So we drew Io. And somehow,
Yeah, I got that.
And somehow
Yeah.
I screwed up a ball. I don't know how I couldn't. We're really lacking in creativity here, but I think I put a little bit too much effort into my tiny. That turned into a punch.
It was a punch.
It was a punch.
Turned into a
100%.
punch. It was a flashy color.
It turned into horseshit, Ken. To be honest, I don't know what that was, but it was not looking good.
Not my strong suit.
It was
okay?
a trick assignment, though. You get like all these colors. He draws Io. You make a ball. You've got 4 minutes, and you're like,
what do I do now?
I guess I'll ruin it now. I guess that's not the assignment. You're done. It's over. But anyway, fantastic art, guys, I must say.
Thank you.
Lacoste, where's your art? I thought you were an artist.
My art? Yeah, I'm an artist. I did this.
Wow.
It's a screenshot of a screenshot of a screenshot. That's why, the quality is so bad. And the production actually made it. I didn't made it myself, but I'm representing the chat right now.
That's
This is
really
what
great.
chat is.
Well, we hope so. We hope it's not ha-ha for the last 40 minutes. That'd be great. Real talk about how bullshit art is. I bet if you actually hung that up in an art gallery, people would walk by and be
probably there was going to be someone like, this looks
Very
good.
interesting.
$20,000. Give me 4 of those.
Yes. He only has one tooth, yet he's laughing. Truly a commentary on the people. Very interesting.
It goes to show in our rich bougie lives that we actually don't need all that much. All we need is a pure inner soul.
My God, this is something Kyle would say on a panel. That's some random bullshit pretending to be smart. That's fantastic. Whew. Anyway, guys, this might be your last chance to talk to the peeps. We've been here for like a month now. And let's wrap it up. Give your goodbyes, for God's sakes. This could be it. Say how you feel.
Jesus.
Well, none of us are going to an event again.
All of a sudden is like, this is your last chance to speak.
You'll never be hired for anything.
Good. That means I'm not working on the grand finals now. I can dip.
Yeah, can we go home after?
This is our last chance. Go ahead, Chiefs. You first.
I mean, what's there to say? You know, a lot of people are looking back at what the Dota's been like. Not me. I have been having a blast with the people here.
Aww.
No, it's like, you know, everybody has been...
My queen! A toast to my queen!
Please, may that ever die. I will not want to work any events with a theme where I could be perceived as such.
Aww.
But no, seriously though, because we have spent like 5 months, 6 months just at home. Everybody has, of course, and everybody's been working from home, commentary from home and all that. And before that, it was the traveling circus, and all of a sudden, circus is over, and you know, you miss people, and then all of a sudden, you don't see them ever.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Kyle put this tournament together single-handedly through purely his will, just because he was lonely.
Yeah, so. There's a chance of that.
Lonely and needing something to complain about. The only two things that motivate Kyle.
To pay us all to come over and hang out with him for a month.
What a gentle soul that man is. But, look, awesome.
It's been a great show.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been in Ukraine for more than 30 days. It's been awesome, you know, hanging out with the people since the lockdown. Been able to see my Dota family. People might think about it that way, but, you know, these are the people that you spend your whole day in. We're locked in for 12 plus hours, and we're sharing the same air, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And
a lot of us smell.
A lot of people smell bad. But,
we won't say who, but
I'm not gonna name any names.
You can guess.
You know, it's been a great overall tournament, and hoping for some great grand finals.
Absolutely, yeah. It's going to be a real joy. And, man, I know a lot of you guys at home, too, are used to watch, as Shiver said, the circus of Dota events every single week, and it's been a long time. So I felt good to be able to, you know, connect with the audience again. It's been such a long time.
You know what, also? A good thing of being at an online tournament, from the Dota perspective, normally, when you do interviews with players, they give very short answers. They just want to go back to their team. They want to go back to their computer. Online tournament, they are already at their computer.
Yeah.
They are already comfortable with like a mouse and keyboard ahead of them, screen there, and they actually open up a lot more. So I think, you know, we got to see a little bit more of players that normally don't open up too much in front of a big camera with a microphone next to them. This is a good thing about an online tournament. I feel like we got, even though we're further away from the players, we got a little bit closer that way.
Yeah, and I agree with you. And I think that for the next real live tournament, we should just make cages. Like very comfortable cages, but like glass enclosures for the players with like a bed and a computer.
But no food.
Well, they get food through a slot. Okay. You know, we'll roll in a Monster Energy drink or something. That way they're super comfortable the whole time. And then the fans can walk by and go, miracle! And then they'll keep playing. It'll be great. But we'll think about that next time. Anyway,
they can be caged together. They have to be in the bubble together.
And if the setup is nice enough, I'm pretty sure we wouldn't get any of the players to complain.
Well, let's not go too far. But I would like to say we will complain about the next thing that we're doing. Of course, you saw last time, very popular. It is Morph or Dwarf for real this time. In case you guys missed the last show, one of you will close your eyes and be transformed into a Dota 2 hero.
Oh, I like that.
Now, you must ask questions in order to reveal what hero you are. We will give truthful answers, no lying. Person that does it the fastest wins, or that doesn't need any hints wins. So it is.
Doesn't need any hints?
If you're really struggling, we'll give you hints. And yes, so if you can do it without getting hints.
Because the questions don't count as hints.
No, those are questions. Okay, sorry. Anyway, so we're going to start with Shiver.
Okay.
Shiver, shut your eyes, no peeking.
Okay.
Zoom in that camera, make sure she doesn't cheat. And we will transform Shiver into Morph. Well, I don't know why it's called Dwarf either. That is... Oh. Shiver, I'm not going to lie to you. That's just your face. Oh, okay, we've got it. Shiver, we've got it. Start asking your questions.
Am I intelligence hero?
Yes.
Yes.
Am I female?
No. Well, that's good to start.
Find out the first two questions. Now what's next?
Oh, no.
Are you ranged?
You are ranged.
You are ranged.
Yes.
Kinda.
No.
That's a hint right there.
You're definitely ranged.
A definitely ranged intelligence hero. Am I a mid hero?
Well, I don't think we said that, but sure, yes. Well, apparently she's just cheating.
No. That's a question.
Well, it's a question. Am I a mid hero?
I've just been saying yes to everything.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Go on. Time to end the show. Go on.
I'm a mid, int hero.
Yep.
Kind of range.
With kind of range.
What kinda?
Why is kinda? That makes sense.
It's not a full range. It's not
Okay,
60
okay.
range hero.
It's certainly not melee. So it's range.
So it's range. Just yes or no answer.
Female?
No.
No.
We
Second
did say
time, no.
yes, you are male, but good question. Good question.
Could've
It
been
is
androgynous.
2020. You are not male or
Right. A male int hero.
Yes.
A mid-male int hero.
That's right.
That is
mid.
not female.
That is not female.
And goes mid.
Am I humanoid?
Yes.
Yes.
Am I yellow-ish?
No.
Green.
No.
Yellow-green.
No.
Not even close.
Do you need a hint?
Nope. Am I
That away.
Should never
Persevere.
said
very small?
Yes.
Yeah.
In relation
Below
to
average.
others.
Below average.
Below average.
It's
Am I
fogged.
So am I green?
What?
Am I green?
No.
No.
More fogged than that.
I think you need a hint.
I'm sorry, you're
Hint me up.
All right, hint.
There's a statue
Oh.
of him in the studio.
I know it. That's
That's literally the answer. I will take care of the hints from now on. Thank you, Cap.
Mars. It's Mars.
You're Zeus. That's right.
There we go.
Congratulations. Thank you. Oh, she didn't get to see it.
I want to see.
Please,
the
she wants
Yeah.
to see. Put it back. There you go.
Very sweet. Very nice. Yes.
That's
Thank you,
brilliant,
Streamer.
Sean Connery.
Thank you.
For that nightmare. Lacoste, you're next. Close your eyes. Get ready.
Closing my eyes.
As we get Lacoste's hero ready to roll. Lacoste, you know the rules.
I know
Cap,
all the
you are
rules.
not allowed to give any more hints. And when the camera gets to Lacoste, we are ready. There we go.
Oh.
Wow. All
Great.
right. We're ready for you, buddy.
Do I tend to feed early game?
Ooh.
Well, it's a very specific question. Sometimes, but no.
Sometimes, but it would be rare.
Yeah.
Can I buy Dagon?
Probably.
You should.
Yeah,
I
you
mean,
should.
everyone
You can.
can.
Okay. Am I melee?
No.
No.
Range?
Well, kinda.
Kinda?
No,
Okay.
not at all. Just being an asshole.
I mean, that would help me for sure. Do I wear a crown?
No.
Of sorts?
No.
No.
Nah.
No?
Nah.
Okay.
Am I strength hero?
No.
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 Well, I guess then I'm agi hero.
Yes.
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 Okay. Do I... Am I really good mid hero?
For some.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Agi, good, kind of ranged,
Well, no.
kind of not.
No,
I
no,
don't even know if it's
range.
range or melee now.
You are range.
Range.
I'm a range.
How's that shit feel, Lacoste?
Feels good. Feels confusing. My Viper.
No.
No.
My Beaver.
You can't just mention all the heroes.
I mean,
Can't.
he can't.
I
As
do it.
nice as he gets.
I'm
taking
still
a
guessing.
while.
That means I'm not banned.
Okay. Okay.
So.
Very close.
Very close.
You're very close. Ish.
I'm thinking.
I always have a hard time going back through the hero list.
It is hard. There's
I need to see the
a lot
hero list
harder
in
than
front of
what
me.
it looks.
Do you need a hint?
Give me a hint.
All right, your hint is that you are based off of a character in real-world lore.
Yeah, thanks for helping me out. My answer is I have no clue who I am.
Okay, no, Greek lore.
Greek, agi, goes mid, ranged. Do I have a stun?
In a way,
But no.
but no, not technically a stun.
I'm going full keg W on this.
All right. Would you like another hint?
Sure, hit me up.
Okay. Your hair is made out of snakes.
You're not allowed to give
Let's go. Pudge!
I'm
show me
Pudge.
Medusa.
You're Medusa, open your eyes. Woo!
Oh, the red eyes.
Give us some tongue action. Oh my God!
That's fan action. All the ladies in the chat. Don't
Oh
mess
my
with
God!
me.
Take the camera off of him, please. Thank you so much.
All right, I got this. One guess.
All right, one guess.
One guess.
One guess.
That will be incredible. I cannot wait to see it. Now, if you don't use a hint, you technically win, but I also don't want to be here for the rest of the night, so I will limit you to 1 minute and 30 seconds. All right? Capitalist, are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, you're ready to go.
I don't even know what this is, to be honest.
Well, I do.
I do.
Don't do that face anymore, please. It's very disturbing. No.
Okay, so I remember the end of this last time. Am I a Dota hero?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Am I Mars?
No.
You know the Greek.
I mean,
you know,
I like
it was-
the effort.
yeah.
We can go through all.
Am I strength?
And you what?
Am I strength? Attribute.
I don't even know what it is. I can't give you the answer.
Maybe.
Wait, you guys know it's
No,
the Dota
I know
hero?
the Dota hero, but I'm doubting between. I
Maybe.
think you're Aji. Sorry,
Yeah, I know what
started
the
confused.
production is just saying what the hero is in my ear. Yeah, we're just dumb. We don't know what his attribute is. Maybe your strength, but that's a hint in its own. What is it? Is he strength?
No.
No. No, you're not.
Am I Morphling?
No.
So confused. Am I Meepo?
No. I can give you a hint.
Don't give him hints
Okay,
yet.
so no. Let me go. So, am I male?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
That's it.
Do I have an apple on my head?
Yes.
Yes.
You better hope.
Stay
Continue.
calm.
Sorry.
Oh my God, this is impressive.
I mean, if an apple on the head is not helping you with which hero you are, I don't know. I don't think you're a Dota
That's
player.
very cruel. That has nothing to do with it, Cat. Don't listen.
Am I a safe lane carry?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, you
Yes.
are.
Not really.
Yes, he is.
Okay, whatever.
Okay. Male agility.
Oh, they're real.
Safe.
Listen, we're giving you real bad.
All I can think of is female agility heroes now.
Well, that's your own problem. You fucking weird perv.
Sorry. Thoughts coming out. Apologies.
What the hell? All I think about are female agility heroes.
All right, I think it's time for a hint.
Yeah.
One more question.
And then you get a hint. One more question. Try to nail it. Think about it.
There is.
I don't think nail it is a proper.
Am I a demon?
No.
No.
All right, hint. You're a transformation hero.
That is not true. Don't listen to
Kinda.
it. No, not at all.
It is.
Here's a hint. There are many cosmetics for you that are not lore friendly, especially for this hero.
What? What kind of hint is that?
There
What
are.
in the
okay,
world?
this hero rides an animal.
Oh, Jesus.
Shiver gave me a wrong answer. I don't even know which hero this actually. I mean, it's very hard for Cap
Gosh,
to
you
try to
idiot!
guess.
You didn't even know what hero it was.
now.
The entire game.
I thought it was a different hero as well.
What are you morons? I was like, yeah, he's a safe like carry.
Yeah,
you
he's an
idiot.
So I'm not a safe lane carry.
No, I thought I was the dumb one.
Am I a mid?
Sometimes.
Male hero that rides a mount that's agility.
No, I don't know. I don't know what your thing is. Okay, you're a position 4 typically.
No.
Roaming gank hero.
It depends on which one of the two you are. I mean, I guess.
What are you talking about?
Right now.
I still don't know what hero this is. I'm going
You idiot.
Keg W again.
My team doesn't know.
I know what you are.
I
Okay, listen. You go
Okay.
mid. You're riding an animal. You could probably be a strength hero. You're a roamer. That's a big part of initiation.
Not. Yes, but
That rides an animal.
I could be a strength hero.
I think you are.
Maybe. I don't remember.
I thought you were a different hero. So.
Yes, they have been operating under the fact that you've been morphling this entire
No,
time.
it wasn't
No.
No,
morphling.
continue. No. Just guess.
It's just, I mean, you have to go through the list. Am I
It
Techie or
starts with a
something?
B.
Am
What
I
animal are you riding?
Barathrum?
What animal do you ride?
I don't know. What animal
He
am I?
doesn't have his eyes open.
What
Sheeter.
offlaners ride animals?
Okay, you have fire
Okay,
skills.
now I got
That's a
it.
hint.
Am I a Bat Rider?
Yes, thank God.
Jesus
I thought it
Christ.
was
Open the eyes.
Stroll.
Cheever, why would
Tell
you
me,
say?
is this a Bat Rider?
That's
or-
definitely Bat Rider. That's 100% Bat
His,
Rider.
his eyebrows are flames, you goofballs.
I asked Shivers. She types.
Oh,
Cheever,
God, that's terrifying.
you're punished. They want you to have
Wait.
another one on your face.
Can I look
Let
at it
me-
again? Can I make some faces?
No, they're
with
changing.
that? I
They're
wanna-
changing it
okay,
for
fair,
Sheever.
fair.
Sheever, they want you to do one bonus one because of your.
Am I a safe lane carry?
They want you to do one bonus one. Yes.
Wait, what?
We thought you
I'm like a
did too.
male hero riding a mount. That's safe lane
Sheever's
carry.
like, why did you?
I was
could,
certain it was
It could
Terrorblade
be the
at some
face of
point.
you or the mount. I'm like, why would they put the bat on his face? Are you insane? All right, we're ready
What
for the
mount
bonus
are
round.
you riding? I don't know.
I figured, Bat Rider, once you know the mount.
Shaver, it is time.
Again?
Oh, yes, they want a punishment one for you being feeding Cap incorrect information for 10 minutes.
Not just Cap, me as well.
Yes, that's
I'm
true.
sorry.
You will have to bear
All right,
Lacoste
Shaver, make this one
punishment.
quick. Go.
All right, am I a Dota hero?
Yes.
Am I female?
No.
No.
Am I intelligence?
No.
No.
Am I strength?
Yes.
Am I ranged?
No.
No.
I'm a male strength melee hero.
Yes.
Am I an offlaner?
Yes.
Am I axe?
Yeah!
I heard act in my ear as well, production.
No, not at all. Not at all. And
Cheaper.
wow, make an angry face like you're doing a call. Ah!
Yeah, do the Berserker's call.
Berserker's call.
Do the call.
Yeah.
Shit. Do the call.
He's
gonna make a Berserker's call for me.
Berserker's call. Owen has not shown up for dinner yet. The Berserker's call. All right, apparently they want one more from me. Don't.
Oh, good.
All right.
Let's do it.
So I will close. Yeah.
Close your eyes. Okay.
Don't F around this time, all right? They got me last time. They made me into Spider-Man. Okay?
Okay.
Let me know when it's ready.
Mm-hmm.
Almost ready.
Great idea to do this on the host, the guy who fills.
It's your turn.
Okay.
All right, ready? Am I a Dota hero?
Yes.
Great. Am I male?
Yes.
Could be, possibly. Yeah.
We think so anyway.
We think so.
I didn't peek under, but I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Am I carry a sword?
You could in a fight. That's your ulti. Sword is your ultimate.
Lacoste knows more about this hero than
Yeah, I don't know as much as Lacoste does either.
This is a Dota hero, right?
It is.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Do I have a blink skill?
Not a blank. It's more of a dive, I would say.
Am I played often?
Not yet.
Have I been played in this tournament?
Not yet.
Do I have another character with me? Am I alone on the battlefield?
You're alone.
You're alone.
I'm alone on the battlefield.
Even though you could be in a pack.
Or pod.
Or pod.
Yeah, pod.
Am I a fucking dolphin?
Yes, you are.
That's the most disappointed dolphin face I've ever seen.
Oh, look, it's a dolphin fact.
Dolphins love Dota too.
Daily dolphin fact about dolphins. Dolphins love Dota 2.
Very nice.
Is this true? If we put a computer in a dolphin's tank, would it play it?
I mean, they're supposed to be
Probably
pretty
better
smart.
than
so,
most
yeah.
of the Dota
Yeah.
2 players.
Wow.
I mean, maybe the dumber
average
dolphins
MMR.
would be a fan of League, but
They're very intelligent.
The macros. Well, guys, I gotta be real honest with you. You guys have seen a lot of dolphin stuff throughout the beginning of the tournament since day one, and
My apologies.
there has been a reason for it. Now, many of you have been attempting to put together the clues for what that reason could be. Many of you just thought they were memes, but we don't do memes here at WePlay. Everything has a purpose. And that purpose, why you have been seeing Dolphin Times for so long, is to be revealed.
Hype it up
right now. Check it out. Ladies and gentlemen, ready yourself for the battle between champions. In the right corner of the arena, from the city of Stonehall, home to the Bronze Legion, ladies and gentlemen, the undaunted, the overwhelming, the GOAT lover, Dresden, the Legion Commander! And now, in the left corner of the arena, from the bottom of the deepest trench of Dark Reef Prison, Malron tried to silence him, but he came up with human-like intellect and a fish-like body. Ladies and gentlemen, Danko, the Dolphin! The first skill of Danko is Puffer Punt. Danko takes a big rip of his puffer fish and gets high as hell. Then he kicks that shit as close as he can to an enemy. It explodes with shrapnel, going into anyone caught in its AoE. The second skill of Danko is the Dank Dive. When near any body of water, Danko dives below, turning invisible and speeding up over time. When he impacts the edge of that land, he will leap out and fall down on the ground, dealing AoE damage to any unfortunate enough to be caught in his belly flop. Danko's third skill is echolocation. He launches a hypersonic squeak, which travels throughout the map, bouncing back like a bat into his ear canal, revealing the positions of any enemy. And finally, Danko's ultimate, so long, and thanks for the fish. He summons his bros to come inside the water, and they jump out like a chick at the sea. If you're on the back of that dolphin, though, prepare for hell, as you cannot cast anything or do anything until the dolphins have finished their turbulent ride. Hang on tight, kiddos. This ride goes straight to the bottom. Ladies and gentlemen, that's right, here in the Pantheon, we have Danko the Dolphin, the newest. It's not a real hero. It's not a real hero.
I really wish it was.
We just want it to be. Valve, you guys haven't made a hero announcement yet, so in case you need one, we thought of one. So we'll give you the files if you want. I wrote all the it's not very good balanced. I kind of. What do you think?
But does it have good lore?
Dude,
it does have good lore.
It's got so much more particles than Morphling.
That's right. It literally, guys, just replace Morphling's model with this.
Absolutely.
Let's be real.
I am down for that.
WePlay has created its own hero for submission into Dota 2. This is not funded or sponsored by Valve in any way. But what do you think of Danko the Dolphin?
I think it's one of the dankest of the heroes that we've seen so far, and I think it's an offlaner.
An
a bit OP.
Okay.
I don't even know what ulti does. I could not hear it.
It's like a black hole.
Okay, so the ulti, how Danko works is he takes a big hit of his pufferfish and he throws it, and if it impacts, it explodes, but it leaves in its trail water. And if he goes in the river, or if he goes in that water trail, he goes under it and speeds up. And when he hits the end, he flies up and does an AoE stun. But his other skill, his ultimate, summons a Slardar puddle with dolphins. And if you walk in it, a dolphin leaps out and you're on its back riding the dolphin as they go in all different directions.
Do you have to be an ally to ride the dolphin, or
it's an enemy? They're stunned and rude. They're on a dolphin.
You don't want to ride the dolphin.
No, it's bad. It puts them out of position.
Yeah, you know the old saying, the Greek saying, "Do not ride the dolphin."
Don't touch the dolphins. The Greek saying. Anyway, is Danko balanced? That's the topic.
All I know is Slax is more passionate about this hero than most in Dota.
I mean, this hero actually has lore, so it's very good.
Just to go back to our hero guessing game, Rich actually messaged me while I had my eyes closed and told me it's Medusa.
Wow.
What?
Rich?
What?
How can I even see Rich is just 2 kek W, dude?
Not only is that a very important sentence, it's literally impossible for you to cheat like that unless you open your eyes and look at your phone.
Look at your phone.
Perhaps he could have called and then he put on speaker that he said, "It's Medusa." Thank you, Rich. Instantly leaving his hosting career for a literal scumbag career immediately after. Guys, it's almost time to say goodbye. We have to go to this lame best of 5 grand finals between the 2 best teams in Dota 2.
I think Danko will definitely get banned in the first phase.
Yeah, I would be surprised if Danko made it through the pick phase for this round. But no, guys, seriously, let's talk about how hype you are. We have seen it so many times. Screw you, I'll talk about how hype I am. I've had enough. Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come. The end of the Omega League is finally here. They have risen up through divine brackets, through immortal brackets. They have destroyed each other, and now the time has come. Is anybody surprised? It's goddamn OG versus Team Secret. Get on the Twitters, get on your computers, and get ready to watch a best of 5 for the rest of the goddamn day. It'll be a wonderful night of Dota. Let's go check it out. Bye!
Yeah, let's check it out, all right. This is what you've all been waiting for. That was the pre-show. All you needed was an introduction. Now we're ready to get down to the serious business. We've already had this showdown before earlier, but this time, everything's on the line. Elimination, best of 5, grand finals. So happy you could all join me here in the Draft Pantheon for one last ride. I got Brian, BSJ, I got Robson, T. Governor. And don't worry, we're gonna be taking this very seriously. Only problem is, teams like this, you can only read so much. We see heroes show up, can't really know what roles they're gonna be in, can't really know what lanes they're gonna be in, can't really know what farm priority they're gonna be in. Brian, how is it that, unsurprisingly, flexibility proves to be what separates the tier 1 from the others?
I mean, the goal is if we have draft analysts can actually read the draft, that often means that it's maybe predictable by the opponent team too. Okay. But hey, when we're befuddled the entire time we're watching, we're like, is that a Wind Ranger, a 2, a 3, a 4, a 5? Who's going what lane? Like, even if you know who the 3 and the 1 are, you don't know if the 1's maybe going mid. We saw like a troll mid against Monkey King. This is the kind of stuff where the other team has like a minute after the draft to figure all this stuff out, and we get to sit here only thinking about this, and we still can't.
Well, I think the important thing is it's less about the heroes now and more about the playstyle. What's their kind of philosophy in approaching that game? What are they doing? Like, what's their key timing? Do they value tier 1 towers more, or do they value taking those early fights and trying to take around like Rosh control, for example? So it's very interesting to see how these two teams match up against each other. And I hope it goes a little bit better than that previous series when we saw OG Secret match up. It was a 2-1, but at the end of it, it felt like Secret had a little bit more kind of power in the tank. But after that series this morning, I think OG actually, they have something else that they kind of didn't have the day before.
The drafts in game 2 and 3 that Secret won versus OG seemed like OG were somewhat reeling back on the strategy, which was, let's buff up this Phantom Assassin, let's buff up this one position with Inner Beast, Alacrity, and Power. Is that the secret to beating Secret, or was that a one-time trick that you can pull, and then after that, you got to find something else?
I think that draft was all about, they had scalability in the draft so that they could take these early fights, but they always had like a fallback plan. They could always take that fight. We heard in that interview mid one, they just wanted to go fight. Even they felt like they were stronger, even if they were down, they just wanted to go. And the 2 drafts after that, they were a little bit more quirky in they were trying to exploit earlier timings to punish. But you didn't really see the draft having much legs past 20, 30 minutes. And I think that's where OG need to solidify a good game plan, which they can play their style and be aggressive, but if mistakes do happen, which again against Secret they expected to happen, you need to be able to actually be able to play out a longer game, because when you have like a Venge, Luna, Monkey King, that doesn't really push much later into the game, for example.
I just want to say that the strategy they had in the first game, I think, was the exact same as the other 2 games. Like in the second game, they had Morphling with Alacrity, Dark Willow Ags, and an ET.
Yeah, that is true.
The entire point is we're going to put all of our buffs and enablers, like ET may not seem like a buff, but when his Astral Spirit's on top of somebody, that Dark Willow Ags damage starts to really crush people. And the thing I didn't like about their last 2 drafts was they were a bit too fragile in the laning stage. The Venge Luna was first rounded and just punished so early that by the time these heroes come online, it just doesn't matter how much they're getting amped up. The whole idea of these enablers, they give you an extra effective item or 2, right? And if you're so far behind that that item or 2 still doesn't even put you even, then the purpose is defeated of your entire draft. So to be clear, in that first game of PA, the one they won, they had a Medallion and a Solar, a Vlad's, Greaves, a Glimmer, and I believe a Lotus Orb. Like, that all went on the PA.
And that's just itemization.
Yes, the Invoker bought a Glimmer. The mid-Invoker bought a Glimmer. And it's what, like 35% magic resistance or something when the guy, even if he's not invis. The cool thing about the way OG plays is that their whole idea is eventually we're going to stall out the game long enough. The problem with their second and third draft is I thought the Morphling and Luna just didn't quite scale the way they needed them to in the game because Secret just had the superior team fight in both games. So even though they're behind and their way to play it is we're going to eventually scale, the way they won the first game was off the back of a Magnus Phoenix winning 2 crucial fights and then one at the Roche Pit to seal the deal. But if their lineup can't do that, I just don't like Morph Luna from behind. They like PA naturally plays from behind. That's the way the hero is almost always in the game. So I'm coming in today, survive the first 10 minutes. They're always down by 3 or 4K. Maybe make it just a tad less.
I mean, as we come in today, what do you think OG gained from their series versus Nigma? Because it was dominant, which was, aside from the game one, which was kind of on the precipice, but again, it seemed like OG were in the driver's seat the entire time.
Max Finn, right? Like,
Max
it's the
Finn.
same idea,
Same
buffing
idea.
up one guy. Just that's their whole approach. But the
they
thing
were-
with Nigma is they don't win the lanes as hard.
But they were scared. No, but outside of the game, OG, they just looked like a much scarier team today. Like, you look at those player cams, and they were just like focused. Seb was laughing, but No-Tail, he was just like the entire time. You
entire time.
You could zoom in on Tsunami's face if you really want to double check what.
Actually, he was just doing something more like
Yeah.
this. Oh, never mind.
no,
We got
we're
a
drafting
draft.
now.
Never mind. Who cares about that?
No one cares. But it's the fact that their mindset coming in today was very ruthless, and we don't normally see that. It's normally a little bit lighthearted. So that is just a very scary thing to see. Starting off though, Secret, they have banned out the Magnus again. You talk about the steroids, and likewise OG, Phoenix, and Clockwork.
Yeah, the 5 mag, they just make it work. Fog was saying that in Party Queue, he's starting to see just random 5 mags. Just their whole idea is to shockwave you, and then with the slow and the drag to just skewer you under tower. It's a Pudge that has way better starting stats, and power as an ability is way better. So if you guys love playing 5 Pudge and you actually don't want to be useless, try out mag.
Well, who needs mag when you have the most enabling support or possibly core in the game? OG get their hands on the famed IO, notoriously first phase banned. Finally slips through, T-Gov.
You say finally slips through, but for Secret, this is very much a calculated play. You know, we get to the finals, and OG, after their initial run in Omega League, IO was banned out. We get to the grand finals. What's the one clear strat in the book that you can present to OG? OG. What, I said EG for a second. Give to OG. You present them the IO. If they take it, suddenly your playbook, it's really open, right? They pick IO, you know what to do. So I think this is very much a calculated play from Secret, so that they have a solid understanding of the draft going into game one. They don't want to be knocked into confusion.
You think it's a best of 5 kind of idea where it's
Yeah.
like I can throw a game, I just need to figure this out real quick, or do you think they have like a concrete plan? They've been established it even before the tournament, which I mean AA definitely presents a bit of a plan, right, Brian?
Yeah, we've always talked about Secret's niche picks, the ones that we don't see very
And
often.
niche picks.
Yeah, this is why I almost said it. The niche picks for the team with niche. AA, maybe we've seen it less than 10 times throughout this entire tournament, but they instantly respond to the IO, because that's the game plan of the IO. Sustain, stand your ground, and AA just counters that entire concept. So they don't want to pick the gyros. They don't want to pick the potential Abaddon 5 with the IO as a core. It shuts down a lot of these combinations, and OG elects to not necessarily reveal their hand now because they see this AA. They more so give themselves the setup that you almost always have with the IO relocate. Usually want a 4 position that plays relatively independently, such that the IO can feel good about playing with whoever his or her partner is.
Yeah, and the other thing as well you have to think about is time and time again, they've even banned out the A against Secret. So I wouldn't be surprised if OG felt that they were going to be offered up the IO as well. And we've seen as time and time before when teams think they can beat a strategy, they give it to OG and then they just go, thanks for the strat, we're just going to walk over you. So it's very scary from both teams being able to come into this draft and have the confidence to get to this stage.
Standard Matama Man pick for the first round. They don't do it every game, but whenever they have one of these heroes that just needs to be block banned, they're probably going to ban any of like the low cooldown push heroes, maybe like the Beastmasters of the world that Seb loves. And you have this long cooldown on the chrono, but against IO, you chrono that guy with AA ulti, there is no way out. So
Unless the IO's a support.
Well, I'm saying, like, if you get the IO duo, right, it's
Oh,
really
right.
hard for them to ever relocate into the fight. There goes the Beastmaster. That's exactly what Void has an issue with, and that's why Secret loves this. They were the team that really pioneered this, picked these cores that are highly prioritized in the meta, but have 3 or 4 heroes that really ruin their game plan for Void, low cooldown push. So Beastmaster's the first one to go.
But
Like
also,
the
it is a soft cover to the IO core, because if it is going to be this carry IO, he's all about being in your face and kind of chip damage at you.
Yeah.
It's not suddenly this explosive Sven damage. And when you have a Void, you're very great at like sustaining through this smaller damage. And like BSJ said, if he wants to take a fight, you just take that fight. So I think in terms of like the theory of IO carry, I think Void is probably up there in the top 3 carries that you would want to play into this. As long as you don't lose pace of the game straight away and get completely like demolished. But again, we're not expecting that from either of these teams.
So what's the deal with Willow? It seems like in the past 2 or 3 days, she has quickly shot up in popularity. We saw the potential for Morphling Ags whenever it's on her team. team fight, obviously, with the Terrorize, though it seems to be typically paired with like Phoenixes or Mars and stuff like that. Here, there's not any team fight on the board yet.
Yeah, they haven't picked their off lane. I think that's where it's going to come from. Mars is a great candidate. The thing about Willow, she's really hit or miss. Her laning stage is her weak part of her game. The rest of her game, her skill set's just incredible. She has an AoE root that can almost always be used as a follow-up. AoE Terrorize as a counter initiation. Ultimate that can be cast from super far away, so it's almost impossible to find the Willow. And Shadow Realm and Vulnerability, as well as the Bedlam damage. The hero does it all. It's just the laning stage, since they nerfed her base attack time, has been relatively underwhelming. But if they pair it with a strong body that sets up for that Bramble, which I think is becoming more and more popular in the offlane, I think that's why we're seeing her more, is she just pairs really well with several options. And that's all you really need with heroes that are picked in the first round. Just a couple options that can't be all banned out.
Yeah, interesting to note as well with OG's bans. They actually banned out the Quap, and against other teams when they're running the IO, it was often like a second phase ban that they didn't put in. So I'm guessing it's just a comfort ban for them, where they like the lack of lockdown if they are putting it on carry, even in support. They just don't like having a hero that can set the pace themselves. So it's an interesting hero that they actually value highly when they play IO.
And the sheer amount of burst coming from Quap 2 can
No,
really
exactly.
wreck the game plan of IO. That makes sense. It's interesting that that's been a consistent ban for them.
Also a hero with a blink, so maybe OG thinking about a Bat Rider or something, make sure that the mid lane or maybe the Void wouldn't be able to deal with it too easily.
Absolutely. You do need a way to reliably jump the Void, because as of right now, Team Secret has put the onus on OG to say, okay, if our abilities are casted, we will probably win this fight. So now OG has to draft to make sure they do not get to cast their abilities, or at least make it more difficult in terms of the execution. As Mirana, that's an example of why I love these teams. I just mentioned to myself, yeah, now that I think about it, Team Secret is going to try to make their jobs easier to execute. Mirana gives your entire team invis, like gets the jump in the way you want, and I'm like, wow, like OG, like the thing for me is it's easy to envision what they need. And then when I watch these teams ban, it's like a whole nother level of understanding of the game, because the heroes they ban out, I'm like, that just makes so much sense.
There's a lot of heroes in the game, and in this situation, it seems like you're prioritizing vision.
Yeah, just the information advantage. Sometimes we'll see Nyx as like an option with AA. Usually you want some sort of scouting hero, some hero that gives you that bonus. You can go for like a Veno. I'm not saying they should, but yeah, all these types of heroes.
I'm trying to think of, so for Secret, they're banning out all this push, and then entering this phase, you expect like the Rubik or, they go for a Sankin. Okay. Sure, it allows for the early fight. I'm just trying to think of heroes, because their bans are pretty much, we don't want you to be able to run at us and have objective control. We'll let you run at us and take fights, but we do not care if we lose this fight because you still can't take our buildings. That's what these bans are kind of feeling towards. Same with Monkey King as well. The itemization that they're running on OG is like an Ags rush pivoting into then like Scardy and damage, and just the fact that you have this kind of natural building damage throughout these heroes. So Secret, knowing that they have a big cooldown on their carry, they're opting for this Sanking. It could be 4 or 3. And the Sandstorm value of defending these towers and just the smaller fight engagements. You now don't rely on wow, that's a bold Night Stalker. You don't rely on the Chrono to be your setup because you have all these soft stuns. But OG, their philosophy of the game is just all-out aggression. It's just 10 minutes of laning phase. If they go equal, even if they don't go equal, they're just swarming the map. And Night Stalker as a hero pairs pretty well with that. Against Void, this early silence, these first 2-3 night times are going to be very scary for Team Secret, where they need to be able to rotate correctly, or at least rebuttal this aggression with a cleanly executed Chrono into AO.
I love this pick because Night Stalker, the most annoying thing is when you can see them, and then what? And Underlord's one of the best heroes in the game for that. It's like, I dare you, man, just come into us. We got this AoE root, I got all these teamfight items, Firestorm itself. Like, this is all about AoE control for both teams. Like, OG's got this hyper mobile, we're going to try to split you up and outmaneuver you, while Team Secret says, we got Sandstorm, we got Chrono, we got all of AoE from Pitlord. I love this kind of stuff when it comes to these drafts, because now OG just doubles down really on the slow cooldown skirmishing fighting, because Sven with an IO can actually participate in the game a lot more often than he can without one, and it's a perfect pairing to have separate on the map. But I don't like the Sven versus the Void.
Yeah, I think that what we're seeing here is both teams, they're not, like, I see it as they're not drafting for the game, they're drafting for like that first big engagement.
Yes.
And Secret, they're doubling down on the reaction of OG. When they come towards them, you're going to have all these defensive ways to just completely clean win a team fight. I guess the fear I have for OG is how much presence does a Night Stalker Willow lane have? Again, this Night Stalker, it could be a mid, for example. We don't know what Thompson's going to be doing, or even with Seb. But it's the fact that whatever this off-lane duo is, how strong is it against the likes of an AA Void?
I think it's not necessarily... I think Night Stalker's biggest concern early on is that he's pretty useless, that he just gets ran at and hit a lot. The opponent's not scared of you. So I think Night Stalker's actually great against overall passive lanes that are just chill to get levels, because that's what Night Stalker wants to do. And once it hits 5 minutes into the game, if their lane's even, Night Stalker wins.
But when you see Void and AA, do you see passive lane? I see constant chip and annoyance.
Well, yeah, it's chip, but it's not going to kill you because you're 6 base armor and 5 HP regen base. He's annoyed by like a Grimstroke Slark or, you know, that like a stun plus a follow-up. With this case, they're just going to keep hitting you, and Night Stalker doesn't actually mind that much.
A really nice thing with the IO Sven pairing for OG is they actually do not sacrifice XP in any way on these two heroes. So it's going to be off lane Night Stalker and the mid Pugna. It's the fact that at minute 9, you're going to be expecting level 6 on both Io and Sven, and they're going to be looking to relocate into that tower to try and collapse on it. And this is why we see the Pugna pick up, is because when we have this quick 6 on this safe lane pairing, they want to be able to instantly convert this into overwhelming numbers at an objective. We think about mid tower, bot tower, and you have access to the jungle. So yeah, I think I really like OG's draft for the ability to just go all out aggression, but it could fall flat very quickly if they mess up a key fight or two.
If this was any other 5 position than Puppy, I would say the weight on AA's shoulders this game is maybe a bit too much to bear, but if he hits his AA ultimates, OG's lineup just crumbles, right? You have the Pugna life drain to sustain. Sven definitely has to stand his ground. So I'm going to leave it up to OG to disrupt the game enough such that Puppy cannot get the AA blast that he's looking for.
Robson, you had mentioned that one of the things that you thought Secret was going for is that, sure, you can win a fight, but then what? You think Pugna fulfills enough objective-taking capabilities with the Sven, or you think OG's still going to rely on massive map control with this Night Stalker vision and just taking over the jungle and just slowly hemming Secret out of their base?
I think this Pugna pick is going to be the sacrificial core that will force rotations
Very
around the map.
typical for Weeha to be in that role.
But for Thompson, exact same philosophy. It's going to be, he will be pressuring these towers, he's going to be in their face, and if they waste a key TP or two, suddenly the other side of the map, whoever shows, that's going to be where the team collapses. So I think the Pugna unlocks the tower pressure, but also that the macro game plan of where are we fighting due to what towers have been defended. So again, it does boil down to this big picture of OG's game style. And the question is, what is the mid-hero response from Team Secret to at least apply enough pressure to this Pugna so that he can't just freely move around and start pressuring these towers?
Could be something like a TA with the farm-oriented approach, or it could be something that's hyper-mobile that they banned out with the co-op, like these type of heroes. Those are kind of their two options. So they actually go for the tankiness route, which I was not expecting. So not only are they saying, okay, we have our combo, like if we hit our spells, you're going to die. But with the Underlord plus Kunkka, they see damage issues coming out from Night Stalker and Sven. And Pugna doesn't necessarily fix that. It's okay, but once you get the pipe, it definitely mitigates that a lot. I'm scared of Team Secret's draft.
You should be. These odds heavily favoring Secret, which again, based off of historical matches between these two, it's neck and neck, but two very clear philosophies. Secret saying, yeah, I mean, you want to come fight us? Let's try it. And OG is just going to keep on punching them in the face, but maybe all this damage mitigation is going to be enough, Tikov.
But we saw this type of draft from Secret before against OG in Game 1. They had the Kunkka, the Lifesteal, the Abaddon, and it was this idea of we'll sustain your early fight and then we'll eventually just beat you, which I can see again in this type of lineup. The question is, what happens if they make the same mistake outside of Roshan suddenly, and then you have this Sven with this Ags not getting kited? I think both drafts are insanely good. I'm speech. I just like it.
Yeah,
great.
There's so much to think about, right? We don't even have enough time to talk about it. The difference for me, though, is that PA scales very well against Lifestealer, while Void scales very well against Sven. So the difference for me in this one is why I'm favoring Secret much more than I did in that Game 1 was that the carry matchup, the game plan for Secret, if the game does go long enough, will favor their draft later. Yeah.
It's going to be endurance versus power as we jump into Game 1 of a best-of-5 series as we send it over to our casters, Odie Pixel and Fogged.
Team Secret. OG. Let the battle begin!
Here, Secret versus OG. I'm OD Pixel, joined by Fogged, and well, this is going to be quite the finals indeed. Secret, of course, coming in as the strongest side. You saw it there as well in the odds. But we have seen OG. They have been able to take a game off Secret. Sure, in the last best of 3, the 2 games that they lost did look kind of rough. But you got to imagine, you know, you're in this. You've got to the grand finals. You're against Secret. OG would have expected this. For sure. They must have done a whole lot of homework. Does it show in the drafts, Fogg? Do you think OG's got a good plan in this game 1?
It looks like they're definitely addressing, you know, you can't really plan for these type of games. You can't just like flat up, like, we're picking this, this, and this, unless you have some like really godly strategy coming into play. I think they're addressing the heroes on Secret, right? They see this Void early on, they're picking these annoying, they're having this Root, they're having the silence that comes from that Night Stalker, a lot of different aggression, and I think it's really OG really trying to set the pace here. I think 5 minutes, the collapse, right? That's what I look at from OG. Pugna enables this Night Stalker to move around too early at this 5-minute mark when Night hits. Same thing with that IO that's Sven. We're going to look to them to be very active. However, looking at Secret, they prepare too, because they know they were giving up IO in this game. So they have a plan against it here with this Void AA, and they can respond to aggression really well with their lineup.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, you look at Secret's lineup, and the team fight's going to be incredibly strong.
Yeah.
Just all 5 heroes offering some very impactful team fight capabilities.
Super strong counter initiation. If they're diving, they have a lot of ways to just kind of halt that dive. They have the Rum, they have the Pit, they have so many different AoE controls that are coming out. So we'll see how it all plays out here as the lanes.
Step lively now.
Kunkka versus that Pugna. Topson comfortable in this matchup, but Nisha also comfortable too. And I do think that this was like one of the better picks that Secret could have gone for here, because they can stop all that relentless aggression that you know is going to be coming.
Yeah, and Nisha's Kunkka has just historically been one of the heroes that he just reaches these insane levels of farm when he sort of gets the free roam around mid and the camps. It's up there with his Magnus when he used to be playing the mid Magnus. These are the sort of heroes where Nisha, if he's having a good game, 15 minutes in, he's going to be in the top net worth.
Yeah, I think OG, they really have to set the tempo in this game. Like the Sven, he's going to be able to out-farm and out-time the Void's farm, so they really have to push it forward, because Secret, they drafted a very strong late game if it does ever get to that point. Saksa.
He's got the first point in it here in Shadow Realm. Needing to use it. There's Puppey coming in with the punches with this Blightstone. You know, Puppey hitting that extra little bit hard with that early armor reduction. And Saxes, he's living on the edge there. Came back in for a couple of hits. Just trying to get the most value out of the South that he knew he was about to pop.
That hurts. Puts him at 0 armor whenever he does get hit by Puppey. So it can definitely go for those trades. Saxa, he's up forward here.
He has, and Matu, he jumped over for the opportunity. The bash has come out. Saxa, he ends up giving up his life. First blood for Matumba Man there. Saxa came back over. And of course, well, that level 1 Shadow Realm's got quite the long cooldown. He didn't have it back up, but walked straight in. And Matu, he'll happily jump away from the creeps for that opportunity.
Yeah, he oversteps. They're trying to secure the creep. Puppey gets it there with the chilling touch. Seb's had.
No.
And he's making sure that he keeps his distance away from Matu. This is something we always talk about for Puppey, is he just is all about enabling his core players. So he's giving those max levels to the Void early on. He knows he only needs like 2 or 3 points, 2 or 3 levels down here as this AA until the mid game. And then you know the way Puppey plays. He's going to farm very aggressively to get his 6. Mid, we're seeing relatively even. Topson using his Decrepify to secure a couple extra denies here.
Yeah, and I imagine in this sort of lane, you're going to expect the farm to be pretty close. I guess the worry is if someone comes around and there's the setup onto Topson with the X mark, Topson has to be a little careful of these Tiebringer hits hitting him hard early.
Absolutely, but it's a very good matchup for the Pugna, because even once if he gets 6 early on, he can just go for kill threats onto Nisha very easy.
Top lane, no tail. Zaynyap, so they're able to get in and on top of him, and with the damage from the Sandstorm and the Firestorm, there's no chance for No-Tail as he's caught in between the two of them.
Yeah, it's actually a pretty strong lane top. Sure, the Sven is still getting a lot of farm, but they can go for these type of kills with this heavy amount of magic damage and percent-based damage versus this double strength hero. Double strength heroes of OG.
Yeah, and the fact that you have these 2 spells with such large AoE, we'll see here.
Oh, he tethered a creep, No-Tail!
So first game of the best of 5, you know, so warming up, beginning of the series. You know, No-Tail, he said he doesn't get to play the IO too much recently, gets banned out a lot, so he's getting back warmed up with it. But yes, I'm sure mid one, he's gonna be fine. He's gonna be like, you know what, mistakes happen.
It's probably just one of those like, bro, like, what did you do, man?
I'm sure they're having a laugh about it.
That's gonna hurt a lot though, because they were doing pretty well up there, and now they're shut down a bit there. The Underlord's going to get some levels. He's going to be able to sustain a little bit harder. They'll bring their items out, and Level 3 Sanking, that's where that damage starts to hurt a lot more. Same thing with the Firestorm. These levels really make a difference. Getting an early bottle too. Yapzor's got some, well, it's going to be coming out on the courier. Yapzor's going to be checking runes for his mid laner Nisha.
And he's going to be able to guard the top one. It's a DD. He'll take it for himself. Looks like Nisha says, you know, take it away. Just, I'm fine.
Yep. Ooh, Seb's in trouble here.
And he's getting blocked off. The Coldfee's going to kick in. Matu and Puppey are able to punch into him. Matu's going to find another kill down on this bottom lane. Saxa can't get Puppey in return as Puppey's into the trees. Already Secret with 4 kills in the first 4 minutes across the lanes.
It's definitely not how they want to have it start when they do have this very early-centric kind of style, but it's really about, you know, this is, it's not like it's likely to happen, but it's likely that Night Stalker doesn't have a great time bottom. Because pre-5 minutes, you know, it's still that daytime. No one fears the Day Stalker. 20 seconds until we have those bounties and that nighttime, so we'll see what they can capitalize on with it. As that Willow Night Stalker, it really jumps in strength as soon as that does hit.
We'll see. I mean, the sort of the moves from the mid laners.
Both doing the same exact thing. They're farming the small camp after they push mid in, then they go secure their runes.
See,
double stun.
Again, it's just good damage. This Firestorm and Sandstorm, it's a lot that OG has to withstand. They're going to try and chase down Yapzor. See if they've got enough damage. He's going to have another stun up in a couple of seconds. He's got stick charges, so he can pop stick and stun.
He's gone for the stun.
Goes back in aggressively, Yapzor. Good stun onto the 2 of them. Another Firestorm drop down. And this time, Yapzor, can he actually live? He's trying to juke through the trees, but Mid-One cuts through, throws out the stun. Yapzor will be punished for his attempt to try and play around with the 2 of them a little bit longer.
So much sustain that comes from that IO. Even if they get the pit early on, which I did like from Zai, they can't deal with all that sustain early on here.
Yeah, and just having pretty good movement speed as well between the 2 of them, just allowing them to get out of this area that the Secret's trying to lay down as an unfightable territory with the Sandstorm and the Firestorm. They can simply move out of it right now and play around it.
Very rare to see, looking at this map, look at the lack of vision from both sides here. Nobody really has like anything. Right? It's just the one ward down bottom there. Very rare to see that from these.
Oh, they've got the one in the river
teams.
now.
And the one from the river.
I think maybe
it was just placed by Yapzor to watch the runes. And to watch the rotations too. That's the problem with top is Underlord. You can be pretty tanky versus these 2 heroes up here, but if a Pugna rotates, it's an easy setup for the kill. Now Yapzor.
Got the level in the pit. They're going to look to try and set him onto No-Tail, but again, just they have that movement speed. They're able to run away. And they've got the sustain. They've got the 1 charge is building up too.
He's getting a little afraid of staying up here though. That percentage-based damage versus these strength heroes. Firestorm just gets a lot stronger as you do get those levels built up. Yapzor, he's scouting, stealing some XP.
Oh, he wants the creep. Oh, a little saw in the attempt to get it there, so Mid-One will still be able to secure that last hit.
Yeah, we see these double wards now placed. It looks like they actually gave them to Thompson, and he's securing his side. And he's even warding up on this high ground here. I think he's stealing camps away from the Kunkka. So it puts Nisha in a position where he can't actually just out-farm the Pugna, but it's still very similar farm. 52-4, 51-6, both of them doing exactly what they need to do. Nisha making the first move, though. He knows he can punish up top here. It's spotted. The wards are placed and prepared from OG.
Well, let's see how they do prepare for this, if TPs are going to be inbound. A Secret looking for the setup. Zai starting to clear the way behind the tower, but OG, they know, I should say, they know what's up. They're hiding in the trees, trying to make sure they're in a very unfavorable position for Nisha to try and make a move upon.
This move, though, it hurts, right? Thompson, he's going to take advantage of that immediately. As soon as that Kunkka get seen up top, he's going to start blasting the tower.
See Nisha, he's level 7, he's going to look for the setup. Saxa and No-Tail are here as well though. They turn with the life drain, Nisha gets the boat crashing down on the Pugna, but No-Tail, he's hitting Thompson back up. Extra backup comes in from Yapzor, jumps in with the bow shot, they've got the chrono, catches the 2 of them. As he grabs Thompson on the high ground, also finds No-Tail on the low ground as Matu runs round, he's finding the bashes. No-Tail will tether back up to the high ground, over towards Saxa. As No-Tail will manage to get away for now. They'll try and chase a little bit. At the same time up top, Mid-One looking to go in with the God Strength, but can't chase down Zai. He's back under the tower.
Secret knows that rotation's gonna come. They were so prepared for it. Sap now trying to take advantage of the fact that Void left, trying to kill Puppey, but quick TP. Yeah, you can see how prepared they were. We know the way that OG likes to play. They like getting very active early on around that mid, the double support rotation. Secret responds, come out a bit ahead there.
Now we'll see Matu with the efficiency, swinging past mid for that kill. He doesn't mind sort of leaving the bottom half. He was going to be heading up top anyway to the much safer area to farm as the Void
They don't want to lose this early tower, though. They're actually going to send Zai to the bottom lane, and they're going to put, like you said, the Void top. Even Yapsor making his way down. Trying to slow it down.
Matu was able to pick up a DD on the way up top, so he's actually already finished the top tier 1 tower.
Wow.
So a very quick tower for Matu to take with that DD. No response from OG. And Secret, with the way that they smoked him to position down here, they get it quick enough to stop the tower from falling. Now,
rotation from
they're trying
Nisha.
to jump in onto Seb. Seb, he's tethered up. There's no tell. Again, just giving him the power to stay healthy. Nisha can just try and get him from the side, but OG's already backing towards their tower. Much harder for Secret to make a move onto them now, but Secret did what they wanted. They push him back, and still Matu on the top continues to push out. We'll see some TPs head over, but between the two of them, a very tricky kill to find. With the time walk, Matu's always going to be able to jump away.
Yeah, he knows he's safe up there. Thompson, like we said, every time Nisha moves, he's going to look to take advantage. He gets the tower.
Let's see, dropping the combo here onto Thompson.
Oh,
actually missing the bow and the torrent because of that. Thompson's able to run. They'll continue to chase him as Thompson tries to turn, but Yapsor's here. The life drain never going to work in that situation. 4 heroes surround Thompson. Nisha doesn't get him with the combo, but they will get him at the end of it all with the TPs coming in. Top lane, an attempt onto Matu. He goes for the straight up counter play at the TP out, and it's just successful. 1 hit away from going, but Matu did the maths.
He did the strength tread swap as well, too. That maybe actually ends up keeping him alive there. But he's playing very, very smart and very risky up top there. Has the Mask of Madness. He doesn't TP all the way to base. He TPs so that he can still farm. Puppy's still not quite level 6. They're trying to find that for him for sure. Very important this game versus that IO, as well as versus that Pugna. Helps their lineup a lot. Yapsar, he does get the 6 quite early on here.
And OG, they should be able to finish this tier 1 down.
Yeah.
Bottom now. Secret will let this go. They're focused right now around the mid lane. Looking to see if they can catch Thompson off guard, but Thompson's playing it safe.
Yeah, they're setting up for bottom even with the IO. I think he's going to start stacking Ancients for the Sven so they can ensure that that Sven stays ahead of the Void. He never wants to get behind the Void and farm. That's when it's going to be very tough for OG if that does happen. Thompson, he has the Yule's finish.
Aside from the Invis, catches Thompson by surprise, tries to step forward to blast the wave out. Zai strikes from the Invis. He's not ready for that one.
So much control for this Pugna, and it is a Pugna pick into that AA that was early picked on, so he is going to suffer in this mid game quite a bit here. He can play around the Kunkka because of that Yules now, but there is still just a hard amount of lockdown and burst damage for him. And this is a little bit of a slowdown, right? They have the Night Stalker. It is daytime, however, he has this ult, so they want to take advantage of it. No points in silence yet, though.
Matu. And he's going to go for the safe play. Just a chrono, TP out. He doesn't know what else is coming. Doesn't want to take any chances.
Oof, if Soxa was very close there. If he was just a little bit closer, he could have maybe got the brambles off.
I think Matu, he just sort of knows right now that they're not in a bad position. Sure, it means without the chrono, they can't really take fights, but he's kind of happy not doing that. He's happy to farm.
They can still take fights. They still have Kunkka, they have Sanking, they have the AA Blast. They still have a lot of setup for it. So I think he knows that he can use these CDs early on because he knows it's going to be the Sven kind of backing up and farming a little bit too. He's not going to look to join just yet.
He's in the river. Nisha. He's in, grabs the arcane phase, drums done.
Double bracer too. Very tanky.
And queuing up the Glimmer Cape. I imagine he's going to change that. We did see Thompson on a mid the other day go for a Glimmer Cape. Is he just queuing that up for the Shadow Amulet? Is Shadow Blade, do you think, is just sort of a quick click, or is this actually something that is good right now if you want to protect your carry?
Oh, it could be interesting for sure. There's a lot of magic damage that is coming out from OG early on. Pugna does reveal it with the life drain, but maybe he's thinking that he can protect himself.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. As we said, we saw Thompson do it the other day. It's down bottom. Puppy. He'll be gone on there by the 3 of them. Top lane Seb is alone.
Oh, the bashes.
Matu's going to start chasing him down. The other two swinging around here. Seb, he can't run away from this.
There's backup here.
Is he going to get here in time? It's not. Seb's already dead. And now the 2 of them. Oh, no. Oh. No tell. Coming in. Oh, nice. Saxon will at least save mid one. But well, it turned out to be a bit of a re-no-cate.
Step lively now.
That was not great.
That's the first one of the game, too. They at least keep their Sven alive there, but a very heads-up rotation by Secret. Playing around that top side while Nisha, he's just farming it up. He's got that little cloak there. Going to be very effective versus that majority of magic damage that OG has early. Looks like he's just messing with Thompson a bit here, trying to break the life drain. They were at an AA blast coming, but he knows the Yules is there. It's very hard to set up.
Let's see if they got Matu. Matu.
And got good damage here. Oh, doesn't quite get the time walk out in time. OG's got the damage.
Saxa messed up the Bramble there too. That could have been very close.
Coming in too early?
It didn't connect.
Oh.
He actually almost had a second there to get the time walk. That was a bit...
Hey, Saxa, you. Here's, I don't even need to hit this. I don't even need to hit this. We're going to kill him.
Rotating all their heroes up top, trying to take advantage of the fact that those ultis are on cooldown for a moment.
Let's have a look. See what they can get out of this OG.
Looks like they got the tower pretty easily here. Thompson in the area too. Seeing Thompson next, queuing up for the Blink Dagger.
Yeah, I like
all these
it.
type of disengages versus Void, right? Like Void time walks in, you can usually get the Blink out if you don't get hit by something instantly. However, there's going to be something that comes out pretty early for Secret this game is the Blink on Yapzor is almost done already.
Ooh, that is fast. And in the river, Zeb. They found him up top just a moment ago, and now straight back in action. They'll find him in the river. Seb getting caught out. These daytimes proving to be very painful for the Night Stalker.
Yep. And they're looking to make a very fast heads-up move down to bottom right away, too. They have the chrono if they'd like to expand it.
15-minute runes. They want to try and see if they can get the 4 of them.
Yeah, if
or
they
at
can
least
get a
3.
big fight. Yeah, and then they can maybe even like scout up even a little bit higher and also get a kill, but he doesn't want to use the chrono here.
If he gets a bash, he won't need to. I mean, might not even need the bash. There's so much damage coming out to Saxa. The Ice Blast, bam! On point there from Puppey.
So he's going to go check the rune, and he'll be fortunate to get it too.
Yeah, and with that, they do manage to get themselves 3 of the 4 Secret.
They're going to set up. They're going to try to set up for a relocate play bottom. Let's see if they're able to get it, as Seb is making his way down during this nighttime.
Nisha's going to start to go a little bit onto mid 1, just trying to tease sort of any reaction sees around the Sven.
Now's the time where OG has to be careful, though, of their overextensions. The blink is finished on Yapzor. They're not aware of it at all. It's an early blink dagger on the Senking.
Yeah. And we just sort of break this down. As I said, we saw Thompson do this the other day on his Invoker. He built the Glimmer Cape on his mid lane. And then this game, we're seeing Nisha with the Kunkka. He's gone for the Glimmer Cape. So what's sort of the science behind this, do you think?
I think it's just because there's some limited catch on the side of OG.
Yeah.
If he isn't caught by like Bramble or he isn't caught by like the life drain on the Pugna, he can kind of disengage a bit easy here. They don't have these like crazy amounts of lockdown. It's the Sven stun and then just the Bramble really come from that Willow. So I think he can play around in and out of the fights here.
Again, Seb. There's been 3 times in a row now where Secret have managed to just locate this Night Stalker, and even in the nighttime now, able to get the jump on him.
They're gonna go for a sneaky Rosh
They're
here.
doing it pretty quickly with the God Strength.
It's pinged immediately.
I don't think they can get her in time, though. This is too fast for Secret to get her. It's already down to half HP. Secret are making their way up the river.
I think they're gonna make it in time. Uh-oh.
Are they going to be able to stop this? It's getting low.
Oh, they're going to be able to make
You're right.
it.
They're here in time. The Fear sends back onto the 2 in the mid one, tries to lead in with the stun, but he's being used up. There's the jump forward from Yapzor, trying to go over towards mid one, but doesn't get in with the Burrow Strike. Matsu jumps in on the back line. Chronos the Io. The X-Mark drag the Sven back into the Chronosphere. They're focusing Puppey. 7 stacks. They'll find him, but Puppey straight in with the buyback. Matsu needs help straight away. He's falling low on mana. Is he going to be able to get another time walk out? The stun comes into place. He's jumped out, but it's into the Bramble. OG chases on Matsu. He's got nothing else to jump away with. Saxa gets the double kill as OG they're able to hold their own around the Roche Pit. Seb, he's still looking for more. Tether up from No-Tell as he joins over towards Seb. Seb, seeing if he can get in onto Puppey or Zai. There's just the 3 of them here on Secret. Midwood turns with the stun. The Decrep fight the life drain for Thompson. It's too much. Nisha cannot survive through it all. He goes down. Zai turns with the pit onto the 4 of them, but he's trapped in the trees. OG, they know there's some respawns coming in. They'll start to back off.
Great play from OG getting out of the pit at that moment there. It could have been disaster if they continued going on there. They make the heads-up call. Fight right outside. And the Chrono, he wanted to be sure to stop and relocate there because the Nota was actually bringing mid one out, but it actually ends up hurting him more than anything.
There might be another fight going on here. Zai's heading back over. OG, they're happy to take it. They turn over towards Zai. He's able to use up to dodge the initial stun, but OG, they've got the 3 of them chasing him down. Zai's out of the game for 30. OG just sending a clear message to Secret that you ain't coming anywhere near this Roche Pill. They're going to hold it. And this time round, Secrets, they've got the message. They're not coming back over here anytime soon. And OG will be able to secure themselves Roshan and the Aegis.
And that's pre-BKB on Sven, which is very surprising that they were able to take that fight versus all that magic damage. They didn't get the best combo of their spells at all on Secret. OG just ran at them and messed up all their combos.
Yeah, OG now jumping up in lead, 3k ahead. Combo's going to get laid down onto Saxa.
Catch up with me.
Tried to go for what looked like a relocate play, I believed. Tried to save him out of that position there, but unable to. But a big window here for OG. No BKB yet on Matu. He's very susceptible to getting ran at here from these two heroes.
See, Matu found the stun. TPs are coming in. They need to. They've got to protect Matu. Mid-one's popped the God Strength as well. Mass TPs coming in there from Secret. And 3 backup getting ready to go over.
No chrono available though.
See what they're able to head over for next.
They're trying to take advantage of all this. They know they have to play this game very fast.
They want to keep going whilst the God Strength's up, Puppey. They've seen him. Mid-one throws out the stun. Seb trying to get the vision on the high ground. They'll spot out Secret. Secret keeping a distance. Mid-one, very, very scary right now.
Yeah, this BKB.
Aegis Echo BKB, he is a lot to handle. And it'll be interesting as well to see sort of the scaling from Secret, because I would imagine one thing, right, when you are this mid-conqueror and you do go for the Glimmer Cape, it does slow down other aspects of your build, right? It's not sort of adding anything offensively. You're now putting a lot on the ults to hit, really, right? Secret's damage output is very reliant on landing the team fight. Now in the mid lane, we'll see Nisha being found, trying to get out with the Glimmer, but they've got the detection. He goes down. Yapsol's in trouble as well, potentially as Mid-one. He's just running him down. He'll take another double hit there with the Echo Saber. Mid-one gets a double. He's not even done. He's ready to dive in, looking towards Puppey. He's trying to find the stun. Zai turns with the Yules. Will hold back Mid-one for now.
They know their strength right now, that they can play into this. They know that there was no Chronosphere available, and the Void doesn't want to join in just yet. Mid-one dropping, he drops a bit low there.
He's going to chill. He wants to protect that Aegis. TP's back.
I'll take that.
Up to 4K lead though. OG. Real heads up calls here, just this fighting around the Roche. Now it is daytime for some time though, so they are going to slow down a little bit here. See how Secret tries to take advantage of his Nisha. He's suffering a little bit this game. They're making him bleed. 2, 2, and 4.
Yeah, the Glimmer Cape, so
not helping so much.
And into the BKB.
Yeah.
So he just really doesn't want to die. Top.
They're just going to throw the chrono. No funny business here.
Is it enough damage? There's a relocate coming in, and with the Yules, Thompson's able to buy time. They'll turn with a stun. There's the backup. Yapsol's in with a big bow strike, and Epi though bringing No-Tail low, but it's not quite low enough. No-Tail's still alive. They do finally finish off Thompson. The BKB committed by Matsumaman to allow him to finish the Pugna kill, but now he's going to run. The BKB wears out just as he steps in the route and into the fear. They've got the chain disable. This Void, he cannot jump away anymore. Finally gets a time will count, but Mid-one, he's going in with the BKB. The hits with the God Strength. Mid-one just hits too damn hard. Matu cannot withstand that damage. He's into the trees. Zai turns with the Yules to try and protect Puppey. Secret, they'll turn their attention over towards Saxa. Saxa does tick out during the Shadow Realm. Big blast comes in, lands onto Seb. Mid-one, he's still very close to full HP. This Sven is still a huge issue for Secret. Can they deal with him? The Torrent sound of Seb. Seb finally taken out. Now they'll turn over towards Mid-one. Mid-one has got the Aegis. He's got No-Tail also by his side. As No-Tail will tether over. Nisha trying to get a grab on one of the two of them. Might be able to find No-Tail. He's got the X mark.
No mana for Torrent, but they have Yapsor behind with the stun.
Mid-one. Mid-one's thinking about going back in. He's running at them. I was going to say, throws the stun, nothing else other than that. Would have been running straight into the 4 of them without much backup at all. Does protect the Aegis though. Aegis is still on the Sven, so OG, when they're back up, they're going to have another chance to get something done with it. And by the looks of it, Mid-one will also by then have his level 18 and almost certainly his Aghanim's complete.
Yeah, they're doing a great job of setting that tempo and playing very aggressively around their ward vision. He did reveal that ward top in that side there when he does stun up the high ground, but you know, you can see how confident he's trying to play. And now we're seeing, wow, blink on Puppey.
I mean, it's the blink is one of those items that seems
disengage.
Sort of essential against a Sven and his Aghanims, right? Without a blink as a support against Sven with the Ags, you're just dead any single team fight. This is the only item really that works effectively in terms of just breaking you out of getting stuns. You know, you can't dispel what isn't there anymore with the talent, of course, that the Mid-one will take.
Doing my job for me. Thank you, Owen. Mid-one persistent. Well, we'll claim this tier 2, not before 20 minutes, but they can still get a good amount of map control and take away the outpost if they'd like to. And just keeping this big lead here. Look at this Sven compared to that Void. He's almost double the net worth here.
That's insane. I mean, Mid-one, he has been popping off in a lot of the games recently for OG.
Yeah.
We've seen it, you know, we've seen the rampages, we've seen the utter destruction and annihilation that he's brought.
It's pretty far up here. There's a relocate coming to bring him out. Not very far, though. Nisha almost connecting with the Torrent. And that is the Aegis reclaimed. Ooh, Aegis reclaimed during the AA.
That was a little risky. Yeah.
Doesn't heal.
He was a little lower there. That would have certainly been a clip. But he's fine. Gets out. In fact, whoa! What? Wait, what happened? What? Yeah, I agree. What the hell happened there? Oh, why did he... What? Man,
Okay, well, he went back in with like 100, 200 HP.
What was going on? How did he? Can we get a replay of that? I wasn't even ready for that. Just suddenly mid one walks back in with 200 HP and dies.
Was it the relocate? I think it was.
Oh no!
I think he kept
was
him
it
tethered.
No Tail?
I think
no,
No Tail
wasn't.
kept him tethered.
No, he didn't.
That's the only thing that
No, he
didn't.
didn't.
That's the only thing that could happen
Oh,
there.
we got a replay of that. Did he? Was it No Tail taking? No.
I mean, that's pretty huge. That slows down their momentum a lot. And they do not want momentum slowed down in this game when they're playing against Void with AA. This Void, as the later the game goes, he gets better and better versus the Sven if he is able to get the farm.
Well, we'll find Matu.
But they're constantly aggressive on him.
He's got BKB. So we'll be able to play his way out with the BKB. No TP though, so he is just going to have to run. He's out and away. And he just gets mana back up before they can really look to fight. Make sure he's got the Chronos fit. Mid lane tower's going down.
Your admiral is on board.
And they'll TP over in time to get it protected. And No Tail does now have the mech complete, so at least some additional burst heal to keep his Fen strong in the fight.
Middle tower has been denied.
10 seconds till those bounties. Nisha can act a lot as a frontliner here. There's no Void BKB right now. You can see that's why OG's trying to play so aggressive.
He wants to go, but there is a Chrono. They've got counter plays. Mid one's going to charge in. Chrono comes out.
The force step
only gets the IO. Matu, can he finish him off? He's tried to, but he's caught in the root. Matu can't actually kill off IO, and now he's out of mana. Midbone's chasing him down. Matu's trying to run, but Midbone, he's closing in on the target, jumps in with a stun. Matu falls. As he's out of the fight, they've got the Void, and with that Secret, they've got no more power to fight with. As Zai's going to be taking them out of there. Will manage to get Nisha back to safety in time. Puppey, however, wasn't able to jump in the ride.
The Ag stun brought him just before the Chrono hits. It actually moves him out of it. And then they also missed their AA blast to catch the IO in the backlines there. Awkward spell usage by Secret, but OG kind of sticking around here still. Mid one, no BKB available.
I mean, he wants to... Does he want to go in? Oh, Yapsor, he does. He's in with a big jump.
With the reload.
Oh, that was sweet from No Tail. A lovely little relocate there, taking him out to the side, so Yapsor didn't find them with the Burrow Epi. There's No Tail, he'll head back, but he'll leave mid one on the front lines with Thompson and Seb to try and deal with Nisha. Seb trying to force back any backup, so Nisha is separated. Nisha should be able to find him. He's trying to hide. Matu jumps back over in an attempt to help. Can Yapsor do anything to turn this? He's already used the Epi, but he's still got the Burrow Strike. Comes in onto the two of them, catches mid one and No Tail, and that will secure the 2 kills there. Clutch buyback from Yapsor. Punishes OG hanging around a little too long behind that tier 2.
Nisha with some quick little heads-up plays. He actually broke the life drain when he was getting with there's just an X mark and repopping that X, and then he actually gets himself into a corner, and OG, they overextend. They stay there too long. Clutch buyback from Yapsor.
Yeah, very nice. Despite that nice little dodge earlier from No Tail, Yapsor was able to still find them all at the end of the day. Top lane, Matu, he's got BKB back up.
Doesn't pop it right away, though.
He doesn't.
And now he's stunned, and he might just get burst out.
He's dead.
Oh, Saxo with the control.
I mean, you got to watch out for this Willow. You know, you sort of feel what Matu's going through there. He sees that, and it can be very sort of, it catches you by surprise. He sees the Willows, I'm going to get the chance to BKB. Well, no, you're not. Saxo's got just that much amount of disable when he lays his skills down correctly, and Saxo's been doing that.
And with Decrepify with a Bedlam, it's so much damage. You just shred these core heroes anyway.
Yeah, Matu's still having to play the catch-up game here. When you look at the comparisons between the carries, mid one level 19, Matu just sitting down at level 16. So still a lot of room to catch back up. Overall, OG still holding the 5k lead.
Yeah, and it's going to be really hard for the Void to ever catch up to that Sven and farm. When he dies like this, Sven just capitalizes much more because he farms faster and faster than that Void.
And just overall, Seb having a Midas, you know, you're going to sort of see the cores across the board of OG scale in a way that Secrets aren't quite ready for. So Secret, they've got to continue to try and look for these fights, look for this action. And they found Thompson here. He'll go for the Uzi. Is he able to get the blink off in time? No, the timing's not quite there. Straight back into the pit. Secret, they'll catch off the Pugna.
That was one of the first times I've seen this game that Thompson very far out of position. No one really near him. He's just really trying to slowly burn down that tower, but in a very risky position there.
Oh, lovely rune here for mid one if they're able to get something going. He's got God Strength from BKB up. He's very close to having the money for the small crit.
Roche is scouted.
Pugna is dead.
They're trying to take a fight here while Thompson's...
They do it decently fast. I mean, with the Mask of Madness.
Yeah.
Matu's got decent attack speed, so as long as he can find the bashes, he's going to be doing it. They have got good fight themselves, though, OG around the pit. And mid-one with that Arcane Rune, he wants to go. Pops the God String, jumps straight over towards Zai. Already Zai taken down to half HP. They'll use the Glimmer Cape to try and save and get him out towards the pit, but the fear, again, Saxa, he just finds the control. He's able to lay it down, hit onto both Zai and Matuma, man. They're both dead. Seb's trying to keep the back lines busy. Zai actually still somehow survives, finally falls there to the final blast from Thompson. And mid-one, he's not done yet. He's running over towards Nisha. Sentry's dropped down. Puppey and Nisha, they're into the trees. Puppey will get out, but Nisha, he's not going to be quite as fortunate as OG find a third. All three of Secret's cores taken out.
Great play by Seb. He just beelines to the back lines, silences everybody with the crippling fear, and then mid-one's just able to focus fire. Sure, No-Tail gets clipped by the boat, but it only hits like one hero, and yeah, you can see Seb. He just ran at Puppey, and he didn't allow him to really get any good spell off, and if it's the Night Stalker who's getting AA blasted, then he did his job.
And with these sort of kills, you look at Seb's items, next fight, he's going to have a full BKB on. And when this Night Stalker comes running with you with a BKB, there's nothing you can do to stop it. All you've got is the chrono, and that won't be enough most of the time with how tanky Seb's going to be with that BKB done.
He's going to just be able to, like, he actually just runs at the back line, and they're not going to be able to do anything against him. Matu finds Thompson here. Oh, mid-one actually stuns into the chrono as well. I mean, a little awkward there.
Tried to do, he's got a BKB and an Aegis. Mid-one, he could do it a couple of times. He's going to have to pop the BKB, and that will stop them from going on him. But again, you can see Matu in this position. He's just dropping it down. So we'll see this play earlier.
No, this is just this is the one he just did. Yeah, he relocated bottom.
Yeah, you're right.
I'm not sure what happened there. I think maybe he was trying to make a play with the Spanner, but maybe he just lost the tether for a second there.
Still 5k lead for OG mid-one in an incredible position right now. Just 6k ahead of anyone in the game. This massive Sven.
Yeah, the Sven is huge, and I think it is really important, like we pointed out, that Midas for Seb is going to really pay dividends in this game because of how aggressive they're able to play. And if he gets a Blink and a BKB, sure, Void can get these chronos off, but the backline is going to be so disrupted.
Well, Saxa, he's going to feel the full brunt of the ults there, but backup comes in. Saxa does go down, but mid-one, No-Tail and Seb, they want to try and fight against them. Zai's going to take out the two of them. As, of course, Puppey, he was left behind. So OG finds something, but Zai able to make sure that no cores will fall that time to OG. As we see Nisha just continuing to build up the items to enable his teammates to really help Matu, you know, throw down this sort of Solar Crest and Glimmer Cape in ways to make sure that Matu can jump in and have the strength required to take down these big heroes like the Sven.
Ooh, they actually forced the BKB. It's also just protect Matu as well. Like, sure, he's got this decent amount of armor when he's not Mask of Madness, but a lot of times he's Mask of Madness. So throw that Solar on top, he's up at 24, so that high physical damage from Sven can be slowed down too.
Yeah, the pressure really is on pretty much Matu and Yapsor to just hit, because you know they're the ones that are going to be starting the fights, getting the jump most of the time with the Time Walk into Chrono or the Blink into Burrow Strike. They've got to be finding great ways to jump, and they've got to try and capitalize on any opportunity that OG give to them when OG starts to group up.
The one thing is, though, is mid-one's BKB, it's getting low. He's had to pop it. I actually think it might just be at 5 seconds now. Let's take a look at it. Can you mouse over that BKB really quickly?
No.
No, we cannot. Okay. Well, it's like 5 or 6 seconds, I'm sure, by this point. He's got a full data list finished up, so he's going to hit hard, and he needs to hit hard because, like we said, BKB is going to start ticking down, and you know that Secret, they're itemizing. Like you said, they have the Blink Daggers that are going to be there to disengage versus the Axon, and I did see that Lotus Orb. It is almost finished up there for Yapsor. Already level 19, too. So they're keeping themselves very farmed on all of their heroes here.
OG's still got that ward on the high ground. So some good info to work with. No secrets around on this area.
Mid-one, he's running in.
He's going to try and charge forward.
They've been the ones dictating the pace the whole time.
He knows he's pretty unkillable.
Whoop.
And that, of course, one of the strong strengths of the Glimmer, just being able to disjoint that initiation. But mid-one, he just goes back in as Nisha walks in, has to put the BKB himself. Mid-one, is he able to find any other targets? Secret's going to do best to just get out of it. They've got the God Strength out of him. Over towards mid, Matu popping the BKB as he is worried about OG being able to make a jump upon him. Seb's still trying to go in past the tower. In fact, mid-one, he's able to find the charge straight back in onto the Kuka. The Chrono comes out, but it's too late. Matu's dead. Nisha's going to fall as well.
Too much damage.
No, not the Chrono they needed there. Tried in an attempt to hold back OG, but OG ended up still getting the 2 kills anyway. The Chrono, it stops nothing. Yapzor, he's going to try for a big play, comes in with a blink burrow strike Epi. It's a lot of damage. He's able to take down the 2 of them. A big play from Yapzor.
Puppy whipped the AA blast though. He actually hit it on the ground right in front of him. I think he double tapped.
I mean, at least it wasn't needed to kill off Saxer and Topson. Yapzor actually just having enough damage on his own with that jump. Nisha giving the big tips over towards Yapzor, as Yapzor basically just putting a stop to OG actually being able to push up and punish this pretty long duration when Nisha and Matu are out of the game. Yapzor holding on for Secret.
Comes in clutch there. That's one of the best plays that you can do when you're on those high grounds. When you lost these heroes, you just catch someone off guard. They're probably like, there's no way they make an initiation on us when we're running into the high ground. Finds the 2 ideal targets. But yeah, Puppy, oh my god, the Ice Blast. I think he may have double tapped it. I don't think he got hit by any type of silence there.
You see, it was the big brain play. He was just trying to throw it out in front of him in preparation for the Sven jumping on top of him. You know, that's what he'll tell you.
Level 18 already on that AA as well. So max level Ice Blast. They're keeping this. They're keeping it at a 6K. It only jumped up to what, like 8K gold lead, I believe, for OG. So they're keeping it level here, and I think that's pretty good. Good sign here for Secret, because they want this game to go late. They want this Void to be able to somehow catch up to this Sven. Still got a lot of time for him to do so, though.
Yeah, needs at least this next time really complete before Matu's going to have a chance.
Yeah. His BKB is also very low. That is the scare too, because there's a lot of different forms of control for him. And they're getting more items to deal with that Chronosphere. The Aeon Disc now finished for the Pugna.
I like this from Yapzor as well, getting the E-Blade online next. I mean, he knows BKB's getting low. He's in with that sort of combo, the Burrow Strike Epi and an E-Blade. You're going to do serious amounts of damage, even to these higher HP strength heroes on OG's lineup like Seb and Mid-One.
And it is another form of save in a way. Like after the stun comes out, you can E-Blade. He does the Yules to stop the X bring back onto Nisha.
We're going to see them jump straight forward. Puppy, he just gets taken out instantly off the back of the stun. Zai will be able to disengage with the rest of Secret. They're out of there. Yapzor stuns up to the base. So we'll just be Puppy dying outside of the base. And he himself does have buyback and the Ice Blast if OG choose to continue to push in.
He nearly, I think he got, what, did he get one shot?
I saw an 870 crit, so very likely that his HP was under that amount as Mid-One flew in and took him out at least 2 maximum hits.
Bloodthorn finished, they're going in. There's no buyback on Mid-One. They really want to press that issue forward there. 30 seconds.
They've got the Chrono. So Matu, he's got to do something spectacular with the Chrono. We're going to see. Ready, Matu is getting gone on. You see the jump forward from Yapzor, trying to keep Mid-One off Matu. Mid-One popping the BKB to make sure he's not dragged back by the X. Notel also taking him out to the side, starting to heal him back up. Notel is going to be back on the front lines though with a relocate. The question is if OG want to try and swing back in with him. Seb popping the ultimate. He's up on the high ground. Who are they going to be able to find? They're just going to let the IO die. They don't want to go back in with Notel. Or maybe they're going to go back in after he dies. Matu, he's gone for the Chrono on the back line. He's found Topson and Saxon. Turns towards Saxon first. Saxon goes down. Looks towards Topson, but Topson, he's got the Eon Disc. Topson's able to turn with the Decrepify, disarming Matu. Matu has to jump away with the Time Walk. Yapzor comes in with the Yules control.
Mid-One's getting kited.
He's being surrounded. Nisha, Zai, and Matu, they have the damage to take down Mid-One. Secret breaking apart the team fight of OG as Topson, he's trying his best to stand his ground, but there's 5 heroes surrounding him. Topson goes down as well. A Secret able to hold. Matu, this time round, that Chrono, it does enough. He's there on the back lines, stops Saxa from being able to get out his skill set, the ultimates, and also just locking down Topson, forcing out that Eon Disc earlier. It means that Topson, he has to suddenly just focus on this Void. He cannot help the rest of OG, help Seb running in on the back lines of Secret and actually get those kills to start the fight off.
And that's what, there's no buyback on the Sven. He spent all his gold on the Bloodthorn there and gets kited. We mentioned that BKB, it's starting to get low. They're able to play around it. They have so many different forms of disable and disengage on the side of Secret.
Yeah, they're going to go straight down the mid here. We'll see what they can do with this timing. You see on the Roshan respawn as well. It's going to be about a minute. Will mean that OG's back in the game for it. Secret able to take at least a tier 2 tower here whilst both Topson and Mid-One are down.
There's been some crazy spell usage there too. Like in the beginning of that fight, did you see how Nisha casted his spells? I think he thought Mid-One was going to just aggressively ag stun in because he actually torrent and boated it right on top of himself at the initial. So they didn't have the torrent of the boat in the start of the fight. I think maybe just blanketing his team with the rum too, just to protect versus the Sven. It was an interesting series of spells that ended up happening before that Chrono, but it ends up working out for them very nicely, and they close that gold lead. OG have been stopped here with their early aggression.
Arcane power.
Looking like Secret have started to gain control of this game.
And they've got some solid tier 4 items, at least on Secret's lineup. I'm seeing Kunkka with the Havoc Hammer, excellent.
Yep.
Great strength, great damage. And Minotaur Horn, if
if Zai wants to be able to grab that, you know, that extra sort of chance for a dispel with that short BKB duration. And they also just found the leveler, one of the ones that I imagine Matu's going to be very happy to have himself. So
and
a serious step up in attack speed for him.
Yeah, and I think a timeless relic, I believe, too, for probably YapzOr.
Is that how Secret is? Honestly, I think Secret just got sort of the jackpot with the 4 tier 4 items there.
Yeah, I think they actually got my 4 favorite ones.
For the heroes they're playing, they're going to be very happy with those finds. Yes, timeless relic on YapzOr.
Too, so
all right, so I think Gaben's a Secret fan. That's some good RNG right there.
Zai spotted. He instantly is trying to get out. Matu, do they have the fear? Oh, he gets the BKB off in time.
Oh, the time lock! It's there just in time. One more hit from Mid1 and it would have done it. The timing in favor there of Matu as he's able to jump away. And we'll see. What did they go over on the side of OG?
Are scanning.
They got Flicker. Flicker's pretty solid.
I mean, especially, yeah, this is a very Thompson-esque item, right?
Yeah.
He loves to be jumping and juking all over the place.
Can't flicker when you're chrono, though.
But you can flicker before you're chrono.
You can flicker before, and it'll put you into the chrono.
There, that is true. You may flicker still into the chrono.
Deeper into the chrono.
You might even blink out and flicker back in. You know, it has happened before. You just press all the buttons and they don't necessarily do what you're hoping them to do.
And Chrono is back up. No God Strength for OG right now, so they have to be careful. They still are missing 2 of their tier 4 items as well, so they can still finish up grabbing those.
Yeah, we'll see what OG is able to get with that. And we'll see Zai actually holding on to the Craggy coat rather than the Minotaur Horn right now, favoring that extra armor.
Near 25 also on mid 1. Another important big spike if he takes that talent, which he most likely will. Oh,
he did.
He took the stun duration.
I guess.
So they want a little more
this is a thing then, because we did see one in the other series the other day when Nico Baby took it, and we just sort of started to question. It was like, is this just a thing? Not going for the boosted damage at the additional God Strength damage? Because that, if you're not aware, Mid1, he's taken the talent that's given +1 on the stun duration rather than the 50% extra God Strength damage.
Oh, it's an illusion. The illusion is kept there on the Pugna. I think he wants the extra disable versus this Void.
Yeah, I guess this makes sense, because we've seen a few times Matu, he's been very close to going down. As Mid1, he needs help. Where's the help? It's going to come in.
The Chrono's there too now.
And now the Ice Blast is going to fly over the 2 of them. The Fear will push them back, but Mid1's taking so much damage, is able to get the BKB off and run away.
But he's AA blasted. If they get another hit on him, he's likely to die.
He's dead. Matu finishes him off. Mid1 is buying back for this fight, but Secret, they're standing strong. This is a tough fight for OG to turn. What can they do? They come in with the stun, looking towards the Void. YapzOr's in, he's silenced up for now. The turret clips onto Mid1. Secret will start to disengage. Mid1 popping the God Strength, looks to chase in, gets the stun in onto Zai, looks over towards YapzOr. He's been dusted up to the high ground with the Burrow Strike. YapzOr's able to break away, and with the X mark from Nisha, Mid1's dragged back. Seb trying to stay on top of Matuma Man. The nighttime comes to an end. Matu, he's got to be careful. Mid1, he's in range, gets in with the stun. The Lotus is out. The Ice Blast is there. Matu still falls as Mid1's able to find him with that final hit. Poppy comes in, hits him with the Chilling Touch, slows him down. They bring him under the Ice Blast threshold as Mid1, he's out of the game. A die back on the Sven. Zax is trying to clean up as he comes in from the side. He's looking over towards Zai and Nisha. For Zai, Nisha, and YapzOr, they just run down Seb. The Night Stalker's gone. It's only down to Thompson and Saxa left right now. As Thompson, he's keeping his distance. Saxa into the trees. He'll start to TP out. He's away. The buyback's coming out there from both sides. Both teams losing their carry. OG for the longer period, though. 100 seconds without Mid1.
Thompson's dragging this creep wave here. Pushing it forward there. He's even jumping in. They're actually
still
going to jump away.
They're a little scared.
Oh, YapzOr's is dead.
Oh, my goodness. That damage. That
Decrepify.
damage. Whoa.
Yep.
We've got a couple of DPS heroes here, right?
Decrep plus that Bedlam talent plus level 18 on the Willow. More than enough damage.
I mean, it just destroyed him. YapzOr was gone. Not a chance for him to be taken back home safely by Zai.
They did get the die back, though, onto Mid1, and he's really starting to suffer. We're seeing the damage that Secret has, and that BKB being so low. They have so many different ways to kite him around.
Yeah, just all these items, what was it, like these Lotuses, Glimmer Capes, just Yule Scepters. Many, many things to make Mid1's fight just incredibly tricky. He's got to be very, very smart about how he jumps from target to target, because most of the time, whoever he looks for first in the fight is not going to fall. He's got to sort of be thinking ahead and considering who he's going to try and jump for once Secret have used all their saves on whoever he's tried to bait them out on first when he initiates.
Yeah. And he's gone for just raw damage, right? So if you see when they turn on him, he's not very tanky. Even though he has this IO behind him for the tether and for all these heals, he gets hit real hard. Even when the Kunkka starts hitting him, all this does add up. And he's built no armor items, nothing like that at all.
Yeah, and I guess that is also a good point as well to mention why he would take the stun, as you've told me before. You know, one of the reasons why you take the damage talent is if you're not, you know, you're going like the S and Y in the AC build on Sven, but as you say, because he has built a lot of items to buff up his right click, he can afford to just go for the stun duration talent.
He's Glass Cannon. Seb, though, he's got a DD rune, and with this Dark Ascension, he hits hard. He's hitting for over 600 right now.
Oh, but his Midas is off cooldown.
Oh, it is, but he doesn't care. Nisha?
Oh.
Gets the Lotus Orb.
Still committing on to Nisha. Seb's onto the back lines. He's managed to get himself on top of Puppey. Nisha popping the boat down, trying to keep them off. Matty's going to step over. He's been silenced for now. Zai, he wants to take them out of it. He'll take them out in time. The chrono, though, was a little unnecessary. They didn't need it there. Zai would have got them out anyway. But at least nobody died on Secret.
They're gonna have to
But
fight
a little
without it
sore
now.
that they don't have the chrono. They are going to come straight back out onto the map with the smoke because Roshan is up, but definitely a deficit here for Secret that they do not have this chrono to fight with.
Yeah, they just wanted to full reset because the God Strength was used. They're still going to be looking for this battle, though. 20 seconds until they do have the sheep, the fleet, the ghost ship fleet from Nisha.
OG there, thinking about just sneaking back into Roche.
It's daytime still for about 10 seconds here, so Seb, no Dark Ascension. He's just kind of chilling in the pit, knowing he's a bit weak for those next 10. Puppey's actually the one with the Minotaur horn, so he can not have to get not as disabled as much from Seb. Because Seb, you can see every fight, he's focusing on Puppey to get the silence on top of him.
On a Secret. They're just going to run and see who's inside the pit. Seb, it's going to be revealed. He says, what are you doing? This is my Roche. Step aside and step away.
There's that nighttime kicking in.
Seb, he's coming around for the side, but Puppey and Zai start to hold him back a little bit. Of course, Seb, incredibly tanky.
God, these fights are crazy.
Doesn't feel threatened at all by these two heroes. The main damage dealer is Secret right now, really being a Matuma man. But it's all on him in terms of making sure that he's able to stay alive in these fights. They've got to keep him fighting fit. There's OG. Step into the pit. 15 seconds until God Strength's there for mid one, and he'll be able to seriously take down this Roche at quite the pace. On the side, still continuing to toy around with Seb on the Night Stalker. Night time.
They force the Dark Ascension, they start backing away.
Fair's going to catch the turn, the mid one. He's in onto Puppey. Puppey's in trouble. He's able to put the Ghost Step to get out of the side. Nisha pops the BKB, turns with the bow. Matu, he's going to be fine for now. Jumps over in towards Saxa, but Saxa's got the Yules. He's up in the air. Puppey's brought back for this attempt. Matu committed with a BKB onto Saxa, but Saxa, he's going to live. He's out to the side with the Ghost form. Matu turns over towards Seb. Seb dragged back by the X mark. Secret, they'll find one. Mid one, he's in onto Matu, but again, the Lotus turns the sun. Yapsor's there with a follow-up in with the Burrow Strike as well. Mid one's been hit by the Ice Blast. He's getting low, and he'll pop. Secret, they keep Matsu alive. They're able to punish mid one for his attempt to get in. And Secret, they may not be done yet. He's still hanging around the pit. Zai, he found the catch. Yapsor, and again, jumps in onto Note Selling with a backup from Matsu. They've got the damage to beat down the Io. Seb is trying to run, but he's being slow. The Yules controls there. They'll surround the Night Stalker. Seb's dead as well. Secret push OG far away from the pit. 3 of them dead on OG. Secret can step in a Roche, and this Aegis and Cheese will be theirs.
God, they're playing so well around the BKB. They have all this damage mitigation that comes from the boat. So mid one, he actually didn't have God Strength at the start of the fight there, so he wasn't able to just bring any heroes down really. And then quick buyback, they're able to join that fight back in from Secret. But yeah, all this control is really starting to show. This pit, he even took the talent of the pit at 25 too, so this Sven just gets locked down and played around from these Yules, Lotus Orb, and all these different functions.
Yeah, so, as you pointed out earlier, sort of a forewarning, you know, when it gets to this point when his BKB's this low, that's all he has. As soon as it's over, it's sort of fight over for him. If they haven't already at least gotten 1 or 2 kills during that duration, Secret's going to have the control to deal with it.
Yeah. Such good disengages, it's insane. And look at Zai, they've got 300 damage.
Ready to close it.
There's no buybacks.
They've got double chrono. Matu's got a refresher shard. I believe he's still the one to hold it. Yeah, he's got 2 chrono spheres. So Secret are more than ready for any sort of fight that OG come up with in defense.
They killed his creeps though as he popped Titanic. Nisha actually cleaved them, so he wasn't able to heal up fully. Fear connects.
Let's see what Secret want to do here. Do they want to stick around? There's still tier 2s on the side lane.
I think
nothing really more to find here. So
they're real happy with this position after all those sequences of fights here. Matu now in real fighting form there with the backtrack talent too, with a Satanic. Very unlikely for him to get brought down here now. Yeah, and just so many buffs on him too.
Game feels very hard now for OG. Jump forward from Matu. Secret just continues to take these towers.
Their itemization is really working out for them here.
Yeah, it's very difficult for OG to try and just break through this army of Secret now. They've given an incredibly solid showing so far. I mean, this 48-minute game has been an excellent display between these two teams, but you just can't help but feel now in these later stages, this lineup of Secret built around this Void, sort of as the panel touched upon, is just going to have that greater late game strength than that built around a Sven.
Absolutely. And they have so many different items to deal with that Sven. Sure, like we said, he went glass cannon, but everyone is actually incredibly tanky on the side of Secret. Even with like this medallion on the AA, they have the Solar Crest on Kunkka too. They're buffing each other up when they get gone on every single time to protect versus that Sven damage. And like you said, now they have double chrono available.
Trying to fight through the backdoor protection here, and I'll tell you what, he's just about doing it, Matu.
He most definitely is with that Solar Crest.
Yeah, look at him go. Alrighty.
A full Hex now for Yapster too, so we were mentioning how much control they have. Throw that in on top also with a Timeless Relic. OG in a very tough position here now.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
I mean, what is the play for OG? If you're sort of down 11k, you look at what you have against what they have. What sort of moves are you going for? Is it sort of an attempt at waiting for the high ground push, trying to punish them there? Do you have to try and get out on the map, look for pickoffs, or do you try and go out? You've still got a decent team fight if you get the jump. Like, how do you fight into Secret right now when you're behind?
They have to somehow just bait these abilities, honestly. They have to make these chronos whiff, like the Blink Dagger dodge or something like that. It's really looking like their team fights have gotten so difficult. Everyone is so tanky. Look at this. 52 armor on Underlord. Like 28, but they're all just getting buffed up so much. Like even Sand King has 21, and he's going to be Solar Crested a lot of the times in the fights too. So I think their damage has just dropped significantly because of the itemization from Secret.
Oh, Thompson, he needs help.
Oh, mid one's stunned into the chrono.
He has. He's in trouble. He's in so much trouble. Oh no. An attempt to help out his buddy puts his own life at risk as he just goes zooming straight into the chrono. They've come out with the 2 buybacks. They're looking for Matu. Matu's still just so tanky. Saxa, he's going to be trapped on the high ground. Mid-one's able to jump down onto low ground over towards Zai.
He can't even kill him. That was 2 crits. And look, Zai still at
the Hex.
Still
He's
okay?
there again onto mid-one. Mid-one, he bought back for this. He cannot afford to go down. He'll try and jump over towards Zai. We'll be able to find Zai with a big crit, but No Tail's out of the action. He's dead for 80. Matu jumps into the river. There'll be a buyback from No Tail. Zai and Puppy are out without buyback.
Yeah.
Can OG find something more from this? They found a third. They found Japsor.
They're outnumbering them in Matu's out of mana.
OG is doing this.
He gave him the cheese.
They're doing it. He's popped it. He's popped the refresher shot. He's looking for a second chrono. He's going to drop it. Wants to take mid-one out. Knows that the Sven ball back. Can he kill him in time? No. Thompson's in with the save. There's a Crip find the life drain. Keeping mid-one healed up. He'll charge over with the stun. The silence. He's got Matu, but Matu's got the BKB. The Satanic pops him. Turns over towards mid-one. Mid-one will be saved again by Thompson with the Decrepify. Matu goes over towards Seb. Turns his attention back over towards mid-one, but No Tail. He's healing mid-one up. Mid-one's able to find the haste rune. He's on the run. Matu's trying to chase. Jumps in with the time on. Mid-one turns with another stun. Nisha. He's on top of Saxa. Mid-one seeing if he can get back and involved in the fight, but Yapsor. He's in with the Boros Strike. Number 2. He jumps over to Thompson. Thompson turns with the Decrepify. Matu's still trying to commit. Thompson. He's out with a flicker to the side. Mid-one jumps in with the stun. Matu. He wants to go for more. They've got the control with the X-Mark on him. Mid-one. Mid-one. He's Glimmer Cave. He's able to go back into the BKB. Looks towards Nisha. Nisha sneaks away with his own Glimmer Cave. There's a silence. It's on to Matu. Lotus off. Removes the silence. Sets up for the counter play on the stun. Matu. He turns. Satanic, but again. The Decrepify the Uzi. Set up in the air. Yapsor's in with the epicenter. He's taken out mid-one. They've taken down No Tail. Thompson is Hex. Secret. They're hot on the trail of the little piggy. The flicker won't help him now. He turns. He's caught out by the Burrow Strike. He's trying to run. He's up once more with the Eels, but Secret. They surround him again. He's out. He's away. Thompson will manage to live, but the damage has been done.
The damage has absolutely been done.
Gone. Seb's out as well. No Tail's out for over a minute. And Secret, they've got the pushing power. They've got Matu and Nisha, and they should be able to do some serious damage to the base now. 20k up, Secret.
Holy shit, that cheese pass off by Nisha onto Matu earlier, allowing him to have the mana for the chrono, turns everything. But Nisha, he just gets brought down by these two's magic damage.
Trying to jump in. Thompson has got anything to survive here. Oh, it's too much burst. Thompson's down, despite his best efforts. Matu beating Saxa back to the fountain. Seb's going to be back up. It's just going to be the 2 of them, though, against the 5-man push from Secret. Nisha picking up a Deso to finish this one off. I don't know if Seb and Saxa can do anything here against the 2 of them. The jump's already been made. Japsor's able to get in on Saxa. Seb committing to the BKB.
They're just
tries to find Puppy. Puppy's out to the side. They're just ending it. Secret, they've secured this game 1. As GG is called. And Secret will take this first game of the best of 5 grand finals, and you can certainly feel it there in that first game performance. Both teams pulling out all the stops to give a spectacular show for the viewers at home.
Holy shit, I loves me some tier 1 Dota. This spell usage is just unbelievable in this game. Even when you see these spells whiff, it's like, oh, you can see the reason why, but man, that cheese pass off at the end. That really just comes in clutch. OG actually almost able to win it because they're getting these outnumbering here because they take outside. They focus fired him super hard because they knew he didn't have buyback. Mid one was doing a great job of that one, but wow. That awareness just to be able to pass off the cheese in the middle of the fight. Backpacks his items before it gets passed off too. That's some next level shit.
That's some good stuff. And you know, OG as well in that game, they certainly give a great fight to Secret. They were able to get this lead. At the end of the day, it really did just feel sort of the carry matchup just sort of played out to their disadvantage. And those last few plays, we saw Topson try his best, you know, keeping mid one alive with his low cooldowns, the Decrepifies, jumping all over the place as the Pugner that Topson likes to be, just wasn't good enough. You know, Secret getting this first victory, and a victory that will be probably, you know, very important to them, right? Because as you said, when you look at the draft, this was almost Secret challenging themselves, letting the IO through, seeing if they could deal with it. Gave us a great game, you know, sort of hope they let the IO through again so they have another challenge, but they were able to counter it. They were able to beat the OG IO that so many other teams have struggled with.
And they did it at like a deficit the whole game. They stagnated that lead and just were able to hold on. That perseverance is pretty incredible.
Yeah, well, ladies and gentlemen, what a brilliant way to start this grand finals here. Secret will take the lead in this first game as they're up against OG 1-0 at the moment in this best of 5.
The final words that we heard from Tsunami after the draft was who's going to win? Was it endurance or power? Those were the words that he described the two drafts. We're going to discuss who won and why. Well, we know who won. Team Secret won that first game of the best of 5. I'm here with Lacoste and Lizard. Guys, what an absolute treat to start a grand finals. Lizard, that was a heck of a show.
That was incredible. Just watching these two teams match it up again, go for it. The drafts, the plays, everything was on point.
I fucking love Dota. That's all I'm gonna say. I mean, watching these two teams play compared to, let's say, Divine League, this is something that gets, you know, a lot of emotions in me. Maybe I'm not, you know, crying.
Yet.
But
there's still 4 games.
There's still
perhaps.
4 games, yeah. But this is something that I love, that I've done half of my life, and still, you know, drives me forward. It's just insane how much of a game can affect you. To try to break down this game, like, where do we start? That's a good thing.
You want to start with the Ancient Apparition?
Sure.
I love that.
I mean, I can talk a lot about this game. Ancient Apparition, my man Puppy buys a Blink Dagger because he knows that's the way to counter the Sven with the Aghanim Scepter. They even give him a Minotaur Horn, so he has another way of using a BKB. The way when Zai used the 3-man Chronosphere and everyone just bailed out with the Underlord ulti was because Puppy was in trouble. They just understood that he did not have a buyback there. He was short 200 gold and they needed to reset with Puppy. They understand how strong of a teamfight impact he has, and they protect him.
Even with everything that he did build, mid one was still in good positions. He was trying to get on top of that AA first. He managed to eliminate him. These Rosh fights were also pretty sick for OG. But overall, where Secret started was even like 10 days ago when they started drafting Wisp. And that's not something that they usually play, but we were all wondering, okay, is Puppy actually preparing for this matchup for OG? And it looks like they did find a way to deal with this IO pick. Especially IO Sven, which has been looking completely busted for the last couple of days. This game, however, in my opinion, broke down here, right this chrono. Just before it, Sven uses BKB and God's Strength, and then they relocate back in with the Wisp, which forces them to fight on a back foot without the BKB, without God's Strength, and this is pretty much the turning point. This is where Secret were still down and out. It felt like they were losing the match. However, this is where they killed the Sven, this is where they killed the Pugna, the Wisp, and they turned the game. With obviously, this wasn't over. OG isn't going to just give up and lay down. However, it was the turning point.
So many clutch plays coming up from a lot of the players, like Saksa on OG using a 2-man fear to secure the second Roche. Yapsor, man, he was extremely amazing this game. Every single time, almost, he set it up on the relocate with the Blink and Epicenter plus 2-man Burrow Strike. They built the correct items, 2 Lotus Orb on side of Team Secret. Dark Willow just does not get to play the game against the Lotus Orb. And they had 2 against the Bloodthorn. This is also another way to itemize against Sven.
Against Sven, yeah. If he doesn't have that BKB, you saw it a couple of times. He uses that stun if he doesn't use the BKB on a Lotus Orb, he just stands there stunned himself, right? That's how the interaction works. And they itemized completely. It wasn't only the blink on A, like you mentioned. It's not only for the Dark Willow. They're just trying to solve this beast, this Sven with God's strength cleaving everyone apart.
Go for it.
A lot of damage mitigation, you know. Sven was extremely farmed, staying like 5k gold ahead of anyone else in the game. But with the boat, with the Atrophy Aura, they actually have enough to survive. This is just beautiful Dota to watch. I mean, you can say both of these teams played extremely well. Doesn't matter who wins, because it comes down to these big plays, but also like small ones. You see, there was Faceless Void who had the refresher. He's gonna get high five the cheese. He also makes the slot before Kanka can give it to him, so he can use it instantly and land another Chronos here. This is something that, you know, you don't
the little
usually
things
see.
done right.
Yeah.
Yeah, on the other side, we did see Pugna a lot with that Decrepify. It's one of those heroes that you love picking versus Void versus heroes like Troll, because you can use that Decrep also defensively, save your targets. And OG was doing really well with defensive relocates, with these Decrepifies, with Glimmer Caves, but Secret, they just did it a little bit better.
Do you guys feel that the game, or like the way that we're talking about it, feels like Secret, obviously, they prepared for this strat, they knew they were going to have an IO +1 and Sven in this case. Do you feel like there was ever, like, it looked from my point of view like OG had a really good shot this game as well, but it wasn't always going to work for Secret?
They did, for sure. I mean, they did not lose the lanes, something that happened in OG against Secret the other day, where they lost in all 3 games. They were like 4 or 5k, 10-15 minutes in, which is kind of surprising. If you look at the score, OG was losing 3 to, I believe, 11, but still leading on a network chart.
Yeah.
Sven was free farm.
Yeah, there was
that
a lot of
safe
stack.
lane, Sven plus Wisp, they dominated the Underlord Sandkin combo. It didn't work out versus them in the laning stage at all. And then later on, a couple of stacks and just the ability to be on your side of the map, plus utilize that relocate defensively, just allow them to have that network advantage. It all didn't matter in the end. It all comes down to the execution, and I reiterated, it's that big high ground push that they failed to accomplish properly.
Something that we did not discuss about, Nisha going double bracer into Glimmer Cape first item. This is something that I first time saw. They know that OG, you know, once they hit the timing with the Sven IO, they farm much more than their carry does, because he does not have any kind of Empower in this game, and so he buys a Glimmer Cape against the Pugna, you know, against the Dark Willow, against Night Stalker, so a lot of that damage is mitigated. Probably the chat was going full Keck W on that one, but, you know, it was a smart play. You know, he understands that their win condition is Faceless Void, and that he only needs to keep him alive to actually be able to deal the damage. However, Matu, man, that was a rough one for Matu.
Yeah.
His early game, I feel like he could have survived at least 3 or 4 times if he just had a magic wand.
This one looked like it's Matu from Liquid, in which he is pressured constantly and he's not really having the game set up for himself. But man, he's been playing like that for years. He knows what's up. He knows how to come back, and certainly did it.
Yeah, you guys feel like the fact that Matu didn't have a great game was on Matu, or was OG just really good at trying to shut him down?
And Matu had some questionable plays. You know, we give credit when credit is due, but he uses Time Walk straight into another Bramble Maze, which gets him killed. As I said, no magic wand. He could have survived a couple of times, no power threats. Switching in one situation, this is something that, you know, keeps you alive, that like 1 millisecond.
The laning stage itself didn't go too poorly for him, but Night Stalker at the 5th minute mark had the same CS as the Void, and Dark Willow also fed a kill there. Like you had some good start, but it didn't really work out for him later on.
The first 2 Roshans were both taken by OG. Should they have like ended after that second Roshan?
They tried to go for high ground push.
But was like that their plan? That should have been their plan?
Yeah, they understand that Sven is much stronger than Faceless Void, and if they play around the Chronosphere, try to relocate one guy out, that they are much stronger. But there was a lot of root mechanic coming out from this, 2 Lotus Orb being built against the Sven, I think. And they got surprised when they were going after the second Roche. There was a big epicenter from Yappy taking out 2 heroes, which they really did not expect to happen. I think this was a turning point for me, where Yapster actually just delayed that push.
Now there's the question after this game. is IO +1 figured out? Is OG going back for the IO? Because it is a best of 5, and we know that the Poppy style is let everything in, see how it goes. They didn't let the Mag in, though. That says something about Mag.
I actually know for a fact that in quite a few series, he lets this hero go through for one game, but then afterwards, I wouldn't be surprised if he banned it out, because it also comes down... Yeah, like he lets the hero that is deemed meta or powerful first time, and even if he wins, he bans it out afterwards.
You think he's going to ban IO?
I'm saying this for sure. You can follow up a couple of series in the last tournaments. I've casted and worked on the panel, and he usually bans them out afterwards because everything changes. It's not only that he's letting it through, but the other team can also ban some heroes that you would like to play it against it, right? So they can ban out and adapt your strategy.
What Poppy does is he lets the same hero go through. I can beat this. He does it. One of the reasons why they lost some of the tournament.
He evolved.
He figured it out. He tries different stuff. I would not be surprised if he just completely picks 5 different heroes for the next game. This is something that they do when they lose a game, but now they can start to even experiment more. You do not know what Team Secret has prepared. That's the strength of these
They're
teams.
a game up. So they have extra luxury.
Yeah.
And it's up to OG to see if they can have a different strategy here. Because I would say it obviously didn't work, but it didn't really...
It didn't really feel weak at all.
Fail either.
It didn't fail at all. It really comes down to these small team fights, small skirmishes in which they got outplayed a couple of times. Obviously, the strategy of Void and this whole setup that Secret had wins in the end. However, they were ahead. They had a lot of mistakes here and there when it came to those high ground pushes. I think the biggest weakness that they made, the biggest mistake that they made actually is using that BKB and GDS and then trying to fight afterwards. That's what turned the game completely.
You agree?
I agree that Poppy, tends to experiment, but during the tournament, in one of his interviews, he was talking about like the Omni Knight as a counter to Faceless Void and Mag, so he knows it works. Like he tried it in this current patch, and he might be saving it for later. He tested it out, see how it's gonna go. It went well, so you don't know what they're doing throughout the tournament. They're experimenting. They have a feeling that they're much stronger than the other teams, and they know
they definitely are.
They know the certain matchups. Yeah, and it's also not TI, so I kind of expect Team Secret to win.
Fair point. They don't have those TI jitters that they normally have. And also, if it was TI, they would never play OG. The last 2 TIs, they'd never faced OG.
It's kind of the same timeline, a little bit later. It's September, right?
Yeah.
But we're right there in the summer, so it's similar to TI.
It is very similar. I think for these teams also, there is a lot of money on the line, guys. The winner takes home 200,000. But for example, for OG, they're 2-time TI winners. They are multi-millionaires. A lot of the guys, 2 of the guys from Secret are millionaires as well. Probably with 2 TI winners on the team as well. There's a lot of pride on the line.
It's crazy that we were just mentioning. It's just 200K.
Couple of billionaires playing a game.
Any other game. And if this was the prize, it would be the hypest event of the year. In Dota, 200K, it's fine. It's about the pride.
I would say for these 2 squads, when we see those cameras on, like when we saw OG lose yesterday, the first thing that Cap mentioned right as we came back to the panel is like you can feel like these guys are TI winners, but they were upset. That they lost.
Poppy in his interview said, we do not want to lose. We don't like losing. And that's the winner's mentality. It's not about, they test out stuff. For sure, sometimes they lose. They learn a lot from their mistakes. But at the end of the day, you want to be victorious no matter what.
Yeah, they might draft some funky stuff, but the moment that they're going into the game, it's game face on.
Yeah. If you talk to a lot of players, the same theme occurs. Like winning, it's great, but losing, man, that sucks. Like losing is a much more powerful feeling that forces you to work hard.
We saw the real winner's mentality yesterday. Enigma versus Alliance. Their throne was 45 HP, and they still managed to turn the game around with the Divine Rapier with some sick Arc Warden bubbles.
Yeah, they will probably get
never.
Yeah, that will never happen.
Hashtag never don't give up. That's the meme.
Never don't give up.
Never don't give up.
Okay, I'll remember that one, and I'm sure that OG is also ready to fight back very soon in the second game. We're thinking maybe IO is going to get banned this time around, but what kind of strategic things should we look for? Because this is the fourth game in a row that we saw OG go for the similar archetype strategy. Get one hero, Sven in this case, we saw PA yesterday, we saw Morph yesterday, we saw Luna yesterday, buff him up as much as you can. Everything on mid one, everything on that one hero.
I mean, it's the same kind of thing that Secret did, where you have Faceless Void, you have Lotus Orbs multiple, you have Glimmer Cape, everything that you can throw on them. It's a bit of a different situation, but still you rely on one carry. There's a 4 protect, 1 strat. You don't have like 2-3 heroes that are gonna scale. You can see the mid laners, it's Kanka, it's Pagna. On the other side, they all build utility items.
They're all enablers from the mid lane, right? Like the meta, the way it developed ever since the group stage, like in some games you could see here and there some semi carries coming from the mid lane, but most of the time it's completely your 4 protect 1, and that's also in the drafting stage. If you look at the bans, most of those bans are basically playmakers from mid lane and your position 1 cores. Your Terrorblades, your AMs are banned out quite a lot. If you're playing versus Nigma, you're banning out your Vipers, your Bats.
Yeah.
So it's playmakers and position 1 heavy carries.
There's actually one hero that I was very curious to see in this first game of the Grand Finals, Night Stalker. We don't really see him that often. Did you guys want to see more of that? Were you happy with it? Obviously, it worked out in this particular draft.
It worked well. It worked well overall. I think it's the hero that's really good when you need AoE silences. It's something that Void also struggles with until he gets his first saving item, and he needs to go for a BKB. Like in a game such as this one, if you're not playing versus a Night Stalker on offlane, Manta is so good on Void, but you need to go for a BKB because of that AoE silence. So he forces you to itemize a little bit differently on your heroes.
Yeah,
because of that, it's fine.
Probably still get the BKB. Getting Mask of Madness BKB is just the old classic of Dota when you don't know what to buy. I mean, when you not know what to buy, but when you want to go for a secure build, this is it. Like, it doesn't get better than this.
Don't die was the first lesson of Team Secret's lineup for this one.
Yeah.
I mean, it sounds very simple, but it's not that simple though. It's all the little things done right. The Glimmer Capes out of the mid lane.
The Lotus Orbs, the Blink Daggers. Every item mattered, and every item was so amazing in this game.
Yes, we're going to see what's going to happen in Game 2 of this Grand Finals as we are ready to head to that second game between OG and Secret. Let's head into the drafting pantheon.
Welcome back to the Pantheon. It is I, the Emperor of the Pantheon, here with my Senate to bring you the most powerful predictions for this of the most powerful games. With me here, to my right, is Jenkins and T. Governor. Welcome. Bring us the heroes to fight in this, the grandest of matches, the final battle. Jenkins.
And so we can see that, pivot from the first draft. We've got this Tiny insta-pick followed by, we've got the Earth Spirit followed by the Tiny, see what they want to pair up with it. Io was banned out. We don't have that available to us anymore. That was too much of a pain in the first game, even though it did end up losing. Still a pain in the ass to deal with.
Yes. They had to show it. They let it through first game. You show it the respect in the second game because it was a very that first game was so incredible to watch because OG's mindset going in. You could see in their heroes all out aggression, and it was such a farm Sven. And it was a very scary game for Secret to play. And they should feel confident in their ability to play on the reaction, but you shouldn't need to, make that big play to win the game, I think, for Secret. So they're going to respect it from here on out, I think, in this series. And yeah, no more IO.
Grimstroke. One of these heroes that you see, you never look at a Grimstroke and you're like, oh, that's a terrible Grimstroke pick. It just shows up here or there, but it's never really a first phase every game, doesn't really get banned. fantastic if you pick a whole draft around it. So I imagine they're going to pick some other heroes to combo up with the bubble, some heroes to combo up with the Grimstroke ultimate. It's nice when you have 3 heroes, that one guy that you can double the spell, and then some other guys that can have the bubble put on them. That's a good response to it, I think, though.
I think if I'm Team Secret, though, in the back of my mind, I've probably got PA vibes going, because I think for OG, the Grimstroke PA lane is just too strong for them to execute. And I think the important thing to note is about that laning phase. What are they able to achieve post laning phase, and how much of a lead can OG build up? Look, Secret's itemization was incredible in that first game. The fact that they have like a Glimmer Cape on mid Kunkka, the instant rush BKB
Solar
on Void.
Glimmer.
It was
like, nuts.
You have to look at that game and go, Secret understood that they had to fight up against this aggression. They were never going to win the game in those fights. It was about surviving. So they itemized for it, they drafted for it, and you saw this Void just pop BKB so many times. Sure, he died several times with some questionable chronos and misplays, but the overall fact that their team effort to keep themselves in the game against OG's aggression was amazing to watch.
I mean, the blink on Puppy, Ancient Apparition, that was nuts. I think he also had a medallion, like he went medallion blink, and so they went crest medallion.
Yeah.
This we saw the same thing coming out from OG. They stack, and it's just for some reason people haven't stacked them before this tournament. This is the first time that I've seen it in a tournament, which is very interesting. I think banning the PA does make sense. It's OG. They've already dealt with this. The Lifestealer versus the PA doesn't look very good. The only thing is, if you're Secret, you might leave it until like the next set of bans, because there aren't really great buffs for the PA so far. Usually, we saw with the first PA pick, like the hero works when you have 16 different things that you can throw on her. Tiny and Grim, they're okay. It's not like PA's like, I don't want to play with the Grimstroke, but the bubble is not. You want something to amplify her damage. You want something to amplify her farming. Like, she needs a lot to work. So I feel like they might leave it just because of that.
Do you think that there's a chance, Mr. Governor, for Doom?
I think both of these teams pretty much do not respect the meta in terms of what all the other teams are doing. These guys are the guys that set the meta. So you can see already, we're not seeing Veno in this series. We're not seeing the Dooms appear. They might appear later on, but it's not like a hot topic, I think, for these
I was going to
teams.
say, to be fair, even when Doom isn't meta, the Grim Doom still comes back because the combo is just so good. So I could still see them picking the Doom, even though they don't respect the meta, because it's still like it synergizes with the Grimstroke. And I know that no matter what the meta is, like OG and Secret, like both of these teams will always pick things that just synergize really well together. The Chen, Puppy Chen, that would be pretty annoying with the Lifestealer. Healing amplification with a hero who can just sit and sustain in lane. It makes space for the Chen to farm up his mech. Lifestealer can hold the safe lane tower. Chen can go and basically take all of the other towers. It's pretty annoying to deal with map-wise. Oh, they do ban the PA. Okay. It's just against the Lifestealer, it's so strong. And if you're going to pick Enchantress as well.
Yeah, I love this the response for the fact that they ban out the Chen, and for Secret it's about that same hero that has like that activation. Ench and Earth Spirit, they can both make so many great moves around the map, and I say this every time I see this Lifestealer from Secret. It's an independent core that can play lane solo to allow Secret to try and make these early moves.
Yep.
We didn't really see that in that first game because Secret was a very defensive lineup, but this lineup's a lot different where so far Secret are going to be able to actually pressure these towers. OG in that first game, again, they took the mid and bot tower around about minute 10 or 11. If you can maybe start doing your aggression first, you're not going to be losing your safe lane tower suddenly, and now the game's completely different because you're preventing OG to have that like instant jungle access.
Yeah, and I think OG in particular is a team that you should value holding your safe lane tower against, because these guys, like if you give them an inch, they take a mile. They will literally never stop running at you the moment you give them some space in the game. So Lifestealer, definitely one of the best heroes at stopping that from happening. Sand King, very similar. You just sit and hold a tower. All right, what's the Grim combo? This is what I'm thinking. I feel like the Doom is...
Ooh.
Who's this hero in the Colosseum, Jenkins?
This is Tuskar, really great combination with a lot of offlaners. Once again, another one of these heroes that you never look at a Tusk and think, oh, this is a terrible Tusk game. Like, it just depends on who it's comboed with. You have the Snowball save as well for the single target coming from the Lifestealer. You have the Earth Spirit, who's going to be silencing, focusing one guy. So it's, good saves, but I think we're going to see a combo with it. There always is.
It's all about OG's desire to actually win lanes this time. That they didn't win lanes. They went even, and then they tried to play aggressive after that. So this time, it's about we're going to have such prominent lanes, and we're going to try and actually build up a strong lead, play off of our tops and Tiny, and just go all out aggressive. Because when OG played against this Lifestealer the other day, it was kind of the same issue for Secret, where they couldn't really make these early moves. They went even and or lost some lanes, and they could never really find that strong footing to mount the fight into OG. So I'm seeing that with this Tusk pick, it's about matching the rotations that Ench and Earththreat are going to be able to provide.
I was going to say, Tusk is actually one of the few fours that's just totally fine going up against an Ench, as long as you block the camp. Like if she gets a creep,
that is critical.
If she gets a creep, you're done. Like that, this is not a good matchup. But if you don't get a creep, Tusk can just man up on the Enchantress. Like she'll never get a ranged impetus off. You force the heal. The slow doesn't matter because he just shards you and hits you and slows you. And she's got such a little HP and armor, she just dies to you with a +1. So you have to be really careful with Enchantress.
Oh, they did actually ban out the PA.
Yeah.
Catch that, nice.
Yeah.
So then for OG, in terms of carries, what's really left? Are you thinking maybe like the Juggernaut still probably available? But again, it does depend on this next pick from Secret.
Yeah, it does.
Do they just go like Underlord? Oh, they go for the Bloodseeker.
Okay.
Okay, nice.
Amplify up that Lifestealer damage. He's not really a hero that cares to if his HP is drained. Great with this attack speed that's going to come from the Bloodseeker.
This is such a scary combo though, where you think about the Earth Spirit buying the Veil. Like, no, let me rephrase that, sorry. Bloodseeker buys the Veil for the Earth Spirit.
Yeah.
So now this early damage
Right.
coming from Secret is going to be immensely high. So their response to the aggression of OG post-laning, it's sure you might have stronger laning phase set up, but when we take that first fight, we're going to each equally be able to mirror what you have. So it's
You know what? I'm sure the Veil works on the Enchantress impetus too, right?
It's spell damage.
It's a damage coming from a spell. I wonder if that works with these right-click modifiers. But anyway, either way, they have the Earth Spirit Bloodseeker combo. You just rupture somebody, then you kick them, and they literally are just moving super quickly. They take a ton of damage. Great against Troll too. Like this is, this always happens between these like top tier teams where you see, oh, Bloodseeker, that means Troll is completely off the table. Oh, they pick Troll. You know, you literally just rupture this guy during his ult, and he runs at you, max move speed, and is at 1% HP. The ult finishes and he dies, right? But you know, OG, like, they're just sticking to their guns. They wanted to pick this hero in the draft, and they don't even care about the Bloodseeker. Maybe Secret was even anticipating this, and that's why they picked the Bloodseeker.
Well, I think that one interaction, though, sure, it's good for the Bloodseeker side, but in terms of the game, this Troll, his items are going to be a little bit quicker than the Lifestealer. He likes to buy MKB so he can deal with the talent choice of Lifestealer and just the general game plan. It allows him to take Roshan early on, and it's a strong combo for the Grimstroke that if
and Tusk.
And the Tusk, exactly. So if the Tusk ever comes into this lane, we haven't really seen a Bloodseeker lane where they've had to face up against a tri-lane, for example. This could be one of those...
This is true.
This could be one of those sacrificial games where they either A, tri-lane on OG and leave Seb alone, or B, they just dual lane and then they really utilize the Tusk TP to pressure the Bloodseeker when they go aggressive. Because you think about the way that the Earth Spirit Bloodseeker will find a kill. It's not very creative, right? You roll in, you blood right.
True.
You Whirling Axe. Suddenly, there's not a lot of damage outside of those two spells.
Well, here's what I'm thinking in response to that, though. Then don't you just send the Enchantress and then you win the lane as Secret? Like, and then
5 seconds of reserve time. Okay, continue.
No, exactly. Like they could do a change up in lanes, but I think if you
Tusk wants to roam. You want to like maybe start as a tri lane, but then not stick to it because if Secret tri lanes, I think you lose that against the Ench. I think the Ench will make the difference there. But I think you're totally right that they have really nice combos between their heroes on OG in terms of if Tusk goes to any lane, he can get a kill. If Grim goes to any lane, he can get a kill. Currently, we need to see what the offlaner is, and having something that can sustain on its own is definitely going to allow them to do a lot in the laning stage.
The final pick. This is time to impress the audience with your knowledge.
Let's see. Okay. These are the literal 2 hardest teams in Dota to guess what the hell they're going to do.
Just guess something random.
Pudge. It's Pudge.
Okay.
Just kidding. Please don't quote me on that.
Omni Knight!
Oh my god. Okay, Omni Troll. This is a fantastic combo. I mean, Omni Knight's a hero that deals really well with the Bloodseeker. You just heal the guy that gets ruptured and he takes no damage, or you put the status resistance on before and then the Bloodseeker can't press rupture on somebody. Like Troll Omni is one of the strongest Omni duos. I don't know, I actually can't think of something that's like Slark Omni maybe is stronger.
Sir, but continue.
It's mainly activated by the fact that you have this bot lane, which is going to be Ench, Lifestealer. Lifestealer doesn't really apply a lot of pressure. When you have that hard purge on the Omni Knight, you can always survive. And the question is, like you said, it's about blocking that camp, remove the edge from the lane, and then Omni can have a free time. Again, he's a hero that can stay independent, like we mentioned, so it allows this Tusk to try and make these moves.
Oh!
Ooh, we got a new hero, boys!
All right, OG lost.
OD.
This is over.
This is a disgusting OD game.
That is instantly, it's... Okay, what's
Let's
the
be
but?
serious. Let's not get carried away. Just because it's the last pick OD, it's still a greedier hero. In lane, due to the changes, he's not that instant. Like, he's still a farmer now. You have Lifestealer, he's a farmer. We saw how OG played that last game. That 10-15 minute sweeping motion, they did build a good lead. So, great. They've got this OD, which is a hard counter in the late game, but if OG never lets them get to that point...
Here's the...
I wish the Oracle have presented us with the odds. Team Secret to hedge with their unlimited power. But OG could be behind them, Jenkins. What is your review?
Here's the problem I have with this. OG, their win condition is Troll. Period. And OD versus Troll, in my opinion, is the second hardest counter matchup in all of Dota. I think the hardest counter is Meepo versus Anti-Mage. I legitimately think this is the second hardest counter in Dota. He's the lowest int gain hero. You press R on him, and he dies. No amount of status resistance or physical resistance is going to prevent that. OD, if he can have a game in this game, it's free. Because nobody thinks this hero exists, but it's been buffed. The win rate's looking good in pro-level pubs. It's on the rise. I'm surprised this is when we're seeing it get picked, is in the grand finals.
Yeah. But that's the key thing. These two games, it's OG drafting themselves into a position where they have to win the game before Secret is activated. It's the exact same moment. We got the Void game the first time, and we got the OD this game.
The time has come, gentlemen, for the game itself. No more talking, only action. We'll bring our best casters to bring you the madness. But know that blood will be spilled. Hooray!
Thank you, Slacks. Yes, game 2 ready to go between Secret and OG, and we're getting a new hero.
We are.
It's not Danko the Dolphin, unfortunately. It's OD coming through as the last pick from Secret. And as the panel started to say, on paper, a lot of reasons to feel that the OD could have a pretty good time this game.
Yeah, not only what he's up against, but what he's with as well on his team. I think the Bloodseeker is actually something pretty cool. I know people used to pick like OD Beastmaster because OD, his attack speed sucks. Throw in a Blood Rage that gives you 140 attack speed as it's maxed. Also 30% spell amp. Sounds pretty good with the Arcane Orb, even with the ult.
Feels pretty dreamy for the OD.
Definitely does. And as they were saying, versus that Troll, that matchup, even versus Omni Knight too. This hero, he goes right through that Guardian Angel in a lot of instances. Unsure about the lane. I don't think I've ever seen this matchup, but you can imagine. Sounds pretty decent for the OD.
I think so, right? You're still going to be able to play smart with the Astrals.
Yep.
Try and catch Thompson out anytime he's going for the range creeps and such. Make sure you have that sort of control. So we'll see how Niche is able to play it. I mean, of course, one thing though, for as good of a game the OD can have, questions to be asked. How much has Nisha really played the OD recently? Yep. Maybe he's not played the hero too much, and in comparison to Thompson, he is on that Tiny. This is a hero that Thompson he probably plays about 10 games of Tiny every day with the way that he plays. His Tiny is terrifying.
Yeah, and there's just no cooldowns really on the side of OG that they have to rely on. Guardian Angel isn't something you usually base your fight around. Everything else, I look at their heroes, it's very run at you, which is exactly the style that they like to play. Yeah. There's also Grimstroke. This is something that can actually hurt OD quite a bit there. You get that level 3 Phantom's Embrace at some point. It does ruin the OD a little bit until he gets that BKB or something.
I was going to say, I'll be very interested to see what the build is from Nisha.
Same.
Is he still going to try, are you going to go rushing the Agonyms? Do you try and get yourself something a little defensive earlier, 4-star BKB? We'll see. Bottom lane, Puppy. Getting going on here. Yapso's able to slow them down with the slow.
Look how he holds the skill point too there. Doesn't even actually skill up the Nature's Attendance. Just has the prowess that he knows he's going to survive. Wants to keep that enchant. He does know that there's just stroke skilled at level 1, so he doesn't have to worry about dispelling an Inkswell, but inevitably in the lane, that's what we're going to be seeing Puppy do, is dispel.
So in this tri-lane versus tri-lane setup, who sort of comes out on top? Puppy verifies pop, but he will go down. So that's OG with the answer, at least on this first bit of a move, as they'll be the first ones to get a kill.
It's a very strong OG tri-lane. And they also, you saw the way they set up that lane initially. The 2 melee heroes body blocked the wave to have it push in, because the tower actually killed all the creeps, and then look where the lane positioning is. So Midwood has a great spot where he can actually farm, because it's going to constantly be pushing in, and then these 2 supports just act as these zoners, and blocking those camps out so that Puppy can't get any reliable creep. Saksa, he steps too far forward, he'll get punished.
Secret getting a kill back their way.
Yep. And they did, I believe, get the... I think they tried to get the... They did get the D ward, so they have the small camp available, so they can pull the lane back into a better position for them. Puppey, he doesn't have his hard camp. He's going to go... Oh, he even finds a bounty rune for himself. Lovely. He really wanted to get this creep up here, though, the big camp.
I mean, that was, of course, something that OG do. They leave that bounty rune there for Topson to rush the bottle and get the refill early on. But yeah, Puppey able to punish that, taking it for himself, and he'll start to make the moves over towards the mid lane.
Oh, he's going for a snipe. He knows Topson's rushing the bottle. Is he gonna get? He's gonna.
Yeah, he's got the curry on the way back. So
1, 2.
A little bit of money spread between the team. And with the way that the lanes are set up, this top lane matchup at the moment, Matu on his own against Seb, 9 for 6 against the 9 for 1. Does one hero start to win this lane a little bit as the levels come in?
I think maybe the Omni helps. I think they're both farming. They're both farming. It's not going to be anybody able to press
Seb's
anybody.
got the sustain with the nukes, but Matu, he's always going to be able to hit back and heal up.
Yeah, I think Omni maybe does a little, can do fine up here, but like Matu, he just hits him, right? You get the life. You're fine. Puppey, I think he did stack this camp here on the big camp that we saw earlier. I believe he's just farming it maybe with the Wild Wing Tornado. Yeah, he farmed the camp there with the Tornado, so he's up to level 2 for himself. He's even continuing to jungle for a moment because they stabilized bottom. They got the lane pulled back. Taking a glance there at the mid lane really quick. It is 13-7 right now to the 12-3, so as we kind of felt, Nisha, he is going to have a very good time here versus this Tiny.
Yeah, he's just able to play well with the Astrals coming in and taking away those important creeps from Topson, getting the range creep denies.
Yep.
So we'll manage to set sort of Topson back on the early levels, get that XP advantage in mid.
Yep, and they're keeping that tri-lane fully in the bottom lane. I wonder if they're actually giving more of the experience to mid one. They're not. Okay, they're actually splitting experience fully while we see Secret's trying to maximize. Puppey's jungling a bit, Yapster's constantly pulling, so we will probably see Secret pull out ahead in the experience after this first early start.
So Nisha just starting things off with the bottle, and as I say, just interesting to see, sort of learn. I think a lot of people at the moment will be watching and ready to see what Nisha does with this hero in this current patch.
They want to do a gank here, setting up for the runes as well with 3 heroes. Nisha gets the luck. He gets it to spawn top. How fortunate. Mid one, getting aggressive onto Zai.
Right, it's gonna hit onto mid one. Zai's able to keep his distance, pop the salve as well. He's gonna be more than fine. But still in the lane though, yeah, mid one having an excellent time in farm.
Yeah.
Well and truly dominating Zai with the lane setup that OG has against Secret. 17-12, 18 against 17-12 against the 8 for 0. Very, very big lead here on that bottom lane.
Yeah, mid 20-10 though versus 15-3, and like we said, he got lucky with the rune. He also waited till his bottle arrived, so he's got a full bottle, full HP versus the Topson Tiny, who has no mana whatsoever to work with. They have to be careful how low they stay inside of the side lanes too, because if this Bloodseeker just sees a couple people thirsted up, he's going to be able to play a lot more aggressively down here. And we see this creep constantly being super annoying. They do not have the heroes to deal with those creeps early on, as pretty much no supports do. Mid one.
Every time trying to step in, he's getting hit very hard by the Bloodbright. Has the one charges.
Oh, they do at least get the last hit on that Hellbear Smasher. And Topson's actually is considering making an aggressive move down bottom. It looked like he was trying to find the rune, but it's not there.
Definitely hard for him to come back to lane when he's out of regen, Puppey. He's going to see if he can cut off.
Oh, he sees it.
Yeah.
Oh, he's got it again.
Another courier kill there. Didn't even have any wards up. Just fortunate enough to be heading over to try and grab a creep at the same time that courier was making its way back. Puppey finds it.
Topson really getting punished in this game. Unable to fill up his bottle, unable to get his courier usage several times there.
I mean, this is you've got to do this against Topson Tiny, right? You cannot let Topson have a good time. We've seen it so many times. If he has an okay lane, he just pops off and takes over the entire matchup when he's playing Tiny.
He at least gets to bottle up the opposite side rune there, which is very fortunate for him there. And we do see OG, they're trying to fix this. They're trying to fix the lane for Topson, making a rotation, because he's, like we said, he's really suffering. But as soon as that happens, they're making the move, because Puppey, he spotted the smoke from the high ground.
See, trying to hold mid one inside of the silence, and we'll catch on to the two of them. They're still trying to move on over towards Zai. Will be slowed by the stroke. They'll turn over towards No Turn with the roll in. They'll be able to take out the Tusk. Mid one thinking about turning back in with the Ink Swell, but the Bloodbright down yet again. Mid one having to head in deeper to avoid it, but he's now going to take quite a bit of damage from the three of them. He's trying to run, but the slow's in place. He's under the tower, though. With the one charges and the Fairy Fire, he'll live. Secret won't dive any further. Also forces the TP reaction from Topson. He comes down to the bottom lane. Won't actually be able to chase them. Top lane, Matu, he's diving in with him. With the fact that Topson reacted to go down bottom, he's got no way to come up top and help Seb, just being dived underneath his tower as Matu gets the solo kill.
Oh my, that's huge there. It was a completely even lane, but somehow he's able to press forward. And that vision from the Thirst allowing him to chase a little bit easier.
I mean, yeah, so with that in mind, the top lane, the mid lane looking very solid for Secret. The bottom lane, the place where things are going a little better for OG, as we see still the advantage here for mid one against Zai, but it's not to be said that Secret haven't actually been able to fight back. We're seeing each time Secret definitely still packing a punch themselves despite giving up that one early death.
They see Topson rotating. Is there going to be a movement from Secret? It is. Nisha's coming down bottom here. Yapzor
will get blocked off by Topson. Slow from the axe is not quite reaching him, so Yapzor's able to continue to run. And mid one.
He looks pretty dead.
They just drop the sanities. They don't want to mess around, leave any opportunity for mid one to fight back with a potential ult. And now Topson, he's in trouble too, trying to set up, but the silence hits in. He'll be safe for now, but Nisha buys time to keep him held in place with the Astral. The micro from Puppey, who stomps down Seb, now turns over towards Topson. Topson's left alone. He'll take down a courier, but he loses his life. Nisha cleaning up with a double kill. 3 heroes dead from OG on that fight. And Secret starting to build up an early lead, 2k advantage, 6-1 at 8 minutes in.
And he knows Saksa just took the invis. They did see it with the ward anyway. Gets body blocked for a second. So he knows that he's rotating down toward bottom. Nisha makes that rotation look super easy, right? At the moment they see Topson, instant TP onto the tower. Matu is able to continue farming top because also Seb made his way down bottom too.
So if they can kill Zai, Zai pushing in very aggressively onto that tower, and he'll certainly die for that one.
Wow.
Trying to just getting a little greedy there, getting some hits on the tower, and the loser tag is dropped. And at least mid one able to do it thematically, playing as the troll himself, sticking with the lore.
I'm surprising to see him die there too. After Nisha pinged and probably was like invis going bottom, right? So Zai just overstepping his bounds. But Secret, very comfortable spot here. Bloodseeker shut down, but you're fine with that. You know, it's Zai playing the Bloodseeker. It's more than fine having your Lifestealer and OD enabled if your Bloodseeker slowed down.
It's a little hard for them to go for no-tail. They'll leave him. He's got the backup of Topson.
He plays it careful.
See Zai closing in on the blade bout.
They're spotting all of Topson's move. Topson only level 7 here at this 9-minute mark. He's struggling to find any type of rotation.
I mean, Nisha, he's saving up the money. Do you think he's considering the Midas this game? 1,400 saved up?
Could be a possibility. I'm not certain what you build. I've seen a lot of people still go on the Ags build, but I don't see...
If you're having this good of a start, you know, getting sort of the Midas into the Ags could certainly pay off.
Yeah, especially because that hero really lacks attack speed. He does, like we said, he has the Bloodseeker for mid-game, but yeah, we'll see what Nisha opts to go for.
We'll see bottom. Puppey. He's got Zai and Yapzor by his side. No-tail looking to finish off the kill, and with the Avalanche, they'll find Puppey. Saxa's going to go straight up with the TP out. They kick him to the side with the Rupture. Isn't enough damage. Saxa able to make it away with the TP. Bloodbright's laid down. Topson goes over to the side. Zai is able to grab the haste rune, though, before Topson's able to put it in the bowl.
The root and the speed. He has a haste rune, so he's going to go pick up the rune right in front of them. Nisha makes a gank top with Matu. They take out the Omni while also claiming bounty runes as well.
Nisha and Matu's farm is looking a little scary right now for OG. These two heroes coming out on top and by quite some gold here so far, just 10 minutes in. Topson trying to find action, but Yapzor's away, nothing to be found.
He knows he's tanky enough to deal with it, and now mid lane, they're looking to go for their own push here. Catapult, 10-minute mark.
Yeah, they'll come in for the defense here, OG. Also, Topson able to get the wraparound. Could find the setup onto one of the two of them. Will manage to grab Zai, trapped in by the shards. He's going to run. Silence onto the two of them, but with the Inkswell setup, Zai should fall here. OG, it's around the Bloodseeker. He'll go down. Topson picks up the kill with a toss. Secret are trying to come in and help out. Soulbind and Silence is out onto the two of them. The Snowball heading in over towards the Earth Spirit, but the stave comes out from Nisha with the Astral protecting Yapzor for now. Still slowed down though, with OG having the full 5-man here. Yapzor will fall as full attention is brought to the mid lane by OG to get the kill. Does mean that continued space is there for Matumba Man. He's still sitting there on the top half of the map. And he's had a A pretty lovely start, right? This 1v1 against Seb, where it's ended up in him killing Seb twice. He's had complete free farm after that. This armlet into Deso is going to be incredibly quick. OG's got to find a lot to compensate for the fact that they're letting this lifestealer free farm.
Uh-oh, instantly astraled as the Inkswell goes off, and now Thompson's in no man's land. He does find the kill on Puppey, but No Tail also will be dead.
I mean, and sort of already we're seeing Nisha just sort of three-shotting people with the Arcane Orb. These levels are coming in fast for Nisha. Did he spend his gold? Did we
He's
see
going for Axe.
He's going straight for the Axe, okay.
Yep.
I mean, it is that strong. Having those 2 charges, you just mess so furiously with these melee heroes. You know, sort of Seb, No Tail, Thompson, Mid one, I mean, any of the 4,
all
right?
of them,
any
yeah,
of these running in on the front lines, you take 2 of them out for a moment, and suddenly the turnaround's going to be there, and of course, just an additional way to set up for that Blood Right to get a guaranteed hit in the fights.
To set up for that, and also just to save different heroes, and it gives you so much different potential versus Troll. You can even, like, Battle Trench pop, you double Astral him.
And they're on the hunt, Matu and Zai, they find
God.
Thompson. It's another kill for Matu. This, look at the gold, look how much gold he's got. He's 7,500 already. How are they going to deal with the Lifestealer?
Oh, God.
He's nearly got Armlet and Deso done at probably one of the fastest timings you're going to see in pro play.
And he can just play the pressure. He's the one who wants to be taking objectives. He's the one who wants to be taking towers, and that's the perfect item build to do it. And they're pretty fragile early game versus all this. Sure, Tiny gets his Grow armor. Sure, your Troll naturally gets all this armor, but the rest of the heroes really going to suffer on that front. God, Nisha. The other thing the Axe also gives you is you're just tanky. You know, you're playing versus Tiny, you're playing versus this burst damage that they're playing around with Thompson, and you're going to be counteracting it very heavily because of this build.
Yeah, sort of the dream timing is when he hits the Axe and gets to level 12.
Yep.
Suddenly you're just able to capitalize much more on the built-up mana from the Astrals and just slam down incredible damage with the ults, as you already mentioned early on, just against these heroes that don't have that much of a mana pool. They take a lot of damage because of that difference.
They wanted to try to get some type of sneaky gank here on Matu. They have to get this like Phantom from the tree line or while he's disabled. But he is aware, he backs away. OG just trying to find anything here, but Secret all with the heads-up moves. And now they're just finishing up those items. Like we said, they've had such a good early game. Now they're going to back up, finish up this Deso. Pretty close to the Aghanims too on Nisha. They're off to a phenomenal start here, OG. Do they at least have the blink yet on Thompson? No, he's still a bit away from it. And that's going to really hurt them to be able to make any aggressive moves because he's the initiator. The rest of their lineup can't actually just run in and start anything. It'll be suicide for No Tail if he does commit. Cool to see that Zai goes for the Blade Mail this time first over the Veil.
Yeah, why would you sort of think that is? As you say, pretty much exclusively the Bloodseekers have been going for the Veil. So what makes the Blade Mail a better item here for Zai?
I think he just wants to be this soaker. I think he just wants to like run in and be like, use spells on me, please. Because then Lifestealer and OD just gets to run rampant. So it's just kind of this distraction play, I feel, for Zai. Matu, Deso finished.
I mean, this is ridiculous time. Yeah.
His build.
It's got to be one of the fastest times.
Oh god, tier 2 down, 14 minutes. They can take Outpost, 7k gold lead. They've got full control, and they have Infest bombs too.
Well, Nisha's alive.
But he's got a haste.
You're right, he has.
And he's looking to turn.
He's actually going back in.
Whoop.
Oh.
Might get punished for it.
Oh, he's still got an Astral to protect himself. Doesn't actually get it off in time.
He's dead.
He goes down. The Soulbind's out on the 2 of them. They'll try and turn towards No Tail, but the GA's out, protecting them from Matumba Man. See if Secret can get back in on this. OG, Thompson's in with the burst.
Nice
Looks to
combo.
nuke down Puppey, finds him. Matu turns over towards Thompson, chasing down with the Rage. He's trying to keep on top of the Tiny, but Thompson a little too speedy. Zai, he's got the speed to chase, but No Tail comes in with a snowball, slows him down. Still Zai and Matu are able to turn, clean up No Tail. There's 3 dead though on Secret. It's just down to Zai and Matumba Man right now. They're still trying to chase Thompson, but mid one, he's kiting up Matu. Still, though, despite the fact they have 4 against the 2, they're a little scared on how they approach this Lifestealer. Thompson's trying to find Zai, but a Blood Right laid down will put Thompson off from moving in anymore.
Thompson, though, he doesn't have Blink. He's getting gone on now with the Rage. It's wearing off, though. Matu.
I'm in the silence, into the combo, into the stun. Matu, he's gone. OG, they've managed to tackle and take down the Lifestealer. Now they look to just get out of there. The ult comes out, but it isn't enough. No Tail even dropping a preemptive tip there on Thompson. He thought they were going to get that kill. They didn't. As Thompson was out, No Tail
restorative.
Tips his teamate
Here
with
it
a
is.
nice TP.
Yeah.
Huge plays there by OG in position. Nisha overstepping his aggression there. Gets punished for it with the combo. That was like the most ideal situation.
Nisha. They're going in on him. He stepped
and the Blink Dagger reveal
with the combo. Secret. They're starting to break. OG's starting to break them a little bit here. Secret losing some big heroes back to back.
That was like the only way that Nisha dies initially too, because there was no Blink Dagger on Tiny. He walked right up to him with the haste rune. And then the secondary death, that's the Blink reveal, and now into Roche. There's a...
I mean, why not?
Oh, man.
In terms of sort of team fight from Secret, there isn't really sort of a huge threat around the pit.
Nope, and Nisha is dead, and with no ulti even when he does respawn.
This is a Roche for OG. Very hard to see any sort of way that Secret puts a stop to this one.
Does
maybe Yapso can go for a... Yeah, if Yapso goes for a dive in.
Oh, the blood right.
They got the snowball.
Okay,
Keeps him protected from the silence. Can Yapso do anything spectacular? OG, they're already going to start to step out of the pit. Seb's been silenced, actually. Seb, he's down. He doesn't get a chance to use any of his spells. Will buy back immediately to make sure that OG can continue to control this. Great shards from No-Tail. Trap Puppy and Matu away from potential escape. Matu able to jump into Zai. They go straight over towards No-Tail, who's still silenced up. Slow down by the open wounds. He gets the chance to pop the snowball. No-Tail will live a few seconds longer. Still falls. Mid-One turns over towards Nisha. Nisha on the front. He's rooted. He's taken down. Mid-One's able to get the double, but Mid-One's falling low. Matu and Zai, they're running him down. Mid-One's trying to escape. Zai, he's still on top of him. The axes are out. He's going to go for the TP away. Does Mid-One make the evade? He's out. Seb's in with a heal, and Mid-One's back to safety. Saxa pops the Inkswell. GA's up as well. The Inkswell stunned onto Matuma Man. OG, they'll claim the Lifestealer's life.
They are just out playing in these fights so hard. Nisha is just constantly getting... He just got exploded 3 times in a row after such a godly start. And the control on the Lifestealer too, they're just kiting him around. I cannot believe Mid-One survives there too.
Some big moves. Mid-One as well. Stepping up yet again as the carry.
The OG momentum. When they find their stride in some of these fights, it's just insane the way they play around. Even the Lifestealer with Rage, they're able to just dance around him and back into the Roche now.
And this time
they'll get it.
I mean, again, we saw this sort of in the first game as well. OG very good at committing for the Roche, but not over-committing. They always know when to sort of get out and prepare themselves for Secret trying to take a fight for them. We never sort of see a desperate attempt from OG to try and rush sort of the finishing of Roche. They always know when to back up and try and engage with Secret in a position where they're not surrounded and stuck in the containment of the pit.
Saxa and Topson are really the ones who are doing the big work for me here. Saxa, look what level he is. He's near up to level 12, and he's always getting these ideal situations where he just buffs up Topson and tells him to go in. If you look at that, kills 3, 1, 11. He's part of all 14.
Oh, man.
This Grimstroke is doing some insane work right now for the team.
That is certainly something. Topson
can't quite burst Puppy. Very close to that cloak, saving lives.
So we see as well, Nisha, he has got the Aghanims, but still has to just be a little more careful with his positioning. As we have seen the last few fights, he's just not been able to play. OG have managed to get the jump on him. We'll see what he's getting next after the Ags. I would imagine it's going to be some sort of defensive item because it certainly feels like he needs it.
Yeah.
At the moment, just still too much of a liability. This mid laner, that had such a good start. We saw Topson have a brilliant lead, but a few more fights like this. Sorry, Nisha having a brilliant lead, but a few more fights, Topson's going to take over Nisha's lead.
Yeah. He needs to get some type of defensive item for himself. The 4-staff BKB. He's going to go for the Hurricane Pike to distance himself. One of the better options, of course, versus Troll as well.
See down bottom, OG.
They're set up, here's Zai.
There's the combo.
Oh, the Astral save.
Always up in the air. We'll save him for now. He's back down. The Soulbind's on the turn of the silence. Nisha, he's going to drop the ult earlier. TP out as attempted by Topson, but he'll be chased down. They'll get the tiny kill. 2 downs. Secret, can they chase for more? Looks like the rest of OG are out of there. But instant reaction there from Secret, just not hesitating to just drop down the sanities to start things off, get the heroes of OG low enough so Secret can get the kills before Topson's able to really get his combo out. And as we did see there, we will expect to start to see these Astral saves are going to come in clutch.
Yeah.
Just having that extra reach as well with the cast range thanks to the Aghanims.
And I think that's why Zai has to act as this frontliner. They have to be these bodies to protect Nisha. He can't be in the front line as this OD. They're definitely starting to recognize that. I see the item build by Matu. He's going to be getting that nullifier very early this game.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, I mean, emphasis on the very early.
Yeah.
It's not just the fact in the build, but the timing that he's going to hit it with the farm that he still has. Top net worth and just 400 gold away from that Sacred Relic.
It'll help him so much to be able to stick on the Omni Knight in all these situations. Also, I mean, you can't ink swell the target that's also nullified either, so if they can get these jumps on a lot of these certain heroes, they can break a lot of aggression from OG and a lot of defensive capabilities. Still, they do have this 4K lead because of how farmed and how well that lane phase went. OG, they still have to play rallied behind mid one, who is very farmed as well.
No, for sure. And with this Battle Fury build that we saw, I believe, what Matumba Man the other day have great success with.
Yep. And he's got the status resistance, of course, too, from the SNY, plus that Heavenly Grace also. Can do a lot of work. If you get Astraled when you have all this status resist, it actually doesn't really last that long.
No, you're straight back out.
Yeah, you'll get right back out of it and able to join back into the fights. And they're smoking, looking for something here.
See if Thompson can get the jump.
He's got the Blink and the Nether Shawl, so a lot more burst damage, too.
Wards down. A little hesitant to jump on Secret whilst they're under the tier 2. They know that the full lineup of Secret's going to be there ready for a fight. Thompson, he's still looking for the deep wraparound.
He's trying to be sneaky.
I mean, who's he trying to burst?
They want Nisha. Look at Nisha's position. Yeah, they know that they have to play super far on that right side here.
Yeah. He's ready with the Astral saves, and also a few hundred gold away from having that 4-star, so he himself will at least feel a little more safe when he's going in on the front. Trying to get those Astrals off, build up that mana.
They've taken over the side of Secret, though. This triangle was taken, so they're denying a bit of farm there from them. Now they back up. Troll shows. Secret might look to try to catch something here. Well, the Troll is top, but OGL shifts into that area as well. I believe that's a 4-staff done for Nisha.
Yeah,
so he has a little bit of an easier way to get into the fights. He can distance himself and then jump in afterwards. Zai going for his Greaves build. Like we said, he wants to act as that frontliner. He's fairly squishy still, though, only 1,300 HP. And Yapso with a very, his own fun build, of course.
Yeah,
that Meteor Hammer.
Glimmer.
Yep, he's just trying to farm.
I mean, interesting as well. Oh, Thompson, he's found Nisha. Nisha, of course, very tanky now. So they won't be able to continue to dive in. Secret themselves actually will try and turn to see if they can catch any of OG. Thompson's falling low to the Rupture, and Yapso, he's going to commit up to the high ground. He's looking for the target, but Thompson, he's able to drop the combo. The Rupture comes to an end, and Thompson, he's able to back off.
Oh, that was close. He almost got booted during Rupture.
Over towards the mid, Zai trying to chase down Saxa, but mid one turns with the slow onto them. Secret won't quite be able to get back in, and now OG, they're ready to return fire. Mid one's starting to charge straight over towards
Aegis
Puppey.
reclaimed, though.
See if he's still willing to fight. The Ink Swell buffs up. Matu turns with the Rage. Trying to bring Mid1 down low with the Silence. Mid1, he's falling low, he's gone. They've got the damage, and now with the Nullifier, Matu's ready to turn over towards his next target. Seb's out as well. No chance for a GA. A Secret, they've found two. Yapso's going to be able to stay on top of Zaxa. No-Tail's rolled over, but it's going to be straight into the Bloodbright. The Astral will play around with No-Tail for a little bit longer. Saxa continued to be chased down by Zai. 4 dead on OG.
My god, he died so fast on the Troll to this Lifestealer. I mean, look how hard Matu's hitting because of this build. He's hitting for like almost 400 per hit. Well, with the Desolator debuff, it's more than 400 per hit. And that Silence just breaks the whole Troll build. He doesn't have BKB. The Silence lasts too long. He's gone.
And now they're going to take some damage to the base.
I mean, they're going to get the racks.
They've got the Meteor Hammer. They're going to make a quick push out of this, Secret. As 24 minutes in, one fight, and Secret in a good enough position to step into the base, and nothing that OG can do to stop this. Only Thompson alive. He can't do anything to sort of tackle how quickly Secret destroy the racks. And it's only going to be quicker next time, as Matu, with that fight and with those objectives taken, he's going to be very close to having AC for the next one.
It's crazy how just a Silence from an Earth Spirit causes all of this to just fall apart for OG so quickly. And now Secret, they have dominance of the enemy triangle here. Even looking for more kills. Yapsor. He Glimmer fades.
Saxa, he's on top of him. Mid1's trying to go in from the side.
Thompson's just dead.
Thompson's dead. What happened here? I mean, Secret, they're more than happy to fight. Matu's going to stay on top of Seb. The GA is popped. Mid1's still moving in, trying to finish off Nisha, but he's so low. The stun comes out from Puppey Centaur. He's trying to focus down, but the Astral, he's going to be able to keep himself safe. Nisha takes himself out of the game.
He's alone.
It's an ultra kill for Matu. He's going to look to finish off Mid1 as well. Nisha forces down to the side. Matu finishes off the kill. It's a rampage, ladies and gentlemen, for Matumba Man. As OG getting team wiped as soon as they came back into the game. That'll be the money for the full AC done on Matumba Man.
It's another Rax.
They just go straight back in the base. Tier 2's already taken out in the top lane by that early pressure and space that Matu was having. So they're able to do this. They're straight back into the base and nothing that OG can do.
They walked up to the high ground. Nisha just, as soon as Battle Trance was popped, we saw Astral on the Omni Knight, Astral on the Troll Warlord, and they just break the fight completely. And then Thompson gets pretty much one-shotted by the OD ulti because of that that mana differential.
I mean, it's sort of what they were saying on the panel. You know, OD against the Troll, it is one of the hardest counters in the game.
Even against Tiny, too, in these type of mid-game situations. I didn't see if he was Blood Rage, but the Tiny just went from almost full HP to 0 from the ult. Because look at that, how much mana he has. 2,200 mana compared to that little bit of the Tiny, only 600.
And you just can't help but feel that OG's starting to sort of feel the fact that this lifestealer, Matuma Man, he just had a free game for sort of the first 20 minutes. Nothing was done to try and slow him down, and now he is just light years ahead. He's nearly reaching 20k net worth at 26 minutes in. He's going to have some insane GPM by the end of this game if it continues at this trajectory.
And they don't really have a, this big offlaner like they normally have on the side of OG Seb. Look at his net worth. He's below Puppey. He's literally just a blink into a Heavenly Grace to try to protect mid one from those silences now. He has been shut down so effectively from the side of Secret. OG in a very tough spot now, but they are grouped up here trying to take advantage of the OD ult being down, but still a tough fight.
They're going to try charging straight up onto the high ground. OG want to start something. Soulbind's out onto Matu, linking him up with Puppey. Matu just standing his ground for now. Greaves are done by Zai, so he's ready to come over and help out.
Thompson's just dead.
He's just dead to the arcane ult damage, and Nisha just destroys him. And Mid-One, he's trying to go in. He's been held in the Astral Meteor Hammer combo coming out. He's able to pop the ult, but Nisha, he's just building up the charges, punching into Mid-One. Matu is more than fine, kicked to the side, taken out by that final hit from Nisha. As for all the farm that Mid-One has, as this Troll, he's had a solid game in terms of being able to hit the item timings, but now at this point, it just does feel that it's impossible for this hero to do anything against what Secret have.
Yeah, against all these counters, it really does feel, and the way that they walk up into the fight, Secret was prepared. Bloodright gets laid down, and you can see all of OG's hero was just in panic, because they're about to get hit by a 3 or 4 man silence, and then it's just the Troll and Thompson segregated alone onto the high ground there. And yep, they didn't even have to use OD ult because it wasn't up. This is looking pretty impossible now for OG.
Yeah, some wild builds across the board as well. I don't know if we really talked about it, but Puppey, he's chilling with a Vanguard and
it's typical
and a Glimmer Cape.
That's the Puppey Enchantress build. He just tanks up. He's like, all right, yeah, whatever.
Start doing it, you pubs, boys and girls. Blightstone into Crimson. I mean, in all sort of efforts, it is not bad, right, against this sort of lineup with the way that Secret's playing. When he gets this Crimson, that's going to add that extra bit of protection against all these heroes that want to punch.
If they even need it. They're in a very comfortable spot now here. Everyone just getting so much extra farm. Everyone getting so tanky. There's no way Thompson can really combo pretty much anybody. He's just looking for split push action now. And Yapstar's on the hunt.
Let's see if we can find him. And he is on top of him. Thompson has got a TP, but of course with Yapstar around, there's just not going to be the chance. He's Astraled, and Secret more than happy to play with them. The rest of OG, they're trying to move over here. They want to try and help out Thompson. They do turn over towards Matuma Man. They find the bashes. Matu, he's able to jump into the safety of Zai. Out he goes again. Another fire on Seb. Seb's out. Out comes the ult. It's a triple kill for Nisha. They're buying back on OG, but what can they do? They're down 22k net worth. Secret continuing to overrun them. Ultra kill for Nisha. Thompson, he's just got to hide in the trees.
He's trying to
stay here, don't show himself.
He can't do much of anything here. He's got these 3 heroes rallied around him, but
once again,
man, Seb, he got clipped by Bloodright, and then he couldn't actually walk into the fight to get any spells up, and then gets 3-shotted by the Lifestealer.
Oh, yeah, he's just gone straight away out of the fight.
And, oh, look at this, an Orbit Destruction from Matu.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, even more minus armor. Lovely.
Yeah, GG is cool.
GG.
They know.
Yeah,
they cannot fight right now. They are too far behind. And Secret, with that, they'll take the second game in this best of 5. This game, a little more one-sided than what we saw in the game 1.
Yeah, this one was...
And just the way they did it, right? They come into the grand finals. They show they're not scared to pick up heroes that we've really been yet to see with this final pick of the OD. And I guess it's just one of those times where it gets picked up against you. Maybe OG were not anticipating this because this hero just isn't picked. But that doesn't take away from the fact that in practice, a lot of strengths, and these Astrals just setting up these fights in a way that Matu, he's able to pop off. There's sort of no threat for Matu at any stage. Anytime he gets low or he's not got a rage, there's going to be time bought for him with the Astrals from Nisha.
Yeah, and it really just explodes from one silence from Yapstar, right? They were looking like they were in a decent spot on the side of OG, not really taking lead of the game, but starting to get this aggressive positioning. Then Troll gets silenced, and he just dies. And then they all 4 die right afterwards, and it's just a massive sequence and snowball of events for Secret.
Yeah, and I guess, so you sort of look at that game, and one of the reasons why, as the Troll, you don't buy the BKB is because you do have the Tusk with the Snowball, you have Seb, with the saves as well in terms of the status resistance. So, mid one feels like he can go for those, more standard, the S and Y, the bigger items and rely on the saves. But the fact of the matter is, I guess, sort of the backup, it was weakened too much, right? Seb had a pretty rough game. He was playing the whole match from behind and could never really live long enough to do anything in the fights.
Yeah, and also they go up to save, right? He wants to run up and snowball. He wants to run up and get Heavenly Grace, and then there's a Blood Right coverage inside the area.
Hard.
So it's tough for them to really protect mid one in those situations.
Yeah, smart draft from Secret, and very smart play as well, as they'll secure themselves the second win so far in this best of 5. So now Secret holding the lead right now, 2-0 in this grand finals.
2-0 in the grand finals, and Team Secret, name a more iconic duo in the last couple of months. It's been 3-0s for the last 4 or 5 months, and even before that, when we saw them in the finals of Mad Moon, it was 2-0. But maybe we have a remake of the Mad Moon where they got reverse sweep. Maybe OG can do what Nigma did back then. I'm here with Lacoste. I'm here with Lizard. We're going to break down that second game. Secret did look very, very dominant. It was a very different game from the first game of this best of 5 grand finals series. Lizard, what made this game so different?
All right. Different than the first game?
Yes.
I would say, like Cost was saying, Secret, they even picked that Omni Knight. It worked for them versus Magnus Void. So OG picked that Omni Knight for themselves versus the Lifestealer, and then they hit them with the last pick OD. A hero that's not picked at all. I don't know if we have at all 5 picks of OD in this tournament. And it worked so well. It was the perfect game for OD, and they made it work. The Troll gets completely obliterated with, what was the second spell of OD? Astral, exactly. Omni Knight is considered as one of the worst heroes as well versus an OD, and it was just a pleasure to watch this game resolve.
I mean, I don't remember seeing a game where OD was picked at all throughout this tournament.
Right?
Not at least the games that I was casting part of. So, I mean, I'm sad that Team Secret is just going to pick 5 different heroes, and it's exactly what they did. It's very hard to expect what they're going to do. I mean, even considering OG, like, how they're going to play, but they can swap different heroes in different roles. But I still feel like Secret is just one level above them in terms of, like, drafting.
No, what's insane, Shiver? Like, when you look at Secrets and you see this OD, it hasn't been picked. Maybe they picked it in scrims, but in the tournament, in officials, it hasn't been picked. And it still looks so amazing because they have this Astral, and Yabzor goes for Meteor Hammer, and they combo it throughout the game multiple times. You have the Astral into the Meteor Hammer. They support each other throughout the game. The kickbacks, the defensive Astrals as well. It's like they make a hero that hasn't been picked at all look like it's a top tier pick.
It's the Galaxy Brain pick.
It is.
Knowing at all stages of the draft what is available. I don't know, it sounds very simple when obviously, in hindsight you see, yeah, perfect OD game, great. But you have to recognize it as the perfect OD game, and that is what makes that pick so big brain. It was phenomenal to watch. Let's take a look at the laning stage though, because we heard from our commentators as well that they felt like Seb was having a really rough game this game, and he was starting out alone on the top lane against a Lifestealer, which actually started out very even.
Yeah, you were asking during the laning stage, right, how this lane goes, and it went fairly well for Seb. He was, however, pushing in the lane, like you said, and because of that, Matu gets a lot of farm. But he, per se, in the laning stage, didn't really have a really bad time. What comes afterwards is problematic for him, because there's way too many ways to silence him, to remove him from the game, or even to deal with him, like with good itemizations like Matu did with that nullifier, which helped them immensely. I think their safe lane suffered a little bit more because that tri lane was way more difficult to play than a one-on-one lane for Omni Knight versus Lifestealer.
I think Grimstroke does not get to play Dota when he's playing in any kind of Dispel, Oracle, Enchantress. It's just a tough matchup. I feel this is his strongest spell in the early game, in the mid game and late game. This is something that your carry relies on being buffed. And there's Enchant, there's a Nullifier. It was one of the fastest Nullifiers that I've seen. This is not the item that gives you any kind of stats, so people just tend to build it as maybe 5th, 6th item in this kind of a game. He decided to go as a 3rd item. Armlet, Tesso, straight into Nullifier. So many spells to actually nullify. Grimstroke ulti, anything from Omni Knight. Very, very strong item build coming out from the Matu god in this game.
Yeah. Were you surprised then, Lacoste, that we didn't see the Enchantress banned? Because obviously Grimstroke was first 2 by OG, and Enchantress wasn't picked until 3rd pick for Secret, so it was still in the pool.
There's different. I mean, when you think about the draft in whole, like you just don't think about we're gonna get Grimstroke and ban Enchantress. Sometimes, you know, you also think about the whole draft. What are we gonna synergize our team with? What do we need to ban to protect our carry more than like our position 5/4 is gonna get dispelled. But overall, I still feel like Team Secret, when you're drafting against them, it's very hard to expect in which direction they're going to go. And I felt like they still want to challenge themselves in one way, where they're one game ahead of them, and still, you know, pick 2 heroes that are considered extremely weak right now.
And they win with them. And that Enchantress, yeah, it's really good versus Grimstroke, but usually it isn't lane versus it, right? But they force this tri-lane situation in which it's laning versus Grimstroke, and then it works well.
Because it was OG going for the aggressive tri-lane, of course, and then the Secret has the safe tri-lane. So it felt like OG was the one forcing that tri-lane onto Secret, which didn't really help out OG at all. Shouldn't they have swapped? Hindsight talking here, so you know.
Hindsight, yes, but when you look at these heroes, you expect that tri-lane to go really well for OG. You're thinking Tusk, you're thinking Grimstroke. These heroes should just smash in the lane.
But they didn't.
Yep.
They didn't.
They didn't.
I mean, Team Secret as a team, I don't want to jump on any sides, but what I'm seeing from throughout the whole tournament, Team Secret just feels a bit stronger. Especially when it comes to the laning stage, abusing certain mechanics. When it comes to we're gonna push the first wave or 2, get the level 2 on our heroes, and then start playing aggressive, kill you whilst you're level 1. This is something that I've seen the top tier teams do.
I also have to say that this is the first time that I see Topson suffer on that mid lane as Tiny. Throughout the tournament, if you look at that Tiny, every team is desperately trying to gank him, trying to control the runes. Somehow he always gets that minute 4, minute 6 rune and avoids a gank, like with 100, 200 HP. In this game, they didn't even need many rotations. He was just suffering playing versus that OD. He was 1-2k behind, and it isn't an easy lane, and it isn't an easy game as well for him later on.
You have a good point about Thompson and the runes. I still remember the game when he played Void Spirit against Nigma. Like, he was getting all the runes. Every single time they were just controlling it because they understand how much he can do with it, especially if he gets Arcane Rune, if he gets a Haste Rune, cut in the back lines. Something that didn't happen in this game, where it's very hard for him, to actually just leave the lane against the OD, can easily get Astral, does not want to use the combo to bring him down. Nisha also went for a bottle in this game, so he can contest the runes for himself, keep him healthy in mana and HP department. Nisha, I was worried about him. 3 deaths in a row, especially near the Roche fight. They managed to bring him down. So I was like, yeah, they need to protect him. Like, they need to play around Nisha. He's the one who provides the saves. He's the one who actually deals the damage besides the Lifestealer.
I think this is where the game actually breaks down. You mentioning that clicks so well, because the only way they had to win these team fights is if they eliminate Nisha first, right? And how do you get on top of him? It's with the snowball. But every time they use that snowball aggressively, they're welcomed into a blood right in which they're all silenced, and then after that, the team fight is horrible for them. As Troll, he didn't itemize for BKB. That's questionable. You are playing with an Omni Knight, but you're also playing versus an OD. Maybe that BKB would have helped them in those situations, but yeah, it's hard to tell mid one.
I don't think you get a BKB in this kind of situation. You need to just go more status resistance type, get more damage. You have Omni Knight to take care of him. You have a snowball on top of that. I mean, it's hard for them to execute, especially the Omni Knight. He needs to be very close to use his spells, and he's playing against AoE Bloodright Silence, which is fairly low cooldown. And you have another silence on top of that, which is Earth Spirit, plus a kick. They're going to be aiming for you.
Now, I feel a little bit of a shift on the discussion that we have on this panel compared to discussions that we had when the series was happening yesterday. Yesterday, everything was about Secret. The first 15 minutes, you just have to accept your losses. They do everything, every little thing, way too well. So you can't really hope to do anything there. I feel like OG has made a good point that they still lost the laning stage, don't get me wrong. Well, not as hard as they did yesterday anyway, but they are still, I feel like they are catching up to Team Secret in this first 15 minutes. They are doing very well there.
Well, let's just hope it isn't another 3-0. I don't know how many more of these grand finals I can take with Secret, but I would agree completely with you on the first game, in which they looked stronger throughout the complete early and mid game. In the second one, again, it looked completely in Secret's hands. The lanes went way too well for them. Matu, Seb, okay, Seb had a good time over there. They traded evenly, but the other lanes just went extremely well for Secret.
Now, we saw the Troll coming out for mid one, and they've now played, 5 games over the last 2 days. Every single game, mid one played a different carry. And we've only seen him win with one. We saw him win with the PA when he had the mag also buffing him up. Will we ever see the PA without the mag, first of all? And which carry fits him best?
So that PA that you mentioned right now was banned out in the drafting stage. Yep. So it was a pretty good hero here versus the Lifestealer. That's also the reason why they went with the Troll. It's historically one of better carries to play against the Lifestealer. It's how they built this lineup around it that just didn't work.
The game they played, the same matchup, PA against the Lifestealer. PA just shreds Lifestealer in terms of damage department when she comes online, especially if there's other buffs. And Lifestealer, I believe he tried to itemize getting MKB, but until you get that MKB, you just don't want to right-click PA. You do not want to use it. You want to try to kill a different hero.
So which carry do you want to see for mid one this time around?
I think Sven is a very comfortable choice for him. I think he plays great, especially if he's paired up with Io. He has this aggressiveness that OG relies on, and I want to see him on this type of hero, that goes in and I don't care, I'm going to do stuff, I'm going to do shit. That's the type of a carry that I want to see mid one on.
Would you see it without the Io? We saw Io banned in the second game this time around. We don't know what's going to get banned in game number 3. We know that Seeker's very wishy-washy with that.
Sven can still work without Yayo, but he's not as activated. He doesn't come online as fast. I think one big thing that they've got going for them on the side of OG is that if they do pick that Monkey King, they can put it on mid. They could put it on mid or on safe lane, and it worked extremely well for them in the previous series when played by mid one. So maybe if the game is right, they can put that monkey there. But realistically, we're reaching here. It's like,
you know what I want to see?
What carry do you pick?
I want to see him playing Faceless Void, because in his interview he said Faceless Void is broken, Time Walk is like a ulti from Weaver, the bash, it's a double damage. If this hero is in the pool, I want to see him shine on this.
But isn't that usually what the players that are on the receiving end say? Nerf this hero because it's too strong versus me, right? You never say that the hero is too strong if you're the one playing it, like Fogg and ET. True. He always bashes on ET because he loves playing it, right?
He told me, stop talking about ET. You're going to get my boy nerfed.
That's it. They don't want, he probably hates Void, he probably hates playing against it, and that's why he's calling it out.
It's the same thing when Pudge gets buffed. I remember the time when he was so OP, no one wanted to play against him. I was like, well, maybe you're having a wrong read on this hero, Could use a buff or two on top of that.
Yeah, well, we saw Void first 2 picked by Secret in the first game. Second game, he was second phase banned. So would you pick Void if you know you have to do it in the first 2? It's a risky pick.
The reason why Void is risky is it comes online a little bit later than some of these other heroes, such as Sven. He doesn't farm as fast, and sometimes he's forced into itemizing with that BKB, let's say, a little bit passively, so he just stays alive in fights. And that also, if you pick it in the first stage, gives the enemy team an opportunity to draft around it. And I have seen too many games in this tournament in which Void is first phased and then just loses control very early on.
Now there's another trend that we've been seeing. In this game it was pretty clear that we had the Earth Spirit coming out with the Silence, the Bloodseeker coming out with the Silence. We saw in the first game the Night Stalker coming out with the Silence. I feel like maybe
Silence equals good.
Silence equals good. It used to be for a long time stun equals good, and then it shifted a little bit during this tournament to slow equals good.
Yeah.
I think we're now at the point where silence equals good.
I remember the time when we talked about the silence equals good, when there was a Drow Ranger and Viper on one of the team. Like, heroes move at 100 move speed. Or you just get Drow Ranger with the Eye of Scotty, 120 max movement speed.
The Drow Winter Wyvern lanes, right, that slow you down to hell.
Well, I don't think mid one has played Dry Ranger yet, so maybe we'll see it in his third game. OG will have to come with something different in this third game if they want to push out a fourth game in this best of 5 grand finals. Can Team Secret get another 3-0 clean sweep in a grand finals? We'll find out as we head to the draft for game number 3. What's wrong?
That is looking my face.
This may be the very last chance for someone to finally dethrone Secret as pretty much the uncontested best team in the world in Dota right now. OG. I mean, what's 2 TIs on a year-by-year basis? This is the Omega League. This is the show that really matters. This is the tournament that really matters. This is the game that really matters. It is a 2-0 situation. OG facing elimination. And what do? They ban out a Phoenix and Clockwork and pick up a Tiny. Jenkins,
Same
BSJ,
opener.
it's a pleasure to have you both join me.
Hello, my friend.
What's on your mind, Jenkins?
This is the same opener.
It is.
It's the exact same thing, except we have the Magnus. Oh no, Magnus is banned as well. No, this is literally the same opener, actually.
Go on.
Is this? I mean, is this just the same game? Did we accidentally open up a replay here? What's going on? Okay,
Deja vu.
there we go. Wind Ranger.
So the team that lost is going to branch away, deviate from the norm here. As Wind Ranger, we've been seeing, to Slack's displeasure, he picked up a lot in the last week or so. I think the flexibility of the pick is what really makes it for anyone who's just tuning in. It's also got a really nice Arcana that, I don't know. For me personally, that would definitely up her stock.
You know what? People joke. I think it actually does. Everybody is saying how great Pudge is now. And he's not that bad. He is actually pretty. It's the persona.
I saw a bunch of Wraith Kings whenever the Skeleton King thing came out.
100%.
Where are they now? People just forget about it.
42% win rate hero. And the thing with Wind Ranger though, she was picked up before the Arcana. She was actually, I think she's the top pick for, I think Secret actually picks like both of these teams pick this hero a lot.
To be fair, if Secret's the one picking her the most, then that's going to naturally bleed over into any other team.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what hero that is. They're going to show you that it works. Whether or not other teams can pull it off, that's a question that they'll have to answer themselves. But we got some serious spirit coming out from Team Secret going into Game 3, ready to wrap it up as they've got the Ember and the Earth Spirit. And we just need either a Storm or a Earth Shaker. So we either have the Spirit lineup or the ES lineup.
It's interesting that they pick it into... It's interesting that they pick it into the Wind Ranger. This is a very favorable matchup for Wind Ranger and for Tiny against the Ember Spirit in the mid lane.
You think so? For the Tiny specifically?
Yeah. He just hits hard. He out-denies you with the creeps.
Okay.
Tear through your shield at the early levels too. But I've seen Tinys do pretty well against Ember. And Ember will never do horribly. Like that's one of the great strengths of, I would say, Void and Ember Spirit. Maybe not so much Storm Spirit, but these two heroes, like they just get level 6 and then they roam and they don't go back to the lane and they're always going to have a good game.
Now, normally I'd proposed this on an earlier panel and was quickly shut down, rightfully so. But for teams like this, I think it's worth mentioning what happened to 4-position Ember Spirit. It was a thing, and it was quite an intimidating thing for quite a while, and then it just fell off.
Yeah, nerfs to early levels on his skills.
Okay. Yeah, he needs levels as well as just like the later levels in his skills too got nerfed a little bit. Like the chains in particular, there's like a 2-second more downtime on that. So you have the support who, once you do get levels, functions as a core and has this great lockdown. That's just not the case with this hero anymore. Like he scales better with items than he does with just levels now.
Yeah, generally the cores that get overbuffed, eventually you can play them at literally any role and they'll still be impactful. So I think that was a result of him just being so good at the time that you could pull that off. The one thing I like about Ember versus Wind Ranger here is Wind Ranger capitalizes on heroes that have to go on her. She pushes Wind Run, and then now what? They've already committed. You don't want to be playing these heavy commitment physical damage cores against Wind Ranger, and Ember Spirit's the complete opposite of that.
You just like slight chains.
Yep,
and then she Wind Runs and then maybe go on her after, maybe get out.
depending
get to
on
pick
how
and
to
choose your battles.
Yeah,
That's what I
yeah.
like against Wind Ranger. Those are the type of heroes I like, and Ember Spirit. Even if it's not the perfect lane matchup, I've been seeing these teams prioritize game matchups as long as the lane matchup is playable.
It's definitely playable. It's
Yeah.
it's 100% playable.
More so than what a theoretical alternative would have been, which is maybe a Void Spirit. Fulfills a lot of the similar things, but why would you go
That's
for Ember
true.
over
You actually
Void
have to
here?
go in though with Void
True.
Spirit.
Well,
You have
you
to-
heavier commitment.
You can jump out. It's like they're very close heroes. They're
I would
very,
say the differing is itemization. Like, you're not going to really see a Yule's offensively that much on an Ember Spirit,
True.
whereas a Void Spirit, you'd see that quite
you
frequently.
can purge like the Wind Run. Yeah, it depends on what
Right.
you want for the game, player preference.
I've actually got the simple answer to this, right?
Hit me.
So the way I've tried to describe to myself, at least, how Ember Spirit and Void Spirit differ, a lot of it is lane matchups, because the heroes do function similarly. Right? They obviously have slightly different skills, but they overlap a lot in their item builds sometimes, as well as the role they play in the game. Ember Spirit has a magic damage shield, while Void Spirit has a physical damage shield.
Correct.
Okay.
So in lane, especially if it's going to be a tiny mid, potentially, you'd much rather play the Ember, I think,
Sure, and then,
than
you
the
know,
Void Spirit.
The inverse of that, though, is like the Wind. Well, I think that'd be the converse. Anyway, it doesn't matter. The Wind Ranger, you know, it's physical damage versus this magic damage shield. So for me, picking between Ember Spirit and Void Spirit, it's always Void Spirit's like the best jump hero in the game. If you're on the screen, if you're in vision somewhere, boom, boom, he's on you with the Yule Scepter. You're caught.
Yeah.
Nobody else can jump like he can. Whereas Ember Spirit, he scales a lot better with items. Like this guy can essentially carry the game.
The wave clear of Ember is much better.
This is true. Yeah,
That's how he gets more items. His items is like Ags for Void Spirit gives him more control, while Ags for Ember Spirit gives him more mobility. There's just it's a very interesting comparison between these two heroes.
Puppey getting heavily targeted in the second phase of banning by OG, the Chen and the Enchantress getting banned out.
Dude, he said it himself. He enables his entire team by just like sacrificing his entire game. So, you know, maybe he shouldn't have given that interview because it looks like he's getting very targeted here.
I don't think people are surprised at that at the highest level. The main reason I asked that question was I've always kind of theorized the mind of how it works for these top 5 position players, but I've never heard it firsthand, and I was
mean,
really cool.
It's difficult. It's different to see it versus hear it. And
Yeah.
Bane, another enabler for sure,
Yeah,
and a
yeah.
disabler in this situation.
True, yeah.
Nightmare Fiend's grip.
Hero we haven't seen too much. They keep nerfing him. The brain
do.
sap, mana
Yeah.
cost, and lane has been a big one for him. I was seeing Banes and EU go 6 Fairy Fires.
Yes,
They would start the game with just 6 Fairy Fires.
No. It's 5 fairy fires and mangoes.
Okay,
You always go like a couple of mangoes, and some you have to pull your mid tangos.
I was just like,
too.
what the hell's going on here? What am I watching?
But you do go a lot of fairy fires. It is legitimately hard to find two heroes that can trade with a Bane that has maxed out fairy fires.
He's
mangoes.
have 10 damage, and over time you're just expending the Fairy Fires
Yeah.
to get your health back. There are tangos that cost a bit more.
And then he dies, he comes back, and he just starts sucking you again. You're like, oh, come on. He would
What are we
honestly
talking
prefer
about
to die.
again?
I'm talking about Bane here.
Oh, of course.
Talking about secrets bans, seems to be more core targeted. The Beastmaster, the Monkey King, the Morphling. OG will pick up
That counter. Very good counter.
a Batten, which, you know, could be played no-tail, could be played sub, I think. More often than not, OG preferred in the support role.
Yeah,
but
I think that makes sense. Like, for what you want it to do this game, it's just a purge. So I think playing it in that role makes a lot of sense.
despite not really knowing the offlane matchup, though, because at
That's
most
true.
there would be an Earth Spirit there most likely, but aside
Right.
from that, OG can't be too sure.
It's 90% of the time when you pick a hero like this, it's going to be like it's not set in stone, but okay, maybe we prefer this to be a 5 position because in order to do what we need in this game, all he needs is like 5 position farm.
Well, the thing about it is that a lot of heroes in Dota are hard to pick against Bane as well as Ember. These single target heroes with no dispels, like Trolls, just as an example. But Abaddon allows you to pick more heroes. So it's basically giving them more options going into the 4th, 5th pick of what core they want to carry this game. And it's just an enabler. Every game, OG prioritizes enablers, whether those heroes do damage, whether those heroes sustain, protect them. In this case, it really does just... It makes it harder for Bane and Ember to pick their targets because there's always that chance the Aphotic Shield just comes right out. And Team Secret, now they're forced to not really double down on this lockdown, poke at you initiation strat. Instead, they're going to go for we're going to try to split you up because Abaddon, he can only be one place at a time. He can't
This
be
is
behind
true.
everyone else.
Yep.
So I like that conceptual idea from Team Secret. They always, like I don't always know what they're going to pick, but every time I see it, it just makes so much sense.
Yeah, I think also just snowballing from the laning phase with this Nature's Prophet, Ember Spirit. Like, these are extremely good heroes at just snowballing and taking towers if you're not careful. I've been watching Matu actually playing this Nature's Prophet as a carry in pubs. Like his two most common heroes that he's playing right now are Lifestealer and Nature's Prophet. So once again, they picked it in a recent series. I think it was yesterday, and I was surprised that they haven't picked more Nature's Prophet, considering how much he's practicing it. But I suppose it does depend on, like, if there's an ABBA picked, for example, it becomes a really good Nature's Prophet game because you have so many options against the hero.
Yeah. Up until this point, OG had really no way to kill the trees, as well as very low base armor on all their heroes. Abaddon's at like 1, Tiny's at 0, Wind Ranger's at 2 or 3. So the Furion's laning stage is going to naturally be very potent, and they can put it at any lane. That's the cool thing about the hero. You said it could be played carry. It could technically be played mid with a carry Ember.
Yeah, I've actually watched Montu play it. He's played it mid, so they could very easily just do like a side lane Ember, put niche on a side lane, which we have seen them do.
That's what the oh, go ahead.
This is looking like shades of the previous 2 games, because I see that one of the dynamics that you guys have mentioned is that Secret have very kind of conservative initiation. It's not ever really heavy cooldowns or, you know, itemization or anything. It's just like, okay, maybe I'll toss out a Slight Chains. Oh, maybe I'll get a Nightmare on someone. Maybe I'll get a setup for a roll. Whereas OG are just like pounding their face into you. Sven is going full Aghanim Scepter into your face. Tiny's Blink Avalanche tossing, or maybe getting a toss back. And that has not really worked out for OG in the last 2 games.
Can you really blame the strategy as much as the opponent?
Though.
Yeah, it's like it's how they play. They're going to play up in your face. Secret's pretty much the only team that's proven they can consistently handle the aggression that's constantly coming out from OG.
Yeah.
And the biggest thing about this Sven pick is he fits the same description as Troll, where a lot of times if I look at just Team Secret's draft, other than the Nature's Prophet, I would never pick Sven. But because I have this Abaddon, I can then pick a hero that's normally countered by Ember and Bane and strictly pick to counter the Nature's Prophet, which is exactly what the Sven's purpose in this draft was. It's a carry that lanes well and plays the game pretty well against Nature's Prophet. It used to be rough as the game went on because you would just get sprouted, as Arteezy could definitely tell all of us. But now the X Scepter changes that dynamic as the game goes on.
It's true. It's true. I am concerned though, like if this ABBA is a 5 position or even a 3 position, if you can get into some situation where like he's not always going to be behind the Sven, it's not always going to be something that I mean, if it is No Tail, he has been playing extremely well.
Yeah, that
playing
IO
this hero,
game for sure.
And you know, on these other heroes that need to be near the core, but they have the silence from Earth Spirit, right? They have the Nightmare, so it's going to force out the ABBA ulti. Like there are answers, and then I think, like you said, if you can answer the ABBA, this is kind of a bad Sven game. Like you have a lot of kiting, you have a Fiend's Grip, you have this Slight Chains, and so it really depends on the dynamic between this Abaddon basically and the Sven, I think, for how this game goes.
Last ban for OG is a Slark. Unsurprising, seeing as though they picked up a Sven in Secret, targeting the Underlord and Sand King.
The OD actually having to get banned is very good against Abaddon as well as Sven. Slark, same idea. These heroes feast upon the long, sustained fights that Sven and Abaddon are representing.
And
so
I
like those two bans.
They're just terrible.
And they go for the...
What?
Offlane Void?
Man, okay.
Offlane Sven, offlane Void, mid Sven with Thompson?
I was literally going to say, but it just was irrelevant bullshit garbage.
Well. How the tables turn.
It was, but I was going to say that I'm waiting for the team that picks the Sven. I was thinking a little earlier on, debates out like an entire draft, and then just flexes the Sven to be like an offlane.
I think it's Thompson Sven. I'm pretty sure it's actually Thompson Sven.
You think so?
He's played a lot of Sven. I've seen him like randomly play Sven in pubs.
Sven as a damage dealing core with Void?
Yeah.
Seems a
How do
little
you
weird.
put damage into the Chronosphere here?
Okay, so the idea that this Sven represents in the draft is look at the bans from Team Secret last round. It's Underlord and Sand King. They're like, okay, we know that the side of OG needs to deal with the wave clear. And that's what Sven's going to be this game.
Okay.
He's going to be farming, but it's because he represents wave clear. I'm pretty sure it's for the overall game plan, and they think, okay, we have Tiny, we have Wind Ranger, and Faceless Void. It's just a potent hero in this meta in general. I don't know, man.
And for what it's worth, I mean, there isn't that much important stuff to Chrono. I would say the Ember Spirit is probably priority number 1. At this point, I guess the Lone Druid, if you can manage to catch him not in true form, is... See, the odds pop up 1.39 to 2.84. Might be your last chance to take advantage of it on EGB.com, but it's a bit of a left turn from OG here.
Can we just cut the crap and stop pretending to understand what the hell's going on here?
No.
Like, I have no idea where any of these players, what heroes any of these players are going to play. Is this going to be an offlane Zai Natures, or is he playing Ember, or is he I mean, you'd think it's going to be a Matu.
It has to be
bear,
Matu,
right?
Matu Lone Druid at least,
yeah,
right?
But
please tell me it's at least a Matu. Tell me I know something about this.
It's so hard to say in the third game of a best of 5 finals, though, who's going to be on what. And OG, I think I have more questions about this draft. Like, I don't know. Is it an offlane Windranger? I've seen Seb play that recently. Like you said, you've seen Thompson play the Sven.
Yeah, I think the Lone Druid, this is a staple for Secret throughout the tournament. They've picked this Nature's Prophet 3rd or 4th. The opponent picks a hero like Spectre, like Void, that doesn't like to play against low cooldown push, and they double down on it. They picked a Lone Druid, they've picked Visage. Last pick, we've seen these types of heroes that they just walk down lanes and barrel down buildings, and that is not what Team Secret, or that's not what OG is looking to deal with when they pick this last pick Void.
Sure, I'm just wondering, I'm just curious about what the hero, what players are going to pick what hero. That's what I'm interested in seeing.
No need to wait. We are ready to send it over for a possible elimination game. OG versus Team Secret. Let's send it over to our casters, Odie, Pixel, and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Tsunami. It's game 3 ready now. Secret versus OG. We've seen Secret do it quite a few times before, the old 3-0 in a best of 5 grand finals. Are they going to do it again here, folks? We're looking at these drafts as the panel is already starting to bring up a lot of questions to be asked on what exactly is the plan. And I think out of the two, and for me, more specifically with OGs, right, we're seeing some interesting stuff come into play. What is the plan?
Oh, that's a great question. They don't really have a lot of things to enable this Chronosphere, right? Usually you see at least something that you can throw in some spells into. Their only spells are, what, Power Shot and...
Avalanche?
Avalanche / kind of a toss.
Tossing someone else into the Chrono?
Until they have items, right? Until this Tiny actually has an Aghanims, they don't have a lot of things to actually help that Chronosphere. And I look at Team Secret's draft, it looks like something they're very comfortable with. They've got their Bane, they've got their Lone Druid, they're looking to press the issue and do this fast speed game. And wow, it is a Thompson Sven.
Okay, so this was it BSJ say that? One of the panel was, weren't they? They're saying they've seen Thompson play a lot of games as Sven recently, so we're going to see an action here. Seb's playing the offlane Windranger. Your supports on OG are going to be the No-Tail Abaddon, and the Sacks are Tiny, leaving, of course, Midbon to play the carry Void. Over on the side of Secret, less sort of surprises here, really. Zai offlane Prophet, Nisha on the Ember, and Matu, of course, playing his signature Lone Druid with the 2 standard supports of the Puppy Bane and the Yapzor Earth Spirit.
I haven't seen this Bane Ember Spirit dual lane in quite a long time. They used to run this one a lot. They used to, it's Puppy, he plays the Bane as this super sacrificial. He actually stays level 1. We'll see if he does it this time, but he stays level 1 for the majority of the lane and just gives Ember a super fast level 6. Very stylistic of how he likes to play anyway on most heroes, but Bane is one of those very specific ones that he makes sure to do that a lot of the times. And yeah, we look at these lane setups. Ember can definitely get pressured a little bit down here, but that's what the Bane is for. So Bane eats all that pressure so the Ember can farm freely. And top lane, these heroes do not like playing versus Nature's Prophet, the Void as well as the Abaddon. These Treants, they definitely take advantage of them a lot here. And yeah, these 2 heroes, like Windranger and Tiny, usually you'd be able to maybe apply some pressure onto Ember if he's a loner with a weaker support, but this Bane makes it that much stronger, and these are low armor heroes. Tiny and Windranger, some of the lower ones, 0 and 2. So that slight that's going to be coming up from the Ember Hurts.
So I mean, this one's going to be exciting going in the mid, right? Matu Lone Druid against the Thompson Sven. So what would you imagine sort of is the logic from running the Sven in the mid lane and Thompson going to almost certainly do it in a very sort of Thompson style of focus on fighting rather than farming? What can you achieve with Sven in this position?
I'm not too sure. I really have not gotten the chance to see this one ever. I've not seen what he does in the pubs. I did like what I heard, I think it was Brian saying, that they're very fragile heroes, very low armor across the board, so I think this Warcry can definitely pay its dividends, and he's the one that can actually clear out Treants and push out waves. I think his team is lacking quite a bit in that one there, so I think he's going to be playing just a very... I think I would say kind of just like this very suicidal Sven in a way, to make some insane space for his Void, very Thompson style. But yeah, I'm not 100% sure. Nisha, he's getting harassed a lot here. He does not have much regen.
Doing a lot of damage with that right click harass.
Puppy. Oop. Eating a bunch of pressure there. So he's got lots of mangoes to work with his brain sap.
Yeah, good early stats as well with the 4 GG branches.
And he is playing more in the lane this time because he does have to help that Ember a little bit more versus this strong dual lane that OG does have. YapzOr's going to do with his movements. He's going to interrupt that pull up top. Zai versus mid one, last hitting under tower. Zai's got these. Oh, I say that, but he misses too. Oh well. He got the range creep.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Continuing to try and mess with no tail hit.
He only got one of the creeps there. The shield pops and gets the other one. Not going to commit forward onto no tail though.
I mean, with both of these drafts, would you sort of say there's a side that is going to suffer if they fall behind early?
I do think OGs definitely will. There's so much push that Secret has, and they want to be playing this fast game, and they want to be moving around the map quickly. And I look at some of these heroes on the side of OG, they're kind of slow. In particular, the Abaddon. He cannot really manage when a team does start to get this big split push. Mid, YapzOr's actually rotating in. Probably hoping for a root there from Matumba. There's I've never seen a lone druid versus Sven in the mid lane.
No, at least not this MMR. I'm sure happens a lot down at the other half of the scale.
And that is most likely true.
We're seeing it here at the top.
He's staying very low. Matu's continuing a lot of harassment onto him, so YapzOr playing around mid. I think he knows he doesn't need to help Zai too much in the top lane. And I think he knows he can't really pressure the Void anyway there with that Nature's Prophet. So sticking around mid. Bottom. Ooh, Seb has to be careful. If he gets slapped during the wind run there, it's very likely he just dies.
Obviously that attempt on the courier snipe there, but Topson's able to keep it alive safely. Just going to go straight for the resummon and now try and make the move on to Topson.
Oh, they get the root.
Perfect timing, but CP backup will be coming in. No tails there. Make sure that they do not dive in any further. Topson's also got the south. So Topson will be fine. Bottom lane, no Seb.
They get him.
They have indeed. The slight change. Setups there, Nisha. Level 3, he's going to have 4-1 and a Mango coming out, making sure that he's going to always have mana just to make that sort of play, keep the harasser up onto the Wind Ranger and make it a very hard lane for Seb to sort of stand in.
Another
root. About the 4-minute runes. They try and come in for it. It's going to end up spawning top. Yep, still slowing down the two of them.
Oh, it's Toxic TP'd mid, so that means the Wind Ranger left alone bottom even more. So now Nisha, he's got full free farm as December. He's just going to get zoned by Bane. Wind Ranger can't do anything to a Bane. Constantly going to get pushed out. Sox are going to make the move down bottom, but that definitely hurts Seb a lot in his momentum. Only 10 last hits. You see that Ember, 22 and 13. Make sure to get all those denies. Slight chain build too. Easy to set up kills on either one of these heroes.
Now we are seeing some very nice setups here from Secret with the way that the lanes are.
I'm not too sure what Seb kind of has to, this whole bottom lane is just ruined. I don't know what Wind Ranger and Tiny can actually really do now.
Yeah, how does he get involved in the creeps? He's
walking toward mid.
Wait, what? Well, where's he got? What's the plan?
I think he knows that there's nothing that he can do to help. I think he's just trying to secure maybe just like a bounty rune or something.
I guess
Take
he
some
knows
XP.
he knows that Topson's leaving for the 5-minute runes, so he's going to try and get involved for a wave mid.
That's a big problem though. You're giving Ember just a completely free game. So what that does is now Puppy's going to make his own moves. Puppy's going to maximize by either pulling as much as he can to get his levels, or he's just going to start rotating around the map himself.
Oh no. Let's see. I mean, Seb, as you said, he sort of said Topson, get out of mid.
Yeah, he just actually is taking the lane.
Topson,
oh,
go jungle.
Yeah, actually.
I'm taking the mid lane.
I think that's the best thing that they could have actually done, because I don't see another home for this Wind Ranger. He has to either roam around the map or do exactly this, is force his Sven to jungle. Puppy.
Free farm Ember.
Yep.
Will be the end of the game. But at the same time, on top, of course, we are seeing mid one. He's also getting equal amounts of free farm in this top lane.
Absolutely. He's going to be getting an early level 6 too, because we did see No-Tail move out of the lane. So I'm giving him a little bit of a high five. There we go. Nice little friendly stuff there. So YapzOr going on a courier hunt, and he's going to be stalking and stealing that XP from Topson, because they know that he's jungling, and when he's not showing,
oh, mid one.
Mid one actually gets the kill.
I guess he doesn't even need the chrono. He's able to just dive in onto Zai. I mean, left in that 1v1, Mid1's been having an excellent time in there. You see straight up on the CS difference, 34 to 12 against the 19 for 6. It's a very, very strong start for the Void. Nisha get the one hit on him, but the Salves there. Topson is going to throw the stun out.
He's got to be careful.
They're going to get the root into the roll forward. No-Tail tries to help him with the shield, but Zai TP's over. Topson will get healed up once more by the Mist Coil. It's not enough. Topson goes down. And they'll turn over towards No-Tail. Have they got any further catch? Yep, so does he want to dive in on this? He doesn't. He'll let him go. top lane. Mid one turning.
Chrono.
Going to drop the Chrono. He needs a lot of bashes. He's not even getting a single bash, so no chance of taking out Nisha. The Chrono, unfortunately, not going to work out for mid one.
And even though they do get that kill first on Zai, we still see Secret with this 2k gold lead because of their movements around the map and just how well their lane start is going, right? Ember all the way up to 3.3. Lone Druid smashed the mid lane too with the help of Yapzor.
Yeah, this
and now
is...
Puppy's like, oh, all right, cool. I'll just take bottom lane, and you know, Soxa can't do it. Soxa can't stand up to a Bane. He's tiny. It's level 5 Bane.
Yeah, I think, you know, you're sort of watching this game just from the draft. I think a lot of question marks have sort of just have arisen from what OG's done with the draft to the point where I think we're all sort of just sitting and watching and sort of waiting to see what the plan is. You know, what are OG going for with this lineup? It clearly hasn't been the sort of the setup of favorable lanes. When is it going to be that this draft actually kicks in and sort of falls into place and is able to achieve something? It's hard to see, but again, in the past, OG's pulled off a lot of stuff that we haven't expected, and it's sort of happened for the first time. So maybe some magic going to come out of somewhere from this lineup of OG, but so far with the way that things have begun, it's hard to sort of see.
I'm really hoping to see some type of magic, because just looking at them on paper, it just looks like a very strange draft altogether when you put all the heroes together. I really think that Secret is just going to take every single tower here, and I don't really know what OG's heroes can do to respond. Like we said, the Void, he has nobody who can really back him up except for like a power shot for the majority of this early game. And you know that Secret's going to play extremely aggressive in this early game with Lone Druid and Nature's Prophet. Yeah, it looks very weird here. Now they send Zai to the bottom lane. Bane, Puppy's already level 6 at 8.5 minutes because of the movements, and they might even be able to... Ooh, they almost were able to set up onto Soxa there, but Puppy holding the grip. Nisha just poking these heroes top. Forcing OG around the map just awkwardly.
Seb just still sort of struggling to find place on the map to stay out safely. A couple of slight fish from Nisha, and Seb's just forced to walk back to base.
Yeah, they're just running around even on Secret, just looking for anybody, because OG's not playing any lanes. Nobody is playing in a single lane right now. They all have to go back and heal because of this harassment, and Secret's just going to push towers. How do they respond? They need to set up with at least the Wind Ranger to power shot the waves.
See them TPing in on mid OG. They want to get the 3 of them over. But again, what can they really start? I mean,
they're just
even if they find a shackle, they don't really have great killers early on.
No, they do not. Their damage is very lackluster as the shackle doesn't connect either. Mid one's going to make the move onto Zai here, but Puppy's there with the Fiend's Grip, and he's all alone, but
gets stopped. Get cancelled, but the silence is in from Yapzor. Yapzor continuing to control mid. Whoa, Zai! That Nature's Wrath comes crashing through. Zai out with the taunt of the TP. Nisha also able to finish off No Tail elsewhere over in the map. Saxa goes down. Got the stun onto Nisha. They chase him. Shackle out onto the bear. Matu's by Nisha's side. Thompson and
Zai's
Seb
coming back in.
He's got a TP over on towards the defend. Yapzor rolls in. Thompson's in trouble. The Warcry helping him out a little bit. The tree at micro Zai. He takes down one, tries to block off Seb. Seb will be able to get away, but Thompson goes down. It's 6-4-1. It's a 4K lead, and
they're looking pretty broken, Owen, I gotta be honest.
I guess they just really wanted to try something just totally off the wall with this draft, OG.
Can they get the toss back? They
doesn't seem to be working.
But Nisha's even diving the Chrono, though.
It's a good Chrono. That's going to get the Ember. Or is it?
It is.
Dilation.
And
get Nisha. They'll get Puppy as well. Mid one still holding on strong. He's trying to do his best here to carry them through this. He's able to pick up something in response for Secret diving in the way they were.
But they got the tower. They got top tower too. They're still at a huge lead, and I'm still not seeing where this draft all pieces together. I think this is just going to be a mid one on an island by himself trying to carry this game.
It is again. They need mid one to just be massive.
Yeah, I just don't think...
He's got to do everything.
It doesn't feel like he's going to get to that point. It's a less than 1K experience lead for Secret, but you can just feel the way that their heroes can play around the map. Their only thing that they're threatened by is a Chronosphere, unless they're very out of position.
They're going for this smoke.
Can they
sort of hard to see. What are these two going to be able to do without the Chrono?
They need Thompson to get like the lead stunt, because otherwise it's what's their disable, right? They just mid one hitting him and hoping for a bash.
I mean, Matu, he's always going to have the fear to push them back.
Yep.
unless they're able to find the two of them. So, I mean, they've smoked up, they've moved down into the jungle. They're not really finding anything. They're still waiting on the high ground. Maybe they can get a jump onto Matu.
Oh, Secret, they found another
it's not
target.
the case.
Oh.
As top lane Secret with their smoke, they will be that little more successful. They found Saxa, and they'll take his life. Again, inside with the bounces. It's Nature's Wrath taking him out. The remainder of that smoke, OG will move back over towards mid. Mid one pops the dilation of the Mask of Madness, but Remnant's already out. Nisha's back to safety, and OG just not able to find anything with their own move.
I'm not sure. I really am not. I'm still just not sure how they can respond to almost anything. Look. Secret, they can all gather together. Now they can push the top tower. And OG, they can't respond. This is pretty much a support Wind Ranger. Their mid Sven, he's not really very farmed at all. And neither is really the Void. They're just getting everything kind of collapsed on them. Like as we said, it's really just going to be mid one. Hoping.
So, yeah. And he's got a long way to go, you know. And as it's just one of those games where, as the moments pass, mid one, sure, he's going to be able to hit
Thompson for a second with the ward, but he's able to get away, yeah. And they rotate heavily, though.
They're going to dive in. They pop the drums. They're looking to go God Strength fish out. Nisha's able to step to the side, the Fear pushing them back. Matu's just in with the Bear. Yapsel rolls in. He found the stun on the tops, and the Magnetize out onto the two of them into the silence. Perfectly set up there by Yapsel's Earth Spirit. As they just dive past the tower. 3 heroes dead on OG. And this one,
this one's feeling...
I mean, it feels like Secret's on track to sort of end this tournament run with the way they begun it, just with these games where it just didn't look like the opponent had any sort of a chance.
It really feels like that. Like I said, they just can't really do much of anything with their draft, especially how bottom went. This Wind Ranger just can't contribute a whole lot. It's looking rough.
Just a bit. 8k down already, 13 minutes in. All 3 of Secret's cores. I mean, you look at the heroes Secret have as well in the 3 core positions. It's 3 carries.
It's 3 carries.
They scale. Carries. Yeah. Straight up.
Not only do they scale, but they also pressure early extremely hard.
They've got the Chrono. This is the one tool that can guarantee, well, not necessarily guarantee, but at least give them a solid chance of finding a kill on one of the cores of Secret. But again, that's sort of the problem. You know, you'll find a kill on one of the cores of Secret. The other 2 are going to be farming.
Ooh. The toss, though, it actually gets him on top of Nisha.
Should have the Ember hit.
Nice.
Can he get another? He's going to try and turn towards Yapsel.
He has to get more.
Where's the bashes?
There's a glimmer already on Puppey.
Shackle from Seb does come out. They turn over towards the Bane. We'll be able to combo him down. OG make moves with the Chrono.
Very clutch toss by Saxa, following the Remnant, actually, because it was so close. He gets the Void right on top of him to get the Chrono. Nisha looks like he was really playing Risk, trying to force that Chrono and get like some Remnant out cutely, but isn't able to do so. But now, they don't really have the heroes to push towers and take advantage of the fact that they got those 2 kills, and Nisha's back up in a second.
I mean, Secret's going to come in for the defense
yes,
for sure
they are.
here. Looking to punish OG, see if they can get anyone with the catch. They look over towards No-Tail. No-Tail trying to walk out with the borrowed time. Yapsel's in upon him inside the river. Chains down to mid one into the silence from Yapsel. Slow as well. Buying time for the Bear to come in, get the fear off. Mid one's still able to jump to the side with the time off, but the Magnetizer's on them again. This Yapsel Earth Spirit just messing with them beautifully.
They're chasing for more too. Nisha, they are going to be able to catch mid one.
That is what you sound like.
And Seb watches his friends die with this beautiful Wind Ranger Arcana.
I mean, at least he looks good doing it.
At least he looks good.
Yeah. Look at that.
But that's just about he's doing. That's just about all he's doing right now this game. As Secret, the world is their oyster. They can just run around pretty much doing anything. Chrono's down, as we said. OG.
That's all it is, right? The Chrono. That's the one thing
that
Secret have any reason to be scared of. I mean, we saw it there. You know, OG trying to do something outside of having Chrono available. It doesn't work out. Secret, with the lead that they have, they turn up, they defend, going for Roche. Nobody's even going to think of this on OG. No one. They can't. They're too far behind. They can't stop this. They cannot come over here.
And, I mean, you know, you asked me earlier, what is this Sven going to do? And, I know, I said I wasn't too sure what he's going to do, and he's 0-3-0. He's
not
just
a good look for Thompson this game. This is not the Thompson you want to see.
He just can't really, with this hero, he can't really do anything versus Secret's heroes, because he's a mid Sven. And now there's an Aegis, there's an Arcane Rune as well. Onto this Ember Spirit, and Matumba approaching toward that MKB. They're getting bigger, and OG is just not. They're going to at least be able to get this tower here finally.
Bottom tower has fallen.
But yeah, in a very grim spot. 15 seconds until that Chrono.
They've got to, I mean, mid one's got to make sure that every Chrono counts massively.
Yep. Look at these aggressive wards too placed by Secret. They have 2 wards placed on the top side to watch if any rotation's coming. Scouting out the mid as well with this 1 ward here where the tower used to be. So they're just aware of all of the positioning from OG as they take a top tower at the 16-minute mark of the tier 2.
You see there on the good old bear cam. Matu's very close to having the full MKB on the bear.
Yep. Oh, Saksa, he's spotted in the back, away from his team. An easy kill as they chase for more.
Yeah, they're going to look for more indeed. Notel, he's able to cut his way through the Sprout, has the borrowed time, but they'll be able to play through this, chase him out, and secure themselves a second killer off the back of this chase. Chains around to Notel. Double kill for Nisha.
Double spray paint as well on his body.
Yeah. Secret, they know what's going on right here. They feel it. They've been in this position many times before. You know, 17 minutes in, nearly a clear 10k ahead of the opponent.
There's just, it just doesn't feel like OG can do much of anything besides just cutting
They
free
got a
win.
courier.
They got a courier at least. But they're gonna lose
Seb.
And likely to lose another tier 2 here, as it's been ugly and it's just getting uglier. Secret just they're breaking OG, it really feels like in this game. Even from before the game, just make this draft, right? It feels like Secret just really put OG in a very uncomfortable spot.
And it does just feel, you know, OG, they try to come out with a bit of their own surprise this game 3 in terms of drafts, but it just hasn't. Whoa. Some subliminal messaging there, flashing before your eyes.
Secret all staying together, not really splitting up too much because I think they know that the only way that OG actually comes back is if they start getting these consecutive kills off of Chrono.
He's got to hit a big one, mid one.
He's got to find Matu.
He just get the
he
two
gets
of
the
them.
transform off though beforehand.
He's going to be pretty tanky. Is he tanky enough to live through this? He's going to TP over Matu. He's going to live. He's going to be protected. The Glimmer Cape comes out, and in mid one couldn't finish off the kill this time. They've got the Magnetize off again. Nisha's getting a little low. The time dilation causing issues, but he's able to get the Slider Fist off. They've lost Seb. They've lost mid one. Nisha's in with the remnants. It's 4 dead on OG. Only Notel surviving. A Secret, they'll lose Puppey. They don't care. All cores remaining alive. They couldn't kill Matu off in time, getting the ult off. They couldn't kill Nisha, even the time dilation just not slowing him down enough as he's still able to slide a fist.
Even if they did, I believe he has the Aegis anyway, right? So he would have been just fine popping right back up as this one feels well and truly overrun.
19 minutes in, Secret. They're making sure that in what looks to be the last game of this tournament, that people remember exactly the position and lead that Secret seems to have above any other team in the game right now.
Yeah, this is unbelievable. They're just going to take this Rax. There's no Chrono. OG has nothing to defend this. Nope. They're going to walk up and eat some spells. Inevitably, buildings are going down, and Thompson is getting hit back pretty hard.
Got the shackle. Where's the damage?
There is none.
Melee Rax gone. Secret can chill out, go for something else. There's still a tier 2 down bottom if they want to head over and take it.
Yep, they already have the double outposts anyway, so even more experience for them. Azai standing toe-to-toe with mid one.
I mean, mid one's taking a lot of damage here.
He's just dead.
All the tips as well. Zai having a bit of a giggle. And Thompson, he's dead again. He's dead again.
Might be time.
Oh, slight change missed there. You know, there's something. You know, even the best make mistakes. Doesn't matter though. Notel's still gonna die. A Secret. They just can't help themselves. And they're just killing over and over again. Everybody's dies 24-6.
They're just having fun with
that
it.
Finished the
mid
mid-rack.
It feels like.
Head up towards top.
Yep.
Continue to wrap this one up.
Seb buys a Veil. He's like, all right, well, maybe this can help a little bit, but don't think it can. And that's really it. There's just nothing OG can do. Just watch their base fall apart.
Seb. Yamso nearly catching him there with the slow. Yamso now with the full Yules, ways to protect himself, ways to set up. 21 minutes in, a second melee Rax gone. Taken away from OG, they're smoking up. They've got a Chrono. He needs a 5-man Chrono hit. He needs something incredible.
Or they just go for Puppey and kill Puppey and GG out.
We've seen that happen. That has been sort of the classy way to end games sometimes if you're in a unwinnable position.
Yeah, just kill the captain, just so you get a little bit of a smile at the end. It's really just it's impossible. It really is impossible, this game.
What's the Dota plus odds like? I don't know if we can get them up, but it's got to be
96.
96. I think it's a little generous, given them the 4.
4%, yeah.
Being down 17k at 21 minutes, and again, just with a lineup that you sort of just struggle to see what's going to happen.
It just doesn't get together ever. The entirety of their draft just never actually formulates a real composed draft. There's just nothing that these heroes can really do together, as they're all just dying everywhere.
We can't even keep up with where they're dying. They're just dying. There's a Chrono. He's on Matu. Mid one's trying, but the defensive nightmare. Puppey buys time. The stun still comes out, but the next pop Matu. He's back up to full HP. He doesn't care. Mid one's dead. Thompson's out as well. And they're going to call it, ladies and gentlemen. GG is called. And with that, Secret take another Grand Finals 3-0. This one against OG. And Team Secret will be your WePlay and Mega League European Immortal Division champions. And they'll be taking home the tidy sum of $200,000.
Give it up for your Omega
and with style.
League champion,
That was
Team
from draft
Secret.
to play to everything. It really felt like they
Yeah.
broke OG. I have not seen OG look like that in a game ever.
No, I mean, it really felt that sort of after the game 2, OG were already starting to feel that, sort of the same feelings they would have been feeling after game 2 and game 3 of the previous best of 3 they played against Secret. They knew that they had to just come out with something that was completely out there. Try something different, try and catch Secret off guard. The problem was that it really seemed like what they went for
It was too out
felt
there.
a little too crazy.
Yeah, it was too out there. The mid Sven, they said they'd seen it in some pubs, but with what they were up against and with the way that Secret can play with this, it's a well-composed draft that works well together. OG's, it just looked like a bunch of heroes that were put together that the synergy just was not there with what they were playing against.
Yeah, and I mean, you really just do have to give respect again. It's just ridiculous how many times Secret has done this. Just gone straight forward to the Grand Finals. Ended up in a 3-0, made it look for the most part pretty easy. Of course, we did have a great game 1 of this best of 5 where we did have some excellent back and forth action, but game 2 and then into that game 3, it just seemed like, Secret, I can't remember the last time we've ever sort of in the history of Dota just seen a team have so many games where it's just felt like the opponents, regardless of what level they're at or where they've been met at in the competition, just don't have a chance. They didn't feel like there was any chances at all in that game 3 for OG.
Puppey cracked the code, it seems.
He has, and just continuing this incredible streak of championship titles here. Secret getting this victory here in this best of 5, 3-0 for them, and taking home, as I said, the tasty sum from the WePlay and Mega League European Immortal Division of $200,000.
Indeed, a grand victory once again for Team Secret. 3-0. It was a VP Prodigy, Na'Vi, Liquid, Alliance, OG, Nigma, and then OG now again. Fallen 3-0 to Team Secret. There is something magical about this team. We're going to break down the game. We're going to talk about the tournament because we have got our grand champion. I'm here with Lizard and Kyle. Guys, we kind of thought this was going to happen. Let's be real. Tournament starts. You know how Team Secret's been playing. You know how they've been doing in the groups. This is like, you hope it won't happen somewhere, but it happens anyway, Kyle.
Yeah, unparalleled dominance. I don't think we've ever seen anything like this.
Yeah.
You could do a video series, an instructional video on every single member of Team Secret. Puppey has more impact in an early game as a 5 position than literally anyone else in Dota. This was OG tryharding. This is the 2-time TI champions coming with everything they've got, and it got easier and easier for Secret each game of the series.
If there's ever a last dance of Dota, something that's that encompasses a larger period of time, not a true sight, this team is going to be in it. They're just winning one grand final after another, 3-0 after 3-0, and in this one versus OG, and in what style? Owning a 2-time TI champion.
Yep. There has actually been 2 other teams or compositions of teams that I can remember that had this style of dominance. One was the Team Secret with Artesian Zai in it.
Okay.
The other was Na'Vi, TI2 era, TI1 era. Guess who was the captain of all of those in this one too? I mean, I think that is the common denominator, Mastermind Puppey at play here. And this third game is just a cherry on top as well. I felt like OG was a little lost in the draft, and there was nothing left in the tank.
Completely. It looked like they were trying to figure things out and adapt at the spot and try some things that worked for them in the pubs, like Thompson, this Sven mid. Yeah, it did work in the pubs, but here he faces Matu on that lone druid, and for a Sven mid versus a lone druid, there isn't a lot that you can do. He played well, don't get me wrong. He managed to even it out on the CS, but eventually you just drop off so hard.
Yeah, I don't really even know what to say. I expected at least a 4-game series. You know, I saw that first game, like, damn, these teams are as close as it can get. I expected OG to have a little flavor, maybe outdraft Puppy, but that's the craziest thing to me, is that Secret, they're playing all these unique drafts, but they're not, like, they're still on top of their game. Zai's playing free, and they forgot about the Matumba Man Lone Druid. He just shows up and dominates with it.
Of course, you're gonna forget about a Lone Druid when an OD that hasn't been picked the whole tournament is picked by them, and that's stuck in your head, like, where the hell did that come from? And then you forget some of these heroes that are picked constantly. It's just that I'm amazed overall by their performance. This last game, like you said, cherry on top, it's the perfect ending for Secret.
I know a lot of people would have liked to have more of the first game of this series that we saw, back and forth, awesome team fight. If you missed the game, you definitely should watch it, but spoilers, Team Secret still victorious. And I felt like in that first game, there was so much learned by Team Secret that they were able to just close out the series this convincingly. And forcing mid one on again a different hero. 6 different heroes for the last 6 games that these two teams have played against each other.
Just like the Arc Warden game from Nigma, it broke Alliance. I think that first game broke OG a little bit. Yeah, they've been winning TIs, they have that winner's mentality, but they were doing so well in that first game and they still didn't manage to win versus a team that won the series previously, yesterday versus them. So it became more and more difficult for them to keep their composure. And
yeah, like what's crazy is just how good are these teams? How good is Secret? Because consider OG 4-0'd Nigma.
Yeah, like they did. How big of a skill difference is there between?
How big of a skill difference is it between Secret and everyone else?
Well, Secret just 5-0'd OG.
No, they lost 1 game, right? The PA Magnus
5-1.
5-1.
Yeah, 5-1. So like OG got a game.
Yeah.
And that's an accomplishment, right? And of course it was only winner bracket, but still, like I just
the whole tournament, Team Secret has dropped 2 games, but never a series. Looked dominant every step of the way. And I mean, how dominant are they? It's a very difficult question to answer in this online period, but hey, we can say for an absolute certainty they are dominating 2020. Absolutely.
They could take a break. They'd still be the best team of 2020.
They did take a break.
They did.
They're still the best team of 2020. That's the insane part of it all. Like in my mind, I'm making some excuses, some explanations. Okay, OG have some different players, some new blood. They changed up. Like mid one just started playing with them recently, but OG were on a break. They were chilling under the sun. They still come and they own everyone. Secret story, yeah. What did I say?
Long day.
OG.
You said the other team.
The other?
I mean, OG has had some phenomenal progress as well. They are not with their same roster as TI 9 and TI 8, but they still feel like they play like the same OG, so I feel like we can judge them like that as well. And they played really well, but not well enough to beat
This
Secret.
is why we love Dota, though. Like, this is why we love TI, because it's the only chance you get to see the top teams actually play Dota to all out.
Yeah.
You know, there was some trash talking, finally, between these squads. You know, we need a little more spice in the scene. And
not too much in the public light, though. Sure, it's here and there, but it's not as popular as some of the trash talk that's happening in a different region.
that's the one thing we do well. Sheaves can't take it away.
A little bit of disrespect here and there on Twitter and Twitch chat, but nothing really too big.
All right,
we keep
guys.
it civil.
We actually have a treat for you because better than one person to interview, we got 2 people to interview. We are here with Zai and Yapsor. Hello, congratulations, guys.
Hello. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hey, okay, so I have a question. I have 3 questions, actually. I'll start with 3 questions. I will go for Zai for the first one. I'm curious at what you or the team does in terms of drafting preparations for grand finals like these. You've been in a lot of grand finals now. What is like the road up to the grand finals for you guys like?
Oh, we just look at Seb's Dota buff to begin with. Oh, I'm just kidding. I mean, I think a lot of draft prep is about figuring out what you enjoy playing the most and fitting heroes into priorities and figuring out which matchups you're comfortable playing with. So that's something you work on throughout the tournament, and then once you arrive at the finals, you kind of have it ironed out pretty well.
Was like the OD, for example, part of like that preparation? Was he already on your radar, or did it just happen to be the perfect OD game for Game 2 specifically?
I mean, that was just my big brain suggestion because I'm a great OD player, and I saw that OD looked quite good in that game and the draft, and it worked out. Nisha had some random feet,
really
but
well.
apart from that, yeah, it worked out.
All right, Yapsor, next question is for you then. In between games, in the grand finals specifically, do you guys talk about the game, or do you just need time to chill? Because obviously a game high focus environment, but what do you do in between?
We definitely talk about the game, but we try to keep it like as least stressful as we can, so that we can just focus on the next game. Because even if we lose the game, we need to still focus because we're still in it.
Mm-hmm.
Like for example, game one kind of didn't feel like the win we wanted, so in a way it feels like a loss. Like we can talk about that game like it's a loss.
Not to win they wanted.
Yeah. If you don't absolutely smash your opponents, it doesn't count.
It just doesn't feel right.
Count, yeah.
All right, I've got one
It's not about smashing. It's more about like playing clean,
Fair. I got one question for Zai. It's a perfect question for you, actually, because it's not my own question, actually. It's about Pudge. There's someone that really wants to know what needs to happen to Pudge in order for us to see him in competitive play, or for him to be even viable in pubs without, being ironically picked because of the persona.
I mean, there was a timing last year around MDL Paris where he was quite alright when he had health regen on his flesh heap. And it was a pretty decent hero because you could just stack armor items in lane, and you had inbuilt health regen, and he could play against a lot of the heroes that were being picked. But now I feel like his laning is just absolute garbage. Yeah, he's such a liability. The only way you can actually play him is if you get a guy with boots and clarities, and he gets some hooks that'll lead you to kills. But he has to be support, I think. And even then, it's he's quite the burden still. So I don't know. I think his third spell is quite important to him. It kind of decides if he can play lanes or if he can't play lanes. And I think right now, as it is, he struggles a lot in basically every matchup.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I want to latch on to the Shivers question and just ask you first, congratulations on yet another grand finals with clean sweep. What do teams need to do differently to finally take a series off of you? Right. Is this a valid question?
Can you make it interesting for us? Give us, how do we beat Secret?
How do we beat you?
Zid, bro, tell them.
It's a secret.
It's a secret.
I mean, it's not really a question we can answer even if we knew the answer. So like,
Okay.
Just play better, lol.
Let me put a twist on it. What could we do to make it more challenging for you? What if could we sub in Heen to play mid? Do we need to give you specific hero challenges, like you must win with Pudge in game 3? Like, is there a handicap you're willing to accept?
No. I mean, it's like, we get trios and stuff, but for us, I don't feel like it's always easy, it's always simple. There's the competition is tough, even though the final result may be 3-0. I think it could have gone.
It was still exhausting to play.
Yeah, like the first game could have gone multiple different ways, or I guess win or loss are the only two ways, but we could have lost that game for sure. And so I think you just gotta.
I mean, my Earth Spirit Meteor Hammer was pretty handicapped.
It was pretty sick with OD, right? With Astral combos. It didn't really work out too many times, however, for you.
Yeah, Omni ruined that.
Okay, one more real fast. How do you feel like the level of Dota you guys and OG played today compares to just our history as Dota players and as fans? Is this about as good as it gets, or is there still levels we've yet to reach?
I mean, I feel like the LAN environment brings out a different kind of Dota than these online tournaments have. Like I don't know if it's for like overall quality increases or decreases, but I feel like it brings a different element into a lot of games. I think a lot of more clutch things happen, and a lot of more choking happens as well once you get into land stages, which I think is not as it doesn't occur as much during these online games.
I would say this tournament is probably the highest tier tournament so far from the online ones. It did feel exhausting to play, just like a LAN in a way.
You went through the upper bracket though, you know, least amount of games. Easy
Yeah,
day,
but
3
not-
games.
They weren't all easy though, like at all. And
No, that's fair.
even, yeah.
Do you guys have any final words to say before we let you go? This has obviously been another 3-0 victory for you guys, but you do feel like this is the highest tier Dota that you've witnessed so far. I know that there's a lot of people watching right now that would love to hear also some words from you guys to them, to your fans. Any final words?
Zai is the best fan speaker.
No, I mean, of course, we appreciate all and everyone who continue to cheer for us. We try to make it as interesting as we can, even though the results are 3-0. We try our best, and hopefully we'll keep doing it in upcoming tournaments as well.
Thank you very much. It has been phenomenal watching you guys play and be victorious once again. We're going to let you go and wish you a great evening, and congratulations, of course, one more time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you to both Zai and Yapsor. Indeed, I mean, they are such a dominant team right now. I feel like this period, we're talking a lot about instinct and muscle memory and some things you just don't think about it. I feel like this online period for Team Secret is just going to ingrain in their muscles. So when they come to LANs, they only have to worry about if they choke or if they, clutch. I feel like it's a relative point, right? That
it's a pretty good point because emotions get you on that LAN.
Yeah.
You have a crowd there, everything is different. You're in a booth surrounded by people. That's a very, very good point.
I will say this Secret team is different from what we saw at TI8, TI9. The big difference, I think, is that it would certainly give OG a boost. I know to hear the fans back at home, we don't hear you, but we know you're there.
We feel you.
We feel the energy, and I know for a fact OG is the definition of a LAN team. And if they keep grinding like they are, we are almost certain to see them back on the podium. But Secret, they're the real deal.
They are absolutely the real deal. During this tournament, there has also been competition running.
Competition?
Yes. From you guys, at least people at home could vote. There has been MVPs for both supports and cores, and it is up to me to reveal who won that vote, or those votes, both votes. First up, the support. Who won the MVP for support? Drum roll, please. It's GH!
All right, he's adorable. I love him.
Would you vote for him? Look at him.
I'd vote for him.
Yeah.
Sure, why not? Those Phoenix into Yules into Meteor Hammer combo, he's making new stuff happen. Sure. But
the fans voted?
The fans voted.
Just the fans?
On WePlay.tv, the fans voted. This is your doing.
Democracy in action.
Now, the next MVP for MVP Core also been decided by votes on WePlay.tv, and I think a certain game with an Arc Warden might have something to do with it, because drum roll please for the MVP Core player. That was your drum roll?
Maybe it's because you spoiled it.
I think we didn't spoil it.
Oh, what's a cool little statue?
Who else would have played the Arc Warden?
There's been a lot. What? Arteezius played Arc Warden as well.
But Miracle won
Miracle!
the MVP.
Miracle won the game. Yes, it is of course Miracle.
All right, that Arc Warden game was sick.
It was absolutely sick.
Lifetime. Like,
Yes.
you don't see that often at all. I'm not. Yeah, maybe the Democracy and GH, but this.
I mean, look, I don't want to take anything away from them. Let's be real. Miracle and GH, they're superstars. They're incredible players. Love them to death. Fans, we give you what you want.
Both of those players, of course, get an extra 5K on top of their prize money. That is fairly earned. by being the MVP. I also feel like Team Nigma is they were the champions of Mad Moon and they were the champions of Bukovel. I believe both of those times also Team Nigma players won MVP awards. So they're probably, they're probably enjoying that quite a lot. Maybe they're even, lobbying for themselves, perhaps.
Who knows?
Who knows? But, in the end, it was Team Secret that's victorious. So every single one of those players is an absolute MVP as well. I know we talked about them at length, but well-deserved victory for them once again. And with that, of course, once a tournament has a champion, it comes to an end. It's very sad. It's very sad indeed, but we are gonna say goodbye to everyone. It's been an absolute blast. We've had 37 days of Dota 2. We've had 5 different divisions. We had over 300 games. Stop it. We had over 300 games of Dota 2 played, and it all comes down to Team Secret being dominant team here in the European Immortal Division once again. So thank you so much for everybody that made this show possible. Thank you from us in front of the camera, from everybody behind the camera. Wish you all a great night, and we'll see you hopefully again very soon. This should have gone a lot.
Supposed to do.
This should have gone a lot more fluid. But just kidding. We're here because this is a tournament that was very close to our hearts. So we want to also just say a personal thank you to everybody at home and all the support we have received throughout the month that we've been here in our, in our own little bubble with everything done the way it should. And it has been an absolute blast. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for making this possible.
Thank you guys for bearing with us. Love you all, and keep KWing in the chat.
Thank you for watching. Thank you for supporting Dota 2 esports. It's an honor and privilege to be a small part of that.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. I hope you had a great time. Of course, that we were just here to make sure you're all entertained. I hope you had a beautiful time, and please just remember to give big shout-outs to WePlay.
Thank you, everyone, for watching, and don't forget, support the Tier 2 scene.
Thank you to WePlay for letting me sleep in the dumpsters outside.
Thank you, WePlay, and I fucking love Dota, honestly.
I hope you guys enjoyed watching this at least half as much as we enjoyed casting it.
It's been a strange time in the world, and I hope you're all staying safe mentally, physically, and emotionally.
Hope to see you guys soon. Bye. Hi, it's my turn.
Thank you, everyone. Gachi Bays in the chat.
Man, there's no better community, there's no better game, there's no better group of people. Thank you all very much for watching. I goddamn love Dota. I love you. Goodbye. Bye. Bye.
Birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Rich. Happy birthday to you.
Ow. Okay, now I think they roll the credits and we hug. And we get credits? Is that it?
We don't have credits.
Stop
yet.
crying.